Go for it.
Okay, I'm going to call this meeting to order. And our first order of business is to approve the minutes from March 25th.
I would make a motion that we approve the minutes from our select board meeting of March 25th.
And I second that motion.
Okay, any discussion?
I'd like to add to the attendees of that meeting, Lillian Riddlehoover.
Okay.
Okay, so with that addition, any more discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 All right. Next, we have warrants 21, 21P, reappraisal fund number 9, and capital fund number 5.
I'll make a motion to approve bills for payment, warrants 21, 21P, reappraisal fund number 9, and capital fund number 5.
This is Geraldine. I'll second that.
Okay, any discussion? Under warrant 21, the total is $55,357.12. That is for Wyndham Solid Waste quarterly payment of the monthly rescue. There were payroll taxes, the power company, salt and fuel for the highway department, and the fire station loan, one of the payments on the fire station loan. So, any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
All right. Doesn't seem like we have any visitors. Any news from the road, Foreman?
Yes, there is. I spoke to Lee this week. They put about 2,500 yards of gravel on the various roads. They have gonna finish off their last bit of grading. That's going well. They're hauling gravel at this point. And then next week, they're gonna start working on the winter sand, which will take them roughly about a month to do. Everything's going fine. I think everybody saw the issue with the Better Back roads. That's been on stall for now. And so we'll just have to wait and see. That would have been, if it comes out, that'll be for Waterman Road area that he was gonna work on. He wanted to let everybody know again that cleanup day has been postponed till May 30th. And the other thing was he was talking to Putney, and between Putney and him with the gravel pit, with a lot of people starting to explore and walk and all that, I think they're going to purchase we'll split it. It'll be probably between 50 and 75 bucks roughly. A trail cam to have down the gravel pit for in case they have any issues. The loader's down there and everything, and I think they feel more comfortable. So he's gonna work with Putney to get that done and installed. So that was basically his rundown, and all the boys are helping.
Great. That's really good to hear, Terry.
Good.
Thank you.
So Zeke, it looks like Harold Newell just joined.
Yes.
So I don't know if we want to ask him if he, we skipped over the recognition of visitors pretty quickly.
Right. So Harold. He's still working on it, I think. Yep. Harold, do you have anything? Okay, and we have another person joining.
Oh, yeah, I think it's also Harold by phone because he's having trouble with his audio. So,
all right.
Yeah, we can come back to him.
Was there anything under correspondence for information that anyone wanted to discuss?
Everybody saw the blimp that went around, and that's all done.
Yeah, thank you.
So that's really good. The only other thing I'd add was I spoke on the sheriff's department. I was emailed Mark because of the fact that the tour to Heifer has been postponed. The strolling has been canceled, but the tour has been postponed. There's no dates. So anyway, he
Yeah.
gave me the same update basically as we got by email, but they are seeing aggressive driving issues, and I guess one of those were on the Camp Arden Road. So we'll, but other than that, we discussed a little bit about this, since we're all into this emergency management all type thing. We were discussing the Airbnb and the VBRO situation, where it's under Governor Scott's thing, executive order that they can't be renting. And so it's come to my attention because somebody told me about they're pulling them off that and going to Craigslist. So if anybody in Dummerston feels that there's somebody might be renting a place to out-of-staters, or they're coming in, to just get a hold of your local law enforcement, whether it's the Sheriff's Department or VSP, and let them know, because they're trying to keep track of this under the executive order.
Right.
Okay. Okay. Anything else under correspondence for discussion or information?
So I just have a clarification question. Did we get an update from the sheriff's office by email?
Yes, we did last week.
Okay, so it wasn't, there's an email about it. This wasn't a phone conversation between you and Mark.
No, it was email. We were just
Okay.
discussing. I was just saying, hey, the tour of the heifer has been postponed, and he kind of just gave me the same thing about the call volume. You know, domestics and stuff are going up, and
Okay.
and all that. But the added one was the aggressive drivers, and he said specifically one on Camp Arden Road.
Okay.
So
Great, thanks.
Okay, great. Anything under correspondence? Oh, we don't have anything under correspondence for discussion and or action. So we can move on to new business. And we have appointments still to do. What would you like to do there?
Yeah, Maria?
Yes, I'll make a motion that we appoint the following. Social Services Advisory Committee, 1-year terms, Connie Baxter, Sandy Campbell, Carla Lineback, Libby LaFlan, Bill Pels-Walsh, and Terry Robinson. And that we appoint for Pound Keeper, Ron Speck for a 1-year term. And then on the Farmland Protection, Diana Lesher for 1-year term. And then I'm not sure if we want to do that and then do the other ones that we have not actually interviewed separately, or would you like me to include those as well?
Let's see. So I know Christine Gope, or I don't know how to pronounce the last name, is interested in the Conservation Commission, and she's attended some meetings and has come highly recommended by Mary Ellen Copeland. But I don't know, there's a person for the Planning Commission. Who was that?
That was Rick Contino, and I know he attended at least one meeting that I went to. He might have attended March, but I didn't make it to the March meeting. So,
Okay. So what would you like to do? It seems like meeting people at this point isn't a good idea, and these people seem to have been vetted by their respective committees to some extent.
we've got 2 openings on the Planning Commission. One's a 4-year term, and one's to finish off the terms of 2022.
Mm-hmm.
Would it be something to maybe put him into the finish off the term of 2022?
okay, so what I'll do then is I will add to my motion the Conservation Commission, Christine Gope, or Gep, however it's pronounced, for a 4-year term, and Planning Commission, Rick Contino, to finish until 2022 to finish out the term.
I'll second that.
Okay, any discussion? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 All right. So I'll let Christine know she's been appointed. Maria, could you let the planning commissioner know?
Yes, I will.
Great, okay. All right. Let's see. Anybody? I don't think we have any unfinished business now, and we don't have any other new business.
Other than Roger Turner was looking for a complete list
Okay.
for the views article of all open positions.
Okay.
So, which some of these now I can obviously take off because we just appointed some. But we are still waiting to hear back from someone on the Connecticut River Joint Commission.
Yeah.
And there's one spot still left on the social services. I don't know if everybody looked at the list that I sent out. Is there anything we had to?
Yeah, I looked
That
at
you-
it, Maria. And
Mhm.
so the article that I submitted to the Views mentioned, it was encouraging of people to step up to fill open positions. So I think that was the impetus for Roger to ask us, well, what are the open positions? And I was
Right.
hesitant to say anything because, it doesn't come out until May 19th. So I think whatever we give him, I would be fine with you giving him a list with the qualifying statement that, some of these may, by the time the Views is published, some of these may have been filled, but please, if you're interested, contact and make it clear who people should contact.
Okay, all right,
Okay.
okay.
And then I just wanted to make sure that anybody who still has somebody to call is aware of, that it's still on the list.
I think the only one that we're waiting to hear, I think David's waiting to hear
Yeah.
back from one on the Connecticut
Yes.
River Joint Commission.
Okay.
Right.
And that's,
Yeah. I've reached out a few times, but I'll keep
Yeah.
trying.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah. so, I mean, I can include that on the list and see
Yeah,
what happens, I guess. So,
good.
okay.
Okay. Great. I guess that's it until 2 weeks from now.
Yeah, so what about, did Harold have something that he particularly wanted to say, or he's just listening in?
I guess he's just listening in.
Yeah. Excellent.
Okay.
All right.
So then I'll make a motion that we adjourn.
I second that.
All right. Thank you very much. See you in
All
2
right.
weeks.
All right, great meeting. Thank you. Glad this is working.
Yes.
Yeah, great.
you.
Thank you.
This afternoon's meeting, we will, in a sense, be going into the school districts, and we will hear from superintendents and teachers from an array of districts who will give us a better picture of what is going on the ground. I think the best way to handle this is to give you each 10 minutes. And committee members, I think if you could hold questions, and we'll get to all the questions at the end, so write those down if you're like me and you're not going to remember. So I think what would help the committee is for you to give us a picture of what is happening in your district, the challenges, the successes, maybe some surprises as you are faced with fulfilling the requirements of the directives. Some of them are within your wheelhouse, some are not necessarily within your wheelhouse. I know that we have concerns about, the distribution of meals, childcare, continuity of education and learning, and special ed. We've had a little bit on that this morning, but I think there's also a concern that the committee has regarding the challenges of equity. So while we're thinking about continuity of education and learning, there's also the pressing concern about health and safety of our children, particularly for those of whom school is often the safest place. And then finally, I think if there's something that we at the state can do and the legislature can do, we would be interested in hearing from you on that as well. So with that, I will attempt to keep time myself here. Libby Bonesteel, could you go first? Then we followed by Jeannie, and I'll go down the list.
Sure, I'd love to. Thank you for giving me the opportunity with my esteemed superintendent colleagues to join you all today. I really appreciate it. I did give the committee just a copy of some of my notes, so please look at that. And I kind of giggled, Representative Webb, when you said, say what your district's dealing with in 10 minutes. Yeah, we'll try. So I did put our website up there, and you can see all of our communications to the community. I won't bore you with that right now, but if you're interested, the links are there. I do, before I get into exactly what's happening at Montpelier Roxbury, talk about a couple highlights. The network of superintendents in Vermont, and including the people on this call, and Jeff Francis and the Vermont Superintendents Association, I just can't even express how amazing the collaboration has been between these two groups and the support. I've talked to more superintendents in the last 3 weeks who I've never spoken to before. And we've just been sharing and giving ideas and communications and resources, and it's just a consistent source of encouragement. So the committee should feel very good about the educational leadership in the state from that perspective. And then I got to put a plug in for my staff and faculty and my community, because we've pulled together in just an unimaginable way. And I think going forward, when we get back to normal, whatever that is, we've created this platform that we're going to be able to work off of, and it's awesome. So there are some highlights that are coming out right now. So I divided my testimony into 4 different pieces. First, I can address some of the learning. I saw some meme that said teachers Apollo 13 this overnight, and they actually did. They went at this problem. They changed their entire profession, or they are changing their entire profession, and they did it without blinking an eye, without complaining, and they just did it, and it was awesome. So we're still learning. My mantra's been, we're going to do the best we can with what we have right now. We're trying to make things as simple as possible in a very complex situation. And so that's where we're working on. We started with maintenance. We started with maintenance before we even got the guidance to start with maintenance. And we're going to move into continuity of learning next week. I'm concerned. We have huge ramifications for how we support our kids with special needs. And I know Erin McGuire probably spoke very eloquently about that this morning, so I won't go into that. I know Sean may go into English learners, and I hope he does, because there's another huge ramification there. And then parents who may not have the capacity to do their own job and be a teacher to their child. That is probably the biggest concern right now I have from my Montpelier Roxbury community, is that parents are completely and utterly overwhelmed. And the idea that I have heard thrown around that we are going to continue school as if it was in session is an impossibility. That is just not possible. And that we have to think about what our expectations are. And parents, even the best of parents, do not have the capacity to teach their kids for 6.5 hours a day like teachers do on a daily basis. So nor do they have the skill set, and it's understandable that they don't. This is a significant impact on everybody, not just those who can't, but also those who can. And I can speak personally. My husband quit his job last week and is now educating my children. So it's decisions that we have to make that are really hard, and everybody's pretty darn stressed out about it right now. So the continuity also comes into play where it's really hard because we're talking about the context of kids from ages 5 through 18. And we know in those early ages, that ages of 5, 6, 7, it is so amazingly important that there is social aspect and that play is a major part of their education. And right now that's been taken away virtually, unless they happen to be with a sibling who is that age. So that's really concerning. In addition, our primary learners are really relying on our teacher for heavy support and scaffolding to their learning. And this is a skill. Teachers are trained how to do this. And it's not something we can just teach parents how to do really quickly. It's a skill. So I'm very worried about our primary learners as we move into the continuation of learning, and we have to be incredibly creative and figure out how to make this work for all of our learners. And then just going into this idea that teaching is a skill, and that teaching online is much different than teaching in person. There's not going to be synchronous learning where teachers are teaching in the moment like a college course might happen. We simply don't have the capacity to do that. We don't have the knowledge base set up right now. That puts a considerable stress on network connections at homes. Even if they have a connection, it might not be a great connection when you have multiple users on it at one time. There's a lack of devices. I mean, there's so many problems. And that most parents are not trained teachers. So the other pieces I wanted to talk about is that learning is not just the content. As you all well know, I heard you talking about it earlier, Representative Webb, I believe, when in the earlier testimony. The mental health services and just the relationships that our teachers and our staff provide on a daily basis to kids is part of the learning journey. And so how do we do that virtually? That's a major question that we're asking our staff to start thinking about. We have mental health services set up, but they are remote and they are virtual, and that is different than if you're in a room with somebody. And then I want to stress it just so much that parents have jobs that have also been flipped upside down, and they're really struggling right now to keep up with their employers and keeping up with their kids. And I encourage you all to read the letter that's linked there that I wrote to my community last week. Actually it was this week. I don't know. Days are kind of moving into each other at this point. But just check that letter out, because it was a moment for me to say, hey, it's okay. It's okay to be okay. It's okay to be good enough. That was pretty well received. But going forward, we're going to be focusing in on our priority standards and really getting to be experts overnight and in prioritizing exactly what needs to come across and what needs to be learned. And so that's what we're going to become experts in this week. And we need clarity around AOE expectations as we move into the continuity, particularly as it refers to our students with special needs, 504s, and English language learners. I'll move on to food service. I'd agree with Jeannie. This was relatively easier. We have a very small district in Montpelier Roxbury. We think we have the capacity in our current system to serve around 150 meals, and we're hovering around 100 now. Our director of food services, Jim Birmingham, is now our head chef. Our able principals and central office administration, including myself, are his sous chefs and support staff. We've significantly shut down our buildings. So because we have to protect the people who are doing food service. So it is literally right now, my director of food services, my principals, myself, my business manager, my director of buildings and grounds. It's a system. It's an unstable system. We do have a plan B and a plan C, Right now it's working, but we worry that if one or more of us get sick, then it could fall over pretty quickly. Or if more families get sick and are demanding deliveries to the doorstep, we don't have the capacity to do that right now. So we'd have to move into a different plan. We have no worries about our supply chain for food just yet, although we had some percolation that something around that sort might be coming from yesterday. And then the only real challenge is that the USDA has not waived some really what I would consider silly stipulations. So for instance, our summer meal site is Main Street Middle School. We're currently cooking and distributing food out of Montpelier High School, and they've said that's not allowable. So I just feel like that's silly personally, but it could be me. There could be a really good reason for that. But so that's our food services. It's working for the moment. We also have some drop-off services, not just at Montpelier High School, but also in 3 different areas, Roxbury and 2 other areas in Montpelier, to make sure families can get the food. The childcare has been a significant ask of school districts. Using our buildings for me was never possible. We didn't even try. So we immediately moved into a community-based solution, which is where I feel this area should have been from the get-go. In order to use our buildings, we would need a full custodial staff with full cleaning supplies, which even before they shut down schools, we were low on because the suppliers weren't allowing us to order more. We'd need a full kitchen staff in addition to the food service that we're currently offering. And we'd need at least 20 trained people, more if you include substitutes. I simply don't have the staff to do that. I don't have the staff and I don't have the cleaning supplies. So it was never an issue for us. It was never a consideration for us to use our buildings. In addition, I've gone through every single request for childcare. I've called every family personally, and the needs are 24/7. They are from 6 o'clock in the morning till 2 o'clock in the morning, around the clock. I don't know how to do that. So that was really significant for me, and it's hard to put that on a school building. The CDC guidance of how to keep a site clean is virtually impossible to maintain if you've ever met a child. You have to keep them separate, all these other things, clean them every 2 seconds. It would be really hard. We're working closely with our private preschool partners, Turtle Island, and they have significant concerns. I was just talking to Vicki, the person who runs that, this morning, around liability and health benefits. Their workers want to work, but they don't have health care. And so they're saying, what if we get sick and then we can't pay for the bills that we're going to incur? That's a significant concern for Turtle Island. And I told Vicki that I would express those to you all. So when I called every family, one of them was okay with putting their child in a center. Everybody wanted a babysitter to their home. They don't want their kids leaving their house. So that's what we've set up. We've set up volunteerism in our community, and we've also set up for our most needy families, a paid babysitter where I'm paying them $25 in addition to regular hourly wages to put a babysitter in a home. That's a considerable cost to our district. We are using fund balance to do that. Luckily, we have a fund balance to do that. I'm spending, or at least I was spending, a good portion of my time finding babysitters for families. And I'm not sure if that's the best use of my time, but that is the use of my time right now because of lack of other staff to do it. And I would just end with that this childcare ask of schools was enormous. It's not small, it's enormous. And now the guidance has changed again with this latest order. There was a huge list of essential workers. That's gotten smaller, that we're supposed to give childcare to the people on the front lines of the COVID request. So now I find myself in a position when the governor announced last night on VPR that the schools were closed. I got immediately 3 new asks for childcare, 3. And so now I'm in the position of saying, well, no, if you're a mental health residential care person for Washington County Mental Health, you're not on the front line, so I'm not going to provide you childcare. And I'm having to make that decision and that call, and that is really uncomfortable for me to do. And so I think that the childcare piece will continue to be a major stressor for us in schools. And what happens when my babysitters get sick, and what happens when my community volunteers don't want to volunteer anymore. So it's a really uneven, it's an uneven system right now. And then just quickly, other stressors, and I know my other superintendent colleagues will talk about these, the future budget projections, you talked about that earlier today. And just the not knowing is going to be hard moving forward. Teacher and staff morale, as more and more demands were placed on school employees. That was my primary job right away, is to take care of my people and to make sure they knew that I had their back consistently and that I had a plan. And I was in reaction mode for about 2.5 weeks, 15-hour days. And it was hard, but we did it. And their staff morale is in a good place. But that is a consistent concern of mine. They need to do this well, and their morale needs to be high. So we have to continue to make sure that our teachers are loved and our other educators. I would say that communication with the AOE has improved over time, maybe. But then my other concern is that as people get sick, our systems could quickly fall apart. And we need to be thinking about a plan B and a plan C. And I know superintendents are thinking that way. I am not as reassured that other people in government are thinking that way either as well. So then I asked some of my superintendent colleagues what they wanted me to tell you all, and they said, please don't put any new legislation for us unless it has to do with relief for this, this thing, because we're at our max capacity right now.
We hear you.
Thanks, that's all I have.
Thank you so much, Libby. Let's do Jeannie Collins. Welcome. Oops, we have to unmute you.
Okay, thank you for having me. I think between Representative Webb and Libby, you pretty much got the picture. I thought Representative Webb, you did a great testimony at your introduction, which means you're listening. So I appreciate that. Again, I'm going to address the 3 mandates and any additional concerns that we might have. In Rutland Northeast Supervisory Union, it is a rural district. Food service, as I said earlier before the meeting started, was one of our easiest fixes right away. We have our own bus fleet. So we brought in our bus drivers, buses, bus monitors. We use Abby services. And we started by making about 800 meals, which quickly went up to about 1,400 meals a day. Within 48 hours, we had put out a link to families to sign up and use social media, and the word got out. And because of the summer meals program under the federal program of summer meals, we're able to serve any child under the age of 18 who's in our 8 towns. So it's more than just our school age kids that we're serving. It's any child under the age of 18. And that's gone well. Today, we were testing out providing 3 meals for the weekend. What we're currently sending out, we're actually delivering to the home of most of our kids a bag lunch, which also has tomorrow morning's breakfast in it. So 1 bag gives you 2 meals. And then, so for the weekend, that would mean 6 meals were delivered today. To that end, and I'll say this also for my colleagues, we were exploring grants to get a refrigerated truck so that we could store that much milk for that much food. And also a grant for coolers for our families who didn't necessarily have a place for us to drop off the food. We don't interact with people, so we asked families to put out boxes. And the first day, I think we lost 5 meals to animals before the kids got to it. So after that, we asked family to put out boxes. And as the weather gets warmer, we're concerned boxes aren't adequate. So we really need to get coolers for the food for our families. But that's going well. The biggest worry I have about that is the potential for illness among any of the workers. You know, if you have one person testing positive who's working closely alongside other food service workers, it can shut us down for 14 days. And I'm very concerned about that. I appreciate that the town of Brandon has reached out, and the town manager in Brandon has reached out and said, you know, if you need help, let us know. So I think that there are some community supports in place, but it's very uneasy to know that we're really walking a tight wire here. Childcare for us also, childcare was our biggest concern, as Libby articulated very well. I was fortunate in that we already had a childcare partner at Whiting School who was a private childcare provider using our school. She shut down for about a week, but we'd been talking during that week, and she has reopened one classroom and is currently serving 8 kids on the essential personnel list. But as of today, the numbers just keep coming in. And the concern with serving more, we will serve more if we can get the staffing, but the concern is the staffing. Um, again, I think Libby covered it well. In the childcare world, you're talking about asking staffing to come in who's not covered by health insurance. I'm willing and have asked my paraeducators, I'm willing to provide staff, as we have a variety of things our paraeducators to do. But when you look at the number of exemptions that are on that list, 90% of my folks cannot do that. So right now I have one person working in her program, and we're maybe seeing if we can drum up a couple more to open a second classroom. And I was one of the lucky ones because I had that partnership in place. But it's very, very difficult for us to pull off a childcare program. And even the paraeducators that we ask to work it, if they're willing, they work hours something like 8 to 3, not 6 in the morning till 2 in the morning. So how to pull off more childcare than what the schools can even provide? If it's a case of a school, you know, I had reached out to begin with and said, I could do a school. I have the issues that Libby spoke of, but I could make that happen. I can't make the staffing happen. So, and I can't make the staffing happen around the clock. And as Libby pointed out, many parents asked for childcare in their home, and I was advised legally not to do that for a number of different reasons. Plus, it significantly limited the staff who are willing to go into somebody else's home. It's not a realistic ask, and we need help with that. The state needs to have a bigger plan. We're hanging in there. We'll do everything that we can. We're not enough, and that's what we're saying is we're not enough. We believe in the cause, but there needs to be more than us. Continuity of learning. I think as superintendents, we saw this coming, and most of us had prepared. Yet from that Sunday night announcement to closing schools that Wednesday to having a packet in kids' hands the next Monday really means that we completely flipped education on its head in 5 work days, 2 of which I told my staff to stay home because of the uncertainties that were happening around the nation as well as in the state. But the staff stepped up. The teachers have been phenomenal. Paraeducators have come in to help them. Special educators, interventionists are collaborating with teachers. My curriculum director is collaborating with curriculum directors all across the state. And just as Libby said, the superintendents are collaborating all across the state, and we're making it work. It's pretty phenomenal what's happening. When I think about a colleague talking about how Massachusetts wanted to create blizzard bags, and it took 2 years of planning just to have blizzard day bags for kids to have. And we're doing an entire distance learning school in less than 5 days. It's pretty amazing. One of the things, I have to reiterate what Libby said again, though. One of the things that we're really finding is teachers are quite enthusiastic and excited to try new tools, new platforms, things that they said they never had time to try before. But right now, the teachers are healthy in my system. As teachers become sick, as parents are laid off and those stressors come on, as parents become sick, it's a very fragile system. And we are really talking in the district about needing to stay very high level, really wanting teachers to not send home worksheets and super kids lessons and things like that, that parents either have to teach or the younger kids need a great deal of work on, but do higher level things. And I think Jackie will probably talk about that a little bit later, but do higher level things like, can you go outside and play for half an hour and come back and journal about it? Can you read a book for half an hour and journal about that? These kids are living through history. Can we give them prompts and capture some of what they're living through right now? It's actually kind of difficult to shift teachers to think that globally because they are extremely conscious about being responsible for kids' learning. I'm also finding that parents are being very stressed about being held accountable for their own kids' learning. And we need to kind of take a breath and say, this is different. And we're not really going to lose significant ground if we keep our relationships going and we keep our interests high level and forward moving and not necessarily focus on what was the lesson plan that I had in mind for April 3rd. So that's a shift that we're still making. And I again applaud the teachers, the paraeducators, the principals, and curriculum directors who are all making this happen. I think it's just a phenomenal thing to see. I, however, do have significant concerns about the students who really are not safe at home or don't feel the safety at home that they felt at school, who don't have access to the internet and the desire not to send paper back and forth. I have concerns about grades. We haven't figured that out yet. And not only my seniors who are graduating this year, and they'll graduate, but they're upset at potential loss of traditions, but also the juniors who are preparing to apply to colleges. Libby has said eloquently before that, at least everyone in the nation's in the same boat. I mean, it's not as though they're up against a peer group that has more advantages than they do, but this is shaking our system of the way we do things. And I think we need to be sensitive to that. And we particularly need to be sensitive to the needs of our parents and almost assign homework to, could you just read with your child? Don't do the 3 worksheets of math facts necessarily, but could you sit and read? Could you watch a movie and here's some guiding questions that you can talk through plot and character and things like that. So we have to shift our way of thinking of how we're communicating that way. Mental health supports and special education are both huge issues. Our counselors are reaching out. We're keeping track of every kid who has somebody connecting with them and who's making those contacts and who is not responsive to the contacts that we need to reach out more for. Rutland Mental Health has offered to do online counseling, but not everybody has that access. And so those are concerns that we have as well. And then special education really is just a huge question right now. How do you provide occupational therapy online? So I think that's the majority of it.
Thank you, Jeannie. This is very helpful. I really appreciate it. Jennifer, up in Kingdom East, how are you? Is she here? Oops, you're muted. Can you unmute yourself? There you go.
Thank you. And Kate, I like that you figured out how to do the background.
Yeah.
I don't want people to see my dirty laundry, right?
Right.
So everything that everyone has said, I will reiterate that. A couple additions. One, the fiscal pressures. I have received scores, at least 20 phone calls from people in our community saying, why are my hourly people, how come you're paying these people and they're not doing work? And my response has been, we're paying them because that's been our directive. And also they are doing work. It's not how the work used to look. But I think that speaks to the pressure around here in terms of people worrying about their own finances. We're doing about 1,000 meals. We had supply chain problems earlier this week. We didn't have milk one day, but that was fixed. We also have a USDA stipulation. The summer site meal Concord is below what the poverty level is to be a summer site. So doing the daycare there, we can't do meals there without it being an additional cost. So that's one of those hurdles that really needs to not be there. A couple highlights. We're doing our meals delivery by school bus. The first couple days were a little rocky, attack dogs and people not there, but we figured it out. We've got coolers on the corner. We've got a couple people who are going out in costumes. So each day they deliver the meal with a costume on and the kids sit in the windows and wave at them. And so that's very cute. With the childcare piece, we've had a bunch of people who are asking for childcare and need it. Folks, for example, who work at Dollar General. Now that's not a grocer, but there is food at Dollar General. So we have said no because it's not considered a grocer, but there's pressure on our families in that way. And our childcare, we have 3 sites up and running. We've really been struggling with finding employees to do it because of the critical list and people not being eligible. And people are scared; they don't want to. So that is hard. And for the food service, it's been tricky with the 1 to 18 versus birth to 1, because the nutritional standards say birth to 1 is formula, which is very different from 1 to 18. And so there's been mixed information out there. And it really is, we really are only doing meals age 1 to 18. Our biggest challenge in terms of the continuity of education is online learning. We have communities where 20 to 30% are connected. And just saying we'll get hotspots or get free Wi-Fi, it's a lot more complicated than that in terms of training parents and figuring out how they can access their internet and the programs. And then a second layer of the online learning, which is different than remote learning, right? Online learning is this whole notion of data mining and Zoom applications, Facebook applications. Some of that stuff gets put into a big database and an algorithm, and that data gets sold. And we're not really clear across the state, across districts, of which platforms data is mined for and sold. My daughter works at the University of Leiden in the Netherlands, and this is her job. And they have a private platform called Cultura that they use at their university. But every time we have teachers go into a Zoom chat room and they talk about, I don't know, teddy bears, 2 days later on their screen, a teddy bear advertisement might pop up. So there's this whole issue of connectivity and online learning. And if you remember the Facebook testimony in Washington around what is private and what isn't, we haven't solved that. And I think as educators, we're doing really great stuff, but that is not at the front of our conversations. So again, fiscal pressures, the online learning, and then childcare. And another concern about parents that we're getting are questions such as, will my child need to repeat 8th grade? This isn't real schooling. And, you know, we're telling them, no, that's not the case. But the fiscal pressures and then just the unknown is what we're stepping into. And again, I iterate what everyone else has shared, and I don't have anything new to add. It's very similar, but thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now we go to Winooski, Sean McMahon.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for having us, inviting us in to share what's happening in the field. And I echo everything that my wonderful colleagues have just said in spades, and I'll try to really target my comments to some other items. But first, I do want to really acknowledge the amazing work that's been happening at the state level from the VSA. Jeff Francis, Chelsea Myers, Christy Tate have just done an incredible job of supporting us and pulling us together, coordinating with the other organizations like Jay's, like the VSBA. And it's just been amazing. And I don't know how we would be able to do this without that support. And then also, you know, I think Libby said we Apollo'd this. You know, what the staff did across schools was truly heroic. And I think support staff are the unsung heroes in this, because while teachers have, for the most part, gone home and are working from home and feeling, you know, much safer by doing that, we've still relied on support staff to come in and to deliver food and to prepare Chromebooks and to do other things that we need to be done. And so I know that the response to that in some places has varied, and it's been challenging to staff some of those things. My experience in Winooski has been that people have really found a nice balance between their personal and family health needs and the broader needs of the community of Winooski. And we've been really appreciative. And in addition to folks that we've asked to come into work, we've had tons of volunteers, both from our teaching and support staff groups that come in and just say, what can I do? What can I do? Also in the appreciation, we had a massive undertaking last Friday where we had the Vermont Food Bank here with their every other Friday Veggie Van Go. We did our regular meal service, and we were handing out learning materials for preschool through 12. So about 850 students. And to see that happening, we had law enforcement doing traffic control. We had a walkie-talkie system to get names and radio them in to get packets ready. We had 2 different lines for people who wanted something but didn't want something else. And all I heard from parents the whole way through was appreciation, gratitude for what everybody was doing, and that we're all in this together. So that was fantastic. So in terms of food, we have 3 sites in Winooski that we're taking food down to daily. We have a student locator map that's was developed with the Chittenden County Regional Planning Commission. So we have a very clear idea of density of where our families live, and we've targeted the sites that way. We think we're probably going to have to move to more bus delivery at some point because we're only getting about 225 meals are being taken right now with over 850 students, which is concerning. We are doing some home deliveries to some very specific needs of families that have some significant disabilities, language barriers, and so forth. The food bank continues to come every other Friday with their Veggie Van Go, which is fantastic. We're actually going to see if they might be able to come more frequently. We're still running our backpack program, and that's being delivered on Fridays to homes, to over 60 homes with non-perishable goods for the weekend. So I feel like we've had a really good response in the food area. We're a little wary of that lower number of meals and wondering how we might be able to meet a higher need in the community, and are also working with the city and the food shelf to provide a couple of different pickup locations and delivery points as well. Childcare for us, we took the approach where we were kind of waiting to get the list from the state, which we did receive kind of last weekend, and it continues to come on a daily basis. We reached out to all of the folks that were in the Winooski community, and most of them had figured it out on their own by midweek. And so what we did with the remaining folks was some of our staff connected them to some local private childcare providers, and we've been able to fill all of those needs. My concern, as has been said before, I think, is as people get sick, as there is a need for more healthcare workers and emergency responders, and the childcare needs go up, how are we going to be able to support that? And the only thing that we kind of have in our back pocket right now is we work very closely with the city on an after-school program, and we're positioned to work with them to try to open something up at the school if needed. On the learning side, everybody said everything that I wanted to say for the most part. I'm very concerned about when teachers start to get sick. We already have some normal leaves that are set. The prospect of getting substitutes to try and do this work in the next few months is daunting, to say the least. Most of the conversations I've had regionally with Franklin, Chittenden, and Addison is that people don't think that that's a good idea, and they're going to try and just have teachers rely on their colleagues and their grade level teams or whatever teams they have to try and fill those gaps. But I think that's a big concern moving forward. I was happy to see in terms of technology that some stuff came out recently about giving grace on unpaid bills so that people can continue to have access. We have about 5 to 7% of our students and their families who don't have any internet access right now, and we're working with local providers. There are hotspots, and we're just working to try and get those turned on. because although they've said that they will be, they're not on yet. So anything you can do to keep pushing that rock would be helpful. I want to talk a little bit about English language learners, as Libby said. To me, it feels like English language learners have largely been, a polite thing to say would be overlooked. I would say ignored. And so while I can intellectualize that, in that we, in Winooski and Burlington, we have a very high percentage of the English language learners. We have great expertise in our staff to help serve them. The way that the resources for English language learners have been depleted since the current president's administration took over are coming to bear right now. We are absolutely under-resourced in those areas. Our cultural liaisons are so overworked right now. They are normally, but under these circumstances, I'm afraid that they're going to get burned out and not want to do the work anymore. It's just been incredibly challenging. We have cultural challenges around the social distancing, where many of the cultures that we work with are very highly communal. We have a lot of recent newcomers, particularly from the Congolese community, who breaking down those language and cultural barriers has required just a ton of time by our one liaison who speaks Congolese, Swahili, and some other languages to help those folks. I'm not looking for federal requirements to tell you have to do this with our ELL population like we do with special education. However, I think that it is very symbolic of federal leadership that there has just been absolutely no guidance for this population. We are incurring a lot of overtime for our liaisons. We have hired 2 additional liaisons to help that were obviously not budgeted. So would love some financial help with that in the future if possible. I think my concern is something that I think Jean talked about too, is that low wealth, new Americans, people with disabilities, our most vulnerable populations day to day in a normal circumstance are the ones that are going to be hurting the most. And so I appreciate the focus on equity. It needs to be backed up with some action and with some funds that may need to be reallocated in different places to really show folks that that we're hearing their needs and that we're able to try and move in a nimble way to support them, because some of the day-to-day things that happen in a home that is, has 4 to 6 kids in it and 1 to 2 bedrooms, and we're being told that you really shouldn't be going outside except for brief exercise. And by the way, you should be educating your children, and you got to keep them fed, and you got laid off, and you speak another language and you're not sure how to access unemployment. Those are real challenges that some of our families are facing right now. I want to just finish with the Joint Fiscal Office analysis. And Chloe and Mark, thank you for that. It was scary, sobering, but very important to know the facts. And what I would just urge this committee and to talk to all of your colleagues about is that we really need a coordinated financial effort across legislative committees, government departments, school districts, and municipalities. I'm fortunate in that I have a wonderful city manager in Winooski, Jesse Baker, and we work very closely together. And we're already strategizing around cash flow problems that we're foreseeing, because they still have a tax collection to do, which a lot of that comes to us. So we're planning for a tax anticipation note, trying to figure out who's the appropriate entity to get that. So I feel fortunate that we have capacity and relationship enough to start thinking about those things already. And I worry about how that also might be playing out across our state. Um, the League of Cities and Towns, I know from Jesse, is already working on this and has been in touch with Ways and Means and some other finance committees. I think it's really important that we that this committee and others, that there's some integration around this, because my worry is that when we come out of this, that a lack of attention or a lack of integration to the finances is really going to undermine the heroic work that's being done in our local school districts, and that people are trying to do that are sitting in your seats and all across it. But if the time is not taken to integrate those things, bring the emotional stories coupled with the realities of setting a tax rate and the ed fund implications, I worry about us sitting here in 6 months and going, geez, why didn't we pull all those things together in a thoughtful way? Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sean. And also, we loved having your students visit us the last week before we shut down the session. They were just fabulous. So I think we're at Jackie.
You're at the end, yeah.
At the end of superintendents.
End of superintendents. Well, thanks for inviting me, and so much of what my colleagues have said, I don't need to say it over again. The same successes, you know, teachers really stepping up to the plate, taking it in such good stride, and the positive attitude and the way they've reached out to families has just been nothing short of remarkable. And it's not something they ever expected they would be doing, and they're doing it really, really well. And I'm so proud of them. I think, you know, what's really gotten my attention through these last, seems like 2 years, but I know it's only been about 2 weeks, is, you know, the things that we knew, and, you know, we're a pretty geographically large district. I have 12 communities, and I have some affluent communities. I have some really poor communities. We're 450 square miles, so we're a big space. And we've always known that we had some real inequities amongst, you know, what was happening in our communities. And what's really surfaced for me is when I realized what's come on our plates, and I think we were the people to do it, to start it. And I don't know if we'll be able to sustain it, but feeding kids, you know, we're feeding about 40% of our kids on a daily basis right now. And that I look at that and I say something's kind of wrong in our society when that many kids have food insecurity. So that's a societal issue that I hope when all of this is over, that we as Vermonters will really take a look at that and ask ourselves, are we okay with that? Because I don't think we should be okay with that. And the other is, again, it's been a big topic, but access to broadband, and we should not be in the state we're in. And it's really going to make our work with continuing education far more complex than it should be. And it really does shine a light on the fact that we have many kids that are really, you know, they just do not have what their peers have, and they don't have that access. And again, it's not okay. And we really need to take a look at, as Vermonters, and say, what are we going to do about this? Because those two things, I think the food insecurity and the access to reliable internet, that has made our job really complicated. And we're taking that on as educators, but that's not really our work. We should be educating kids. So we're taking that on, but it is something we should think about. So you know, our food service, I did, and I think I sent something to Avery, so you have some testimony from me in black and white. Food service, like everybody else, really quite amazing. We were ready to rock and roll within 2 days. We are delivering most of our meals, and again, that's the remote nature of where we live. We're running 4 of our 6 schools are running kitchens. And we're staffing that with our leads in our buildings that are lead cooks, and then we have other support staff coming in to help them. And so as I mentioned, we're feeding about 40% of our kids. We're delivering, so it's about 413 meals a day, I think, and we're delivering over 300 of those. And we also, people can pick up and grab and go, but we're seeing more and more requests for delivery. Not surprising, when we've had some parents call us and tell us they needed to make that change because they are trying to conserve their gas, so they can't get in and pick that up. So we have our fleet of vans is going around delivering food, and people love to do it. They love to. We had some principals hop on vans last week because they really want a chance to get out and see their kids. So so that's going really well. I have some concerns, challenges in the future. We had two of our lead cooks in two of our buildings. They really needed to become, they came under that exempt employee, category and had to walk away, and we get it. We totally understand it, but it's going to become increasingly challenging to staff those. And before I got on with you, I spent an hour talking with my food service director, and we're trying to troubleshoot. We're going to next week move down to delivering just three times a week and bringing staff in 3 times a week to kind of tackle some of that. We'll still feed kids. They'll get doubled up with meals, so they'll have meals for the next day, but that's the way we're going to have to deal with that. Childcare for essential persons, that was the one that gave me the most frustration, and really struggled with trying to pull that off, and was never able to successfully get anything up and running, but I finally have a solution today. So we just really did not have the capacity to do that in any of our buildings, didn't have the staff to do it. Not enough people wanted to volunteer to do that. Totally understandable. So we have, as of this morning, we're partnering with the North Shore Day School, who's a local private provider in our area, and they are serving only children of essential persons right now. So they did have the ability, they had the space to increase and take on more kids if we provided them with some staff. So we happen to have some staff that meet the requirements to teach in a private provider childcare center. So we're really lucky with that. So as of today, we're queuing up with that, and we hope to be able to provide some spaces for families on Tuesday of next week. And they're able to do that because we're able to put our staff into their building, into their programming. So I really appreciate that they've been as flexible as they've been with that. The one, and again, and my colleagues have mentioned this, don't want to talk too long about it, but the continuing ed, that's the one that keeps me up at night. And I just think we have to be really, really thoughtful and realistic about what gets put in place. And we have to be really thoughtful and realistic about that, because not all of our kids have access to internet. So there's a big issue right there. We're having increased concerns about paper going back and forth from home, back from school and home, and how long is the contagion, how long can the virus live on materials? Not a lot of clear answers on that. So, and then also that takes manpower to come into the schools to do all of that and to get that out to kids. So that's another thing we're trying to keep, too many people from coming into the building. So I just think we need to be realistic, and it is a time, Jeannie, and we've been talking, our Southern Vermont group, this has been a big topic for us the last couple mornings. We meet every morning at 8 o'clock. We really have gotten to know a lot of my colleagues a lot better than I ever did before. That's a good thing with this. But we've talked a lot about, it is a time in history that hopefully none of us will ever have to go through again. And it is unprecedented. We have families that are going to be under incredible stress. We need to be realistic about what we're asking our families to do and what we're asking staff to do. And I think we need to kind of back off a little bit and not expect business cannot be as usual. We cannot be expected. Our teachers, and I think it's going to be incredibly difficult for them to deliver new learning. I think that we can definitely work on, and we have already, sustaining relationships, building new relationships. Kids are talking to their teachers more than they ever have before, one-on-one. It's really fabulous. My teachers report that they are building relationship with parents like they've never had before. So that constant communication is really, really helpful. But I think we need to be doing things instead of, Jeannie mentioned it before, all kids should be journaling about this experience. All kids should be reading as much as they can possibly read, and we can support them with that. And we can maybe do some virtual reading groups, or we can, read a book over the phone with a kiddo that doesn't have that. And we encourage them to enjoy spring and see what does it look like when spring arrives, and let's go out and do some science work around that. But I think we really need to take that approach instead of the expectation that we are going to deliver new learning, because it's not going to be possible. It's not business as usual. And I'm hoping, I've been watching closely Massachusetts. They just released their plan for continuing education. And I hope we take our lead, and I hope that our state can provide the same guidance, because I think it will go a long way. They just put out, they have four tenants in it, and it does include communication every day. It does include 2 hours a day, 2 hours a day of practice on previous learning. So it's not introduction of new learning, but so we're not having a loss in learning. And it includes physical activity, get out for an hour every day, and then do some type of project that interests you in art or music or whatever. So the 4 things, and it's pretty, it frames it, but it's pretty realistic. And I'm hoping that we as a state can do something very similar to that. So because especially for elementary students, to think that we're going to, as Jeannie mentioned and Libby mentioned it, we're not going to be able to instruct at that level, because it takes a teacher to do that. And if we could, at the state, from the agency, if they could really outline that, it would be invaluable, because I will tell you, because of the diversity of my community, I am already getting it from both sides. Today, I got overwhelmed from parents, and I also got, you're not giving us enough work, and I want this, this, and this. So having a framework that we can all agree upon and some guidance would be really invaluable. So that's what I would like to see more than anything. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm going to include Jay on this round, and then we'll open it up to questions. And then I think we'll take a 5-minute break. So Jay, from the principals.
Okay, good morning, everybody, or good afternoon, I guess. So first of all, I'm actually going to read from some prepared text today. I want to thank you for your continued support of public education in the state of Vermont, especially during this crisis. I want to start by saying I think as human beings, especially in education, we often look at things through a deficit model. And that makes sense, because educators, especially school leaders, tend to focus on problem solving. Because of that mindset, we sometimes don't celebrate and focus on the successes enough. So while there are some successes to report, much of my testimony is going to center around concerns. I'm breaking up my testimony into 4 big buckets. The first is social emotional. Second is services and community support. Third is equity and infrastructure. And the fourth is curriculum and instruction. And my analysis is based on conversations with 73 school leaders in Vermont over the last 4 days. Each bucket, I'm going to share from principals overall what's going well, what's not going so well, and things to consider. So let's start social emotional, what's going well. Teachers and support staff are working hard at connecting with students, some through video, some cell service, and some calling landlines. Staff are writing letters to students, emailing students, and finding other ways to connect. In this new paradigm, people are trying to support each other as best they can. School leaders are working very hard to track those students who are likely to fall through the cracks. We're worried about making parental contact and getting substantive engagement for those students who really need to be in the building typically to learn. Many parents are doing a wonderful job under hard conditions while still managing their own family dynamics as relates to the stay safe and stay home order. What's not going so well Some of the families in the younger grades actually wish the Chromebooks and technology that's being sent home wasn't sent home. They're saying that there's too much technology for their kids. No one's being nasty about it, but being very real. And some are saying that just keeping their families sane during this crisis is their major goal. We've heard recently from some families that they're done. With their current situations, schoolwork is just not a priority. There's been some pushback from families. They're just trying to hold it together, and having to monitor homework and schoolwork is not something they can handle right now. This will only grow if we expect parents to essentially homeschool while trying to keep their lives together during this crisis. Teachers are concerned about how this will even be manageable over time. They are doing everything they can, but parents are already beginning to disengage. We know that students need socialization. It's clear they are missing this. All the benefits of athletics and activities are lost right now. The governor's announcement last night has discouraged children and families across the state in this regard. Although we hold out hope that some activities and athletics may still occur this school year if the pandemic subsides, we're not optimistic. Some thoughts for the future related to the first bucket. While the response has been overwhelmingly positive, this crisis has also exposed inequities that we've known about in Vermont for years. Students without internet, families without basic resources such as food, heat, and clothing, students needing mental health services not provided through community agencies, students living in transient or abusive environments, families struggling with addiction and being unable to provide a safe and stable environment for their children. Schools have essentially built social service agencies within our walls and using our own resources. And if closure does continue to extend for a long period of time, the needs that have been addressed with school resources previously will go unmet and create potentially damaging and dangerous situations for many of our students. We should never again complain about the cost of education, given what people should know now about what schools do on a daily basis that is far beyond traditional education. The social emotional well-being of our students and families is a huge concern going forward. Routines have been ripped away, and for the children that thrive on routine and clear expectations, this is a very scary and confusing time. They will likely communicate this via some challenging behaviors, which may further stress already stressed home environments. I worry for the students, and I worry that many parents may not have the capacity to manage this safely. Students that have attachment challenges in general will feel this in a way that may be traumatic and have a lasting impact on their ability to reconnect. Maintaining strong connections with many children is almost impossible, and the longer that we are away from school, the harder it will become. All students are at a greater risk with increased stress in the home. This pandemic will certainly have a long-lasting trauma effect on many students and our society at large. The second bucket, in my mind, is services and community support. So what's going well? Many had planned ahead of this closure, so we were very responsive. Food service in many places is functioning very well in making and delivering meals. Many districts already have one-to-one internet devices for grades 3 and up, so infrastructure is in place in those systems to at least eliminate the barrier of devices or lack thereof. However, many kids have devices they can use, but don't have internet. We're hearing more and more about parental layoffs, which is hitting harder now. For these families, providing meals has been an essential and a huge relief. The level of cooperation and coordination between and among parents, students, teachers, support staff, and administrators, and others is amazing. The response to this crisis has unleashed the collective power of creativity, willpower, and resiliency of Vermonters. There's no doubt we will work through this and likely be stronger and better for it as a state in the end. Parents are doing great work to try to work under hard conditions, many at home while still managing their own working lives. What's not going so well in this second bucket are that folks are feeling overwhelmed with trying to meet their children's needs with learning amongst everything else they must do. Many principals are sharing worries about provisions possibly being reduced due to shipping, especially as it relates to food service. There are many worries about food preparation and distribution and how long this can be effectively sustained by schools, especially as people begin to get ill. Schools without technology tools, systems, and supports are struggling greatly, and communities and areas of communities with less of these resources will struggle the most. Thoughts for the future related to this area, this bucket of services and community support is how are we going to provide meals as people start getting sick? And how can we provide food for all kids, not just free and reduced lunch students? Is this a time when we should be providing food free to all kids in the state? My third bucket to look at is equity infrastructure. What's going well is that many districts, as I mentioned before, have one-to-one devices already in place. Some districts are actively purchasing devices and getting them into kids' hands even as we speak. Staff members are working many hours. This has been really challenging, even though from our perspective, it's going pretty well. It's a credit to staff everywhere. It's a credit to the superintendent's organization, Vermont NEA, and the other organizations that have been involved in the state. And we're worried about the stress from the high workload and worry about students that our staff members are experiencing. What isn't going so well, again, is that many families lack internet or high-speed internet. They can't get internet in remote places or often even cell service. Internet and connectivity issues are profound around the state. Many kids need paper copies of things, which requires staffing at the buildings. Many students can't access materials due to the lack of skills or knowledge, where they actually need to have a live teacher with them to help them with that. It's not just about the lack of internet. Many parents are not able to provide a suitable work environment or academic help at home. Many of our students need to watch their siblings or an elderly grandparent. Some of the rural poor value their privacy above all and will not give us permission even to drop things off at their houses. Online learning doesn't work for our youngest students. That's pretty clear. There's students that don't have devices, and the question is, do we really want our little kids on devices all day? The gap between the families that have and the families that don't will increase as a community, a state, a nation, as a world. We will be widening the achievement gaps that already exist. Is this the tipping point where we will recognize that broadband internet access is no longer a luxury or option, but should be a right to all Vermonters? We are currently creating an alternate schooling system that creates huge disadvantages to many of our already disadvantaged homes. With an elongated dismissal, many of our economically disadvantaged students and students with disabilities, not to mention the compounding intersection of students who fall in both categories, will be vastly behind, and our gap for achievement will be widened. In terms for thoughts for the future, as far as infrastructure, no internet, or at least not reliable internet for many. Special worry about parents who do not speak English, parents under stress trying to homeschool, families that are ill trying to homeschool, trying to adapt to students with IEPs, especially students with intensive needs in the home environment. This is not education. Printing out packets of worksheets for 11 weeks is not learning. If we are supposed to move to a virtual model, equity demands that internet access be treated as a public good and not a for-profit enterprise. It needs to be like roads and bridges, and we need to solve our last mile problem. Finally, under curriculum and instruction, what's going well? Teachers are doing a good job of providing maintenance work. Teachers started planning early before the closure, and many are now in full swing, moving instruction online for those grades and those students that can access it. Many grades below 4 through 12 have distributed learning through paper packets, and many paper packets have been distributed for students who do not have the internet. Students are generally responding pretty well. Educators have stepped up and handled a very steep learning curve under the stress of a pandemic. Amazing teacher dedication. Some students actually like this format better. That's a fact. And they're producing more, given that they have a quieter place to work. We are seeing good results in some instances, especially given the circumstances. Teachers, paraprofessionals, and staff have shown themselves to be incredibly flexible and caring and helping to manage and provide for our communities during this time. And many parents are doing great work to try to work under hard conditions, many at home, while still managing their own lives. What is not going so well? All we are doing is trying to navigate uncharted territory, and doing so professionally while also addressing personal needs. We're starting to see sagging shoulders, hear about exhaustion and dismay from our educators. How long can we sustain this pace of change is a huge consideration for adults who are being asked to do things they have not been trained to do. Many students can't access materials due to lack of skills and knowledge. Many students are not engaging. The list goes on. If we can't educate all students, should we be attempting to educate some and further exacerbating the achievement gap? What I'm constantly hearing from the front lines is major concern regarding student learning. Our teachers across the board are worried for those students not checking in online, and those without internet access, and those for one reason or another who are not engaging. Principals and other educators are also concerned about the rapidly growing gap between those students working hard every day with support from home and those students not engaging with a lack of support at home. What will things look like in our return to schools as usual? We think that our learning is rigorous, but it's a different setting and format. Some things that are lost in translation such as those learning opportunities that require being there. For example, chemistry lab, physical education, many of the technical vocational classrooms. Parents are not teachers, and quality instruction cannot all be done online. We have parents who are unable to access any type of learning because they live in poverty and because their parents simply cannot support their learning. We cannot get them free internet because they already owe money to past internet service providers, or there's no internet in the location where they live. Some places we cannot get them phone cards to add minutes because there's no way to track what they're using the minutes for.
Jay, I'm going to interrupt you for a second.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that we're going to have time to get some questions asked of the superintendents.
Yeah.
So if you're close to, if you're not close, then maybe you could send it to us, or if you're close, go ahead.
Okay, I'm close. I apologize for my other phone ringing. I am close.
Okay.
We're also worried about, this is a long one, but we're worried about special education. The impact of special education. We're worried about free and appropriate public education. We're working nationally to try to provide flexibility. And we would ask that you as a legislature, if the federal government does provide some flexibility in IDA, that Vermont doesn't raise up any barriers to get in the way of that. We're also worried about getting students to graduation. We think there will be many who will not meet graduation requirements. Some students are not engaging, so what do we do about them? We're also worried about the possibility of retaining students. We know the research is pretty clear that when we retain students, there's a 90% more likelihood that they'll drop out of school than students that are not retained. And I've got a bunch more, but I can send it to you. Lastly, I'll just say, I'm proud of what we've done so far, but I want us to really think ahead. I think that a continuity of learning is not really realistic. Maintaining where we're at right now and avoiding regression may be. Thank you.
Okay, I need to take a breath after that one.
Right.
I want to open it up to the committee for questions. I know I certainly have one, but I'm going to go to Representative Copley. Can you unmute yourself too, Larry? We can't hear you, Larry.
Let's see.
Okay, we can hear you now.
You got me now? Good.
Yeah, thank you.
You know, going back to probably for the superintendents here, I'm really concerned about the K through 3. Is there the possibility that any of these students, any of these children are going to have to repeat their school year? And particularly looking and hearing what Jay was saying, there are a lot of problems out there with their studying remotely and teachers not being able to access them in these younger grades. Is that a possibility that they're going to have to repeat the grade?
I think all of us are struggling with what return to school looks like, assuming we return in August. I think that we are all having conversations like, do students return to their current grade and we kind of assess where they are and regroup? Do we, how do we assess regression and maintenance of learning at that time? So I don't necessarily say that somebody have to repeat a whole year, but I do believe that we'll have to do some of the instruction that we're not able to get done through distance learning.
Thank you.
Other questions? You just raise your hand, I'll see you. Representative James, and then Representative Austin, then Representative Conlon. Okay, go ahead.
Yep. I was just curious, Jackie, I was really interested in your description of the Massachusetts guidelines that basically just required, it looked like daily communication, 2 hours of practice on previous learning, some kind of physical activity, and then work on a project that interests you.
Yeah.
With this, if we go to a system like that, which obviously won't be our decision, but it sparked my interest. How then or should, I guess, parents or educators be held accountable for families getting that done? I guess I can't really picture how that works. Do you turn in a checklist every day saying, hey, my kids did these things? Obviously, report cards kind of go out the window.
I mean, I see it as that's that constant. When you think of it, especially in your primary grades, teachers have somewhere between 12 and 20 kids. That's the norm. So, I mean, that's where that teacher part is. You're constantly communicating with those kids, giving them feedback. So I see that as the big teacher interaction part. You're just really working to, almost coaching that kid, being there for that kiddo as they go through that. And I think that's, the parents, we're finding that parents, of course, when you call a home of a 7 or 8 year old, it's the parent that's picking up. So you're having communication with them that you never had that level of communication before. So I think that's how we'll monitor it.
Interesting. Thanks.
Representative Austin. Don't forget to unmute yourself. Can't hear you yet, Sarita.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So one question I have is, do we have any numbers of children that don't have access to broadband? That's one question. And the other question is, I'm not really clear what the role of the Ed Committee is in this context of COVID-19. So that, I don't need an answer now, but I'm just not clear, what our role and responsibility is. What I'm observing is that there's a lack of resources to meet the capacity. There's an overwhelming demand, and I feel like there's not through no one's fault, there's just not the resources to meet that demand. And just speaking from kind of a parent or a citizen of Vermont, I mean, my highest priorities for children would first be health and safety, then education. But again, it'd be good to have some understanding of, what decisions we are responsible for, what powers we do have to help superintendents and principals and teachers. So, and again, Kate, I don't need an answer now, but I think that would be helpful.
That will be part of our discussion.
Yeah.
Representative Conlon.
It almost seemed like Sean McMahon was prepared to answer Sarita's concern. I didn't want to stop that, but I do have a question.
Okay. Sean, did you want to answer that? I didn't hear.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a differentiation there because I think there are a lack of resources. And even if those resources came, I think we're all foreseeing that they may not even be able to be deployed or utilized.
Right.
Depending on, the curve of the virus, people's anxiety around coming out in public, back into schools to work, having contact with students and families. So I think you bring up a really good point, and I guess I would work through VSA so that we could gather information about what resources is it that we need immediately and in the next couple of months that we believe we could deploy, and what are the things that, probably we're just not even going to be able to work with, so that you don't worry about those things.
Uh-huh.
Representative Conlon.
So the Kath's question about the Massachusetts model, I found very interesting. And as we go through all of this, and when I hear people talk, especially Jay, I always think that there's a certain population of kids who are going to be just fine. There's a certain population in the middle, and there's another population. And it's almost like educators need to triage, and in order to be most effective to those kids who really will lose ground, sort of prioritize, these kids are high touch, these kids are low touch, these kids will be just fine. And I guess, is that, that's just a thought. I guess my other question is, given the concerns that we've heard, which are pretty universal, do you feel you have a strong enough conduit to the Agency of Education and that those concerns are being heard and are being responded to appropriately? And I know you're getting responses from them almost on an hourly basis.
So any of you that want to answer that? Sean.
I'll answer the kind of the concept of triage. I think that works okay in some communities. I think that doesn't work in other communities. And it could even be at the classroom level, depending on the makeup for a particular teacher in a room. I think about my own teachers' classrooms where if, they have 20 kids and 40 to 50% of them have English language learning services, a quarter of them have a disability, and 70 to 80% of them are living in poverty. So triaging that kind of becomes, which finger do you cut off versus, this kid's going to be fine just doing it from home. And in 6 months, they'll come out and they will have made some progress. So I think it's a very local dilemma.
So I have a question to you. One of the things I'm hearing is that you're struggling with the childcare exemptions. Is this similar to what we've been looking at in our committee related to pre-K and the challenges between the Agency of Education and CDD? Jeannie.
So yes, I think that this quickly highlighted for us how a bifurcation of oversight was difficult. In fact, I got most of my communications about childcare through a legislator who kindly shared them with me because I was not on the AHS list to get them and I was not getting them from AOE. And the two at the very beginning, the two agencies didn't seem to be in line with what they were saying, which was very confusing to us. Since then, I think that it has been streamlined somewhat where some of the regulations were lined up so that we could use our schools if we wished, that we didn't have to go through a whole licensing process. There is some relief around the background check pieces. They have to be background checked, but not dually background checked. A lot of the issues that we had brought to the legislature were kind of cut through to make this happen. So it might be nice to keep that in mind as we go back to normal.
Are you able to use paraeducators?
Yes.
Okay, so that's in place now.
Mm-hmm.
We can use paraeducators for those who are able. And I think it was Jean who said earlier that when you look at those lists of exemptions from just COVID, elderly, immune system, living with somebody with immune system, those kind of things, that eliminates probably 85 to 90% of my paras automatically.
Mm-hmm. So that is something that I will follow up with the Superintendent's Association, see if that is something that might be a lever we could have something to do with if it continues to be a problem.
Honestly, Representative Webb, I don't think they'd come in. I've been saying through this whole thing, the only person I can make work right now is myself. That I am the only one. And so unless I'm doing the childcare myself, which I'll do if I have to, I can't make anybody work right now.
Right. You're working in the cafeteria right now, I think.
I am. I'm delivering meals and all that kind of stuff.
Other questions. I've also heard of the problem at some of the USDA, which of course is not us, that's the federal level. I know that they've made some changes. Do you believe that there are additional changes then that need to be made at that level?
Yeah, I think both Jen and I talked about this, the summer meals site. So I can just go into that a little bit more. Main Street Middle School is our summer meals site. It doesn't have a parking lot. The kitchen can't cook. You can't cook in the Main Street Middle School kitchen. And so we quite rightly chose the high school to do our cooking and as our pickup stop because it's safer. It has a parking lot. People can drive through. They don't have to get out of their cars. It's not, it's safer. And we were told that we wouldn't be reimbursed for any meals that were given out at the high school because it's not the summer meals site.
Okay, it might be really helpful, and I'll talk with them about putting together a little bit of an issues list on that, and I'll see if we can follow up with our federal delegation on that. Connectivity, and I might want a little bit more on that. We certainly can talk with our sister committee in the technology and energy committee, see if there's anything we can do in that regard. The other thing that I heard that was very concerning was I've forgotten who mentioned this. It was the use of online training systems. And data mining, that just was frightening when we're talking about children. Has anybody followed up?
Yeah, we've the tech directors have been working on this. Bonnie Birdsell out of Champlain Valley and my tech director Mike Berry worked on this to create guidelines for teachers and guidelines for families. And a lot of it had to do, we eliminated Zoom as an option for us because of the data mining, and we're only using Google platforms through this. And we had to give guidelines like, you need to be careful about that your conversation can be recorded, and don't have a one-on-one conversation with a kid when you're in your bedroom. And I mean, there are things that our educators were put back by, but we had to say them at the same time. So we've put guidelines together for them to follow so that there's some protection there.
The other, another one on top of what Libby said, it's true, we're telling them no Zoom with kids. You can only use Google Hangouts, and educators are upset about that. They're also upset that we had already blocked YouTube, and now YouTube is open and it's not COPA compliant. And if it's really parents' decision whether or not they're going to let the kids on YouTube, and many parents won't. So there are concerns that way. There need to be safer platforms that are universal for kids and staff to use that don't exist right now.
Good point. Anything else? Any other questions from committee members?
Can I add to the technology? And I just want to piggyback on what Jay and Sean have underlined is when you have a critical mass of underserved high poverty areas, all of these issues around internet safety, there's about 4 more layers to it. And this whole level of the rich get richer and the poor get poorer. And that when you have a crisis like this, when you have high poverty numbers, 60, 70, 80%, the difference in what some of the things that I'm addressing versus my colleagues in other part of the state are very large. And I just want to get back to what Representative Austin said about what can you do? We talk about equity all the time. And right now, we're seeing it underlined in a way that I have never seen before. And it just is so important that when we move forward, when we say universal internet access, we make sure that happens. And when we talk about what we believe in, we actually make sure that it happens moving forward. So I just wanted to add that. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Elder.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to ask the question, I guess, broadly and to any of the superintendents. We were hearing from Aaron McGuire earlier today regarding special ed rules, essentially, and kind of what will qualify as the necessary annual upkeep. Will there be waivers? There's just, it seems a lot of questions right now. I'm wondering how front and center that concern is for you in the current budget year. I'm not really aware of where revenues are in terms of any federally linked special education dollars, but I'm just kind of wondering, is there a question out there whether we're incurring a liability if we are deemed to be administering special ed services during this time that don't meet a federal benchmark or guideline? In other words, could we have spent money towards that end that we might find we can't recoup later because we did, some waiver is not forthcoming? I don't know if that question's clear, but it's just kind of something that got me thinking earlier today, hearing from Aaron McGuire, and I'm just wondering if that's on anyone's radar.
I'll jump in if that's okay. Yes, it absolutely is. And it's not just special ed, it's also Title I, because we have to write the grants and work the grants as we write them. And in both cases, how much leniency, we don't have a full answer yet, whether the feds are going to say, you know what, you didn't have a coach in a classroom 3 times a week because we had no classrooms. So we're not going to pay you now. I mean, we just don't know that yet. So we're going forward as though it's going to happen, but it may not. It may be a liability.
Thank you. Okay, this has been incredibly helpful. We really, I can't get out. We can't get out to tour these places. We can't get into your buildings. We very much appreciate hearing from you. I will have to say for myself, I'm really in awe of the way that people have stepped up in this state in very challenging times. I'm amazed at all of you. I'm amazed at your staff. And we will be in touch. I will be working with the superintendent's associations, the principals, and the various, as we call them affectionately, our Vs, who represent the various education groups. What I'd like to do now is take about a 5-minute break. And when we come back, we're going to hear from teachers. And I believe we have Laura Soros also from VisBit. I'm not sure if she's there. I'm hoping that we'll hear. If we don't, we'll schedule that for another time.
Thank you.
So appreciate your work. So we'll just take. So Avery will just be off for 5 minutes.
Yep, I'm gonna stop the live stream right now.
Okay, great.
Hey, everybody. Can you hear me? Hello, Ken, you're shaking your head. Thank you. I got Ken, Dana, West, Mark. We have Austin and Brian from BCTV. We have Dana West, Lori Langevin is our assistant business manager. At Leland and Gray, we have myself, Bill Antone, and Lori Garland. And I think Beth from Wyndham was on somewhere. Hey, Dana and Mark, can you mute your mics for me? Anji is coming in. Oh, I gotta use my, this is not a touch. Anji, are you there?
Hi.
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing okay. How are you?
Good. So we're going to ask everybody to mute themselves.
Okay.
Emily, how are you? Oh, I got a minute. Emily, are you joined us? Hello?
Hello. Hello.
Hi, Emily. Are you there?
I had to unmute myself. This is usually I'm on Zoom, so I'm trying to figure this one out.
Okay. So after you unmuted yourself, we're going to ask you to mute yourself again.
Got it.
Peter Barris. Peter Barris, can you hear me? Wants to join the meeting. HI. Who's that?
There it is. Hello.
Hey, Peter, how are you?
Hey, man. We're good. I don't know if you can see me, but you can hear me. Let's see.
I can hear you.
Let's see me.
Hi, Peter. Hey, if you could mute your mic for us.
Will do.
I see Al joined us. Dana, can you mute yourself, please?
Try.
Okay. Who's David H? David. Oh, from Marlboro. David, you're here? Can you hear us? Joe Winrich is here.
I am.
I don't see Dan MacArthur. I see Al Clausen. I see Joe. Hi, Joe. Who's a cookie? Oh. Lisa Harris. Lisa Harris is Marlboro. Lisa, I'm sorry, Lisa Harris, are you there? Gilson, Leanne Gilson. No, Leanne Gilson, are you there? Thank you. If you could mute yourself, please. Thank you. You did. Peter and Beth. Peter and Beth McDonald is on. Lisa Harris. Somebody said Dan MacArthur's on.
I'm on. I don't see myself. I believe that I've signed in, so it may come up soon.
Okay, I hear you, Dan, so you're there. How about Doug? Dan or Dave?
Yeah, Doug had to take a leak, but he'll be here when he's done.
Okay, is he with you?
No, he's home.
Oh, I wondered how you knew that.
Well, we just finished our previous meeting.
Okay. Thank you, Dan. Hey, if you could mute your mic, I would appreciate it, sir. Is Rick from River Valleys on anywhere? Doug did join me up. I see Doug Korb. Hi, Doug. How are you?
Rich, I'm on.
Who's this?
Beth McDonald.
Yep, I got you, Beth.
I'm on, Rich. This is Mike Foley.
Mike? Okay, so West River, all your West River people are here.
Bill, you're too close to Rich.
You have to help me be technologically.
I saw that too.
Hey, is Allison from Stratton on? Or Rick Thorpe from River Valleys? Okay, so we have 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We have 13 people. If I miss you, let me know. But what I see is I have Joe, Emily, Al, Mike, Ken, and Leanne from West River. I have Angie and Beth from Wyndham. Marlboro, I have, pardon?
It's Antia.
Angia, okay. I'm going to always say it wrong, so you keep correct. And then from Marlboro, I have Dan, Doug, and David as the voting members, and I have Liza as a member. Celine Romo.
There should only be 2 voting members, correct?
You have, oh yeah, there's only 2 voting members, you and Doug, right?
Me and Dan.
Yeah, you are Doug, you and Dan, okay.
Yeah, Doug and Doug.
And then from River Valleys, I have myself and Mark. And then we also have 2 people from BCTV, Austin and Brian. Dana West was a non-voting member from West River. I know he was having trouble muting himself. I don't know if he's still there. We have Peter Barris, who's going to be recording secretary. We have Lori Garland and Bill Antone up here with me, and then Lori from the central office. Is there anybody I missed? Okay, so if you have, so we're asking everybody to mute themselves. If you're on by phone, I guess you have to press *6 and just say you have a question. If you're on computer and you want to ask a question, you can unmute yourself and then we'll be able to see you and we'll recognize you. It's, I guess some of you, Joe, you've run a couple meetings like this, so it's not impossible, but bear with me because I still have my flip phone. So if you guys are ready, we'll get going. Doug Cord needs to mute. Doug, can you mute yourself?
I can't find the button. You can mute me.
We don't know how to do it. So it's not just me. So I think we got everybody covered who's here. If I see somebody else come in, we'll recognize them when we go there. The first thing we had.
Rich,
go ahead, Joe.
You should be able to mute them by clicking on their name and then just muting them, because as the organizer, you're in control.
Okay, well, Bill and I got to get close.
It's right next to pin.
Doug figured it out. Good job, Doug. Okay. So the first thing we have is correspondence. So the first thing on the correspondence, everybody should have gotten the cabinet report from Bill. And unless, I don't want to go through it or read it or make Bill rehash it, but if anybody has any questions or any comments, can they let us know? Okay, hearing none. We have a couple letters that I want to read that came into WCSU. The first one's dated March 17th, 2020. And it's addressed to the WCSU board. With the pandemic on our hands, we, the undersigned, would like the WCSU to adopt a policy that allows all hourly employees to be paid for the duration of the school year, regardless of whether school is in session. As teachers who are on salary, we are distressed that the WCSU would only pay hourly employees if they chose to come into work. All of us are doing what we can to take care of our students, each other, our families, and our community. The best thing we can do is to take this pandemic as seriously as possible. We should be doing what our surrounding districts are doing, not being in the building as much as possible. We should be in our homes, practicing social distancing. We will do everything we can to interact with students and their families virtually and support them during their time away from school. Of course, we all do our best to serve the students in our community. The hourly employees are not taking advantage of the situation by staying home. Currently, they are having to make a choice between getting a paycheck or being a responsible citizen by social distancing. We would all rather be working with our students and fulfilling our contracts in the traditional and expected way. However, we are in a pandemic and flexibility of expectations is a must. Please take this pandemic seriously. Please take the federal government's request seriously to limit gatherings of 10 people. Please allow all employees to go home, stay home, take care of themselves, and be creative in how they communicate with their classes and their students. Slowing the pandemic should be the first priority. Or second priority should be helping our community feel calm, supported, safe, and engaged at home. Governor Phil Scott has called for all school employees to be paid during this closure. The hourly employees are our most financially vulnerable adults on our staff. We should not be asking them to choose between their health and work. We have a moral and ethical obligation to take care of them in this time of crisis. Please take the necessary steps to be the kind leaders we know you can be. Please allow all employees to work from home in the capacity they are able and pay them to ensure that they will be able to weather the economic fallout of the public health crisis. Michelle Bostrom, Pat Brandley, Fiona Creed Chevalier, Jenna Colafino, Brian Cuttings, Suzanne Alp, Suzanne Gunther Moore, Michael McKinney, Jason Gragan, Heather Sperling, Joyce Van Tamlin, and Kate Pullman. I was notified of this letter, and the following day, it's actually dated the 21st, we got a follow-up letter. And again, it's to the WCSU board. As a follow-up to our last letter sent to you on March 17, 2020, we'd like to offer this. The COVID-19 pandemic has caused an environment of unique and continually changing circumstances and directives. Since the last letter was crafted, we feel that the potential issue of our educational support staff being required to go into the school building and other public places in order to receive their hourly pay has been resolved. We believe that our district staff, teachers, and leaders are doing the best they can at responding to these rapid changes in our communities and workplaces. We also realize the importance of working as a team in order to ensure continued learning for our students during our school's dismissal. We'd like to thank our superintendent, Bill Anton, for his positive leadership. He has had a proactive approach while making important decisions in response to the ever-changing directives coming from our governor and the Vermont Department of Education. Thanks to our other district leaders as well as you, our board, for leading the WCSU in a responsive way that ensures the health and well-being of our community during this time. And this one was signed, I believe, by all the same people. So everybody is aware the Department of Education is giving guidance about hourly employees, and the Wyndham Central received an email. So I just want to read that email. And it's all hourly employees will be paid their regular hours per order of Governor Scott until at least April 6, 2020. Hourly employees are expected to report to work. This is worked out with their supervisor as to how and when. Any hourly employee who chooses not to accept their work assignment must use sick personal time and fill out an exemption form to be kept confidentially on file in the HR office. They should scan the form directly to the person at Wyndham Central. If hourly employees who choose not to accept the work assignment run out of sick personal time, they will still receive a check until at least 4/6/2020. Further guidance will be released at that time. It's important to know that we receive new information hourly and the guidance can change. We will update you as more information comes in concerning labor challenges arise. And this is just for the WCSU people and the West River people that are under contract, non-certified contract that this letter was about. So we will also have an executive session at the end of the meeting to talk about some specifics on specific issues that can't be discussed in public. So those were the two letters we received. Is there any discussion on those? Are we all set to move on then?
We're set to move on. Thank you.
Okay. That's the one thing that's a little hard with this. I can't tell what everybody's doing. I know some of you are sitting at home drinking a beer. Number 4 was review and revise agendas may be advisable. Because the West River elections haven't occurred, we felt, and I discussed this with Al and Emily and Bill, we felt it didn't make sense to reorganize until the West River elections happened because I believe there is a contested race. So I hope nobody has an issue with that. And the next thing on to old business, and we had the waiting study updates, and this was kind of, I had been in there as a placeholder before the pandemic got really bad or before we were staying apart. So my understanding is there hasn't been a lot of discussion about this in legislature. I don't know if anybody has any comments or thoughts or concerns about it, but I thought I'd leave it in there in case there was anything going on that anybody was aware of. So does anybody have any comments, questions, thoughts about that? Oh, you have to put it in the chat if you want to, and then you can unmute yourself. So moving on then, I guess the SU boundaries, again, this was just a placeholder. And if everybody remembers, there was a paper written proposed statewide plan in June 1st of 2018 and talked about redoing the district boundaries for the supervisory union. And the Board of Ed has some ability to just do that based on recommendations of the Commissioner of Education. So that again is just a placeholder. We're not aware of anything happening, but yes, we are. Laura Sibilia has just joined the meeting too. Okay, so under new business, we have school updates. So I don't know if anybody has any updates or anything they'd like to talk about, but Marlboro, Doug, for your group, do you have anything that you'd like to comment on? Yep. Hey, Dan.
Yes, I agree with Doug. He chats in saying nothing of note. I think Wayne has done a terrific job of of organizing the people working at the school, but really nothing to report. We're muddling our way through this like everybody else, I imagine.
Hey, Dan, while we've got you unmuted, between you and Mark, is there anything from VSBA going on that we should be aware of?
You know, Mark, you can weigh in on this also, but they also are in crisis mode, essentially. They're just trying to keep people up to date with what's happening one place or another. They essentially have said all legislation may as well be on hold until God knows when. They're trying to pass legislation now that makes it possible, for example, for West River to hold its upcoming elections and things like that. So crisis mode, both at VSBA and at the legislature. Unless you've seen anything else, Mark, I think they're just trying to keep us up to date, but there is no incentive to move forward whatsoever.
Yeah, I've got nothing to add to that.
Okay, thank you, Mark. Thank you, Dan. There's nobody here from Stratton, so we'll skip over that. And Wyndham, Beth or who's it? Oh, Antia is the chair. Do you have anything you'd like to throw out there?
Yeah, I just had to find the unmute button. Yes, so here I am, the chair now. Wyndham's budget did not pass, as you probably all well know. And there is a tentative date to revote on the budget, which we have changed and brought significantly down for April 18th. So that is still in somehow, it's very unsure whether or not this meeting or this vote will happen. We had tentatively thought of having it outdoors, but with the governor's order that there shouldn't be any congregation more than 10 people. So we don't know yet if there's a possibility to do it by Australian ballot or whether or not the vote has to be postponed. So however, even if we don't have a vote or if the budget gets voted out or not voted at all, the state would mandate a budget for 87% of last year's budget. And so in knowing that, the Wyndham board just recently, actually last week, signed the teachers' contracts. We had down to just having Mickey Parker Jennings as our only teacher, being supported by Sarah Wunderly, I'm not quite sure how to pronounce her last name, but anyway. So the two of them, with the aid of services from the WCSU, will be teaching the Wyndham School for this coming year, which was approved by the superintendent, and we're very excited about that option and to have brought the budget down to below the penalty threshold. So that's where Wyndham is at right now, so we're all kind of in limbo. Beth, I don't know if you have anything to add to that. That's pretty much the news from Wyndham. Hearing nothing, I think I'm going to mute myself again. Is that okay?
Yes, thank you.
Does
No,
any
I'm
questions?
good. I'm good. Thank you. I'm totally behind you.
If I can add one thing while I'm still unmuted, since Laura is here right now, Laura Sebelius, I wonder if she has anything to add to the dating study, if we can sneak that in or at some other time, because she's here now and she's very involved in that topic. So if at some point we might ask her to comment on what may be happening on that waiting study front, that would be really great. Thank you so much.
So what I was going to do, if it's okay with everybody, is under River Valleys. I was going to let Laura speak on behalf of River Valleys as to what's going on, and then I thought she could cover the waiting study too, if nobody objects. I see, Doug, you try to type something in. Were you trying to get a point across, or?
No, Rich, I was just trying to share with Anjay that the Secretary of State just issued budget revote instructions, so she should read that. I tried to post them. But she said, it basically says if you're facing a revote of your budget, there's no time frame in election law in which the budget revote must be held. So there's an email that came out from VSBA today she should read.
Okay. And Bill was shaking his head like he just got it. So I'm sure we'll get that out to Wyndham. And I think that's important, probably West River also. So, Laura, are you there? Can you unmute yourself?
Hello.
So can you do a report on what's happening at River Valleys, and also we had the waiting study earlier just before you signed on, but I thought we'd let you kind of talk about River Valleys and then talk about the waiting study.
Yes, I'm going to try and pull the pieces of River Valleys out of my head. Because I'm trying to remember the last time that we met. I think we met in person the last time we met, right?
Yeah, it was the middle of March. It was our last regular March meeting.
Yeah, and I think we had some discussions about connectivity. We were talking, of course, that's the thing that sticks in my head. And some staffing changes, hiring of some staff. Oh, look, there's two things. And I think I don't know if there's anything else pertinent that I should put in there. We did talk about the waiting study and the town of Dover's focus on that and thoughts on that. Here's what I would have to say about that. I think right now, with all of the uncertainty, we're looking at what I've been hearing legislative leaders say is we need to be looking at budgets in the, maybe 3 to 4 month time frame, and perhaps coming back and doing another budget until we get a sense of the revenues. There is testimony that is taking place in both education and Ways and Means with regards to the yield. And I think that is definitely worthy of looking at. I think we need to remember that sales tax, all of the sales tax goes into the education fund. So I think we're not clear on what is going to happen there. With regard to the waiting study, I think it would be inappropriate right this minute to try and be as forceful as I had intended, but the Senate did take action. I think we'll get some pretty significant pushback on doing anything with the wait. It would be my intention that to let a 3-month, I don't know how we would do a 3-month yield. So it would definitely be my intention to try and push for some of the Senate's language, which I prior to this found to be completely, really, well, not completely, but really unacceptable. It's just looking for a study to come back next year. But it feels like we need to take some action to acknowledge that we had an inequity going, and this situation now is exacerbating it. I've been spending most of my days this week on the connectivity issue. And so that's another highlight for all of us on rural and poor students and the inequities they're facing. So I think we have to monitor, watch what's going on. I mean, it's great. If you haven't been on the legislative website, all of the hearings are now streamed on YouTube. So you can literally go, if you're bored or lying awake at night and fretting, you can go dial up at 1 a.m. And if you have connectivity, you can dial up at 1 a.m. and look at the YouTube video for the hearing that was had. So short-term pause. Yeah, Doug, I agree, Doug. It's this, but I think so many things are being highlighted right now. And I also think this whole situation is going to, there's no way this situation is not going to radically change how we think about education in the state. So,
or can you just say what Doug sent you so everybody, maybe somebody missed it?
Doug said, here, something along those lines. Here, this situation is only going to worsen the inequity.
Okay. Is there any questions or anybody wants to make a comment?
See that, Rich?
I'm sorry, what?
There's a chat window that can be opened up and you can see where people are commenting.
Well, I could just make a quick comment, Laura. I don't want to take up too much time, but I just feel like any relief packages that the state's thinking about might factor this in, could it not, in a change? I mean, in terms of at least the towns that are going to be, the districts that are known to have been, basically, underfunded for 20 years. I mean, why would?
So here's what I would say. I'm gonna interrupt you just because right now the whole legislature is operating remotely. So, and I don't know if Emily's on or not, but it's my sense from the messages that we've been getting from the speaker that it's her intention. We're also going to be voting and debating remotely. And I want you to think about trying to manage that conversation, those of you who have witnessed debate in the House for 150 people virtually. And so it's my sense that we're going to be going real slow, and anything that is contentious is not going to be taken up, which is why I'm suggesting we would have to at least point to the Senate legislation. That does not mean that towns cannot act, in terms of trying to seek some legal remedy. But I think we were going to have a floor fight on this. That's what was going to happen in the House. We were going to have a floor fight, between the folks that were going to have their taxes go up and the folks that weren't. It's just not going to happen that we're not going to have a floor fight anytime soon. If this drags on and we're doing remote voting in the fall, and we're, good at online debate, it's possible. And I do see that Emily's on there. She may want to give some more insight in terms of, I don't know if you want to get into this, in terms of what the speaker is talking about in terms of bills that are going to come forward.
Emily, did you want to comment?
I'll just quickly say that there's nothing that I would dispute with what Laura's saying. I would also just add that we have not actually even authorized remote voting for the body yet. We've only authorized remote voting for committees. So the body still, the Senate, it's easier for the Senate with 30 people to do the training that it takes to do remote voting, and they're on the process. So are we. We're trying to do it by committee, trying to understand what the process is. There are a lot of 150 people who need to be comfortable with it before we're even going to take it up. And it has been pretty challenging to get there. But I will say that I expect it within, if we're lucky, within the next couple of weeks, to be able to hold a vote as to whether we can even vote by the body. So I just wanted to clarify that we're not actually even there yet. We have not done that process yet. And it's a big deal. There are a lot of people reaching out to me saying, I have no clue. You can't do this. And people are very, very concerned as well about taking up any legislation of any kind that doesn't directly impact health and economy of the impacts of this horrible disease we're dealing with right now. So it's a fine path that needs to be walked, and I don't know what we'll take up, but the body in the end will decide. We have to get to a place where we're ready to vote remotely to do it, because we can't get together in any other way. So
the only other thing that I would add, Rich, is I just want to reassure everyone that's on this call that there is absolutely zero chance that I'm letting this go. I think we have to, and I don't expect anyone on this call will be. I think we just have to take a breath and get through this immediate moment.
And Al Clausen made a comment, and I don't know if everybody can see it, but he 100% agrees that there should be something should be part of the relief package. So maybe just some consideration. And while we have you two, if I could just indulge the group for one more second, is there a big issue with connectivity? Do any of the schools have that as an issue? I know we do a little bit in Dover in some places, in Wardsboro. What about the other schools, and what can we do to help with that?
So I want to jump in really quick, Emily, because we took some testimony on this. Okay.
It's your committee, Laura. You should be jumping in.
Yeah. Sorry, my dog and my son are barking. Our chairman of the Energy and Technology Committee has asked us, and Bill, I meant to reach out to you and then also Wyndham Southwest. It would be really helpful for our committee to have some understanding if principals are able to give us some sense of how many of their students don't have access at home, can't get access at home, and how many can't afford access at home.
So Bill just handed me a note that says 83 out of 800 students have indicated they don't have access,
so 10%.
Or they don't have internet.
Yeah, 10%. And then the whole affordability issue is also really important. I will just tell folks, Consolidated had offered 2 months free for students. That came forward to me because our principal was trying to troubleshoot some 6-week installation times for some families. And so we haven't seen that get troubled. We haven't seen effective troubleshooting yet of that. So just being a little cautious there. Mark is asking if we should separate adequate access versus access. Can student participate? Here's what I think is important. First of all, if teachers are teaching online classes and students can't participate, or utilizing online resources, and students are having to park outside the school, for instance, or outside the library, that would say to me that they don't have access at home. If they could get access at home but they can't afford it, that is a different issue. So understanding both of those factors would be helpful.
We all set then, everybody? Any of the other schools that have already reported, do you have any issues with connectivity that you want to discuss, or is everybody pretty good? Okay, why don't we move on? Thank you, Lauren. Thank you, Emily. Hey, Joe from West River, you got anything you want to report out?
We're doing the same as everybody else, just slogging our way through this. We did postpone our annual meeting and budget vote and the Australian ballot for our at-large director. Right now it's set for May 5th and May 6th, but depending on how things go with coronavirus, we have another 40-day window to push it back until the end of June and still get it voted ahead of the July 1 deadline. But I had seen that email from Doug, or that Doug had shared, saying that we may even be able to go beyond that. Other than that, I think our principals and administration is doing a pretty good job. I actually got to speak with some teachers last night, and they were giving some feedback about how things are going. And I've talked to a few kids, Girl Scouts and things, because my wife is the leader, and they're getting through it. They actually miss school, which they're all surprised to hear. But it's working. It's working.
Okay, thank you, Joe. Anybody any questions for Joe? Or okay, moving right along. The audit. So Wyndham Central hires RHR Smith and Company. What we've always been told in the past is you want to look at the letter from the auditors And if you read their 2-page letter, which was dated March 17th, it talks about planning the audit and during the audit, the comments they made. So basically, district-wide, there was they commented on I-9 compliance. While performing the audit for the above-mentioned year, it was noted that several of the I-9s that were selected for testing were either missing or not filled out correctly. It's recommended that central office review their I-9s to ensure all employees that have I-9s that they're in compliance with federal guidelines. There was an issue with the Leland and Gray year-end accounts payable. While performing the audit for the above-mentioned year-end, it was noted that there was an accounts payable posting that was posted twice. Adjustments were made to correct this posting. It is recommended the client review their year-end balance sheet to ensure that there are no duplicate postings and that all numbers are properly stated year-end. In Townsend, there's a student activity fund that was noted, and while performing the audit for the above-mentioned year-end, it was noted that there are several reimbursements made out of the student activity account to a single employee equaling approximately $14,000 over the course of the fiscal year. It is recommended that the student activities be brought into the central office in order to monitor the activity and reimbursements that are being made. And I can tell you for these 3 items, it's very minor. The first audit I remember seeing in Dover, we were 20 pages of recommendations. So I think, Lori, it's a really good indication of the good work you guys are doing. Do you want to comment to any of them, or you can talk?
Sure. So I just want to clarify that a management letter is different than a significant finding or a material weakness. So none of the entities had either of those. So all 3 have been actually taken care of. We've had a team of people going through our I-9s, so that's done. All student activities are being brought into the SU. These were accounts that for many, many years would run at school. And there still are some out there. Marlboro still has one that we'll be bringing in this year. Dover, working on that well. So we're working on those, bring them all in so that they'll follow our purchasing procedures. That's basically the main here is that it was done outside of procedure. Does anybody have any questions about that or the letter?
Okay, thank you, Lori. Thanks, Lori. You got to thank you too, Lori. Somebody else. Okay, so moving right along, the audit is available if anybody wants to read all. What was it, 76 pages, I think, Lori? So I didn't make copies of it, and I didn't print the whole thing. But if you want it, Lori will get it to you. Oh, no, we sent it. Oh, you sent it. Everybody should have gotten it sent to them. So moving along then, agency fund. So one of the reasons we decided to hold this meeting, one of the important ones is that several years ago we decided we used to vote the agency fund. I'm sure Dan can tell you about it back in the olden days, and Emily. We used to vote agency fund in December, and then a couple schools made a point of what if our budget doesn't become what we thought it was going to be? Should we not vote the agency fund until after town meeting? So in case there was a reduction in the budget at town meeting, the schools could adjust maybe some agency fund items. So that's kind of been the standard probably for the last 18, 20 years. So the problem is if we don't vote the agency fund by April 15th, then the central office can't issue contracts until they know that we intend to fund that. Excuse me. So that's why we had the agency fund. We had to have the meeting today to discuss agency fund. So if there, I believe, or do you mute this? I feel like I'm not going. You are muted. Okay, so if everybody would just, if they have their agency fund paperwork, and if not, they're looking for an agency funding $2,409,186 $178. Everything had been discussed, should have been discussed by the administrators. Bring to Bill what they're looking for the year, and then it should be discussed with all the boards. So it shouldn't be anything new to any of the boards. So hopefully, if there's any questions, somebody can just unmute themselves and ask a question.
Hi, Rich. I got a question.
Go ahead, Tim.
Recently, while trying to do our last budget, a lot of townspeople were upset that the WCSU meetings pertaining to votes were not either publicized well enough or put on BCTV for them to look at. So apparently, I think in the future we should have those budget meetings televised, is a suggestion.
Okay, I thought we were recording through BCTV because I believe they're recording us tonight, or they're doing something with all our, but they're making it so that it will be available. So I think we were agreeing that I think the last couple of Wyndham Central meetings we were recording, weren't we?
I believe we were in the last couple.
But I thought it went back to the budget when we were voting on the budget. I thought we were recorded for that one too.
I can't say for sure, but I'm just telling you what public concerns are.
Okay, so we'll take that. I think too is with this virus has taught us a little bit is that to get things out to people is a lot better. So hopefully, that may be something. I know at River Valleys we record all ours. Joe, nod your head. I think you guys record all your West River, right? Yeah. So I think pretty much everything is recorded. Marlboro or Wyndham, do you guys record your meetings? No. Okay. Bill tells me they don't.
We don't. No. There is actually a recording now that is being done by the new board member for the minutes. He records everything to write his minutes from that recording, but we do not officially record our board meetings.
Okay, and Doug Korb said we don't. We Zoom and allow people in. Go ahead, Dan.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So as of now, that'll be the way it is. In the past, we have not recorded.
So Ken, I think that's a good point. And then, like you said, the more we can get this out, the less there should be shock with people. So is there any other questions or discussion about agency fund?
Thanks, all.
Ken, since you're unmuted, do you mind making a motion for us?
I'll make a motion that we approve the agency fund in the amount of, I'm sorry, I don't have it in front of me, $2 million and change.
$2,409,178.
That sounds good to me.
Dan MacArthur second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Ken and Dan seconded. Peter, are you all good with that motion? You got your numbers? Okay, I haven't heard from Peter, but I believe we've got it. We can get it to him. Is there anybody that'd like to make any comments before we vote? I'm not sure, Joe, Bill, what is the best way to vote? Do a roll call vote? Okay. Okay, so if everybody's ready to vote, Ken, you look like you're suffering, so I'll let you vote first.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Joe?
Joe
Wouldn't
Winrich?
unmute. Aye. Sorry. It just
Thank
wouldn't
you.
unmute for me.
Okay. Emily?
Aye.
Al Clausen?
Aye.
Mike? See, Mike was in and out a couple times. Mike? Okay, we'll come back to Mike. Leanne?
Aye.
Thank you. Anzi?
Aye.
Thank you. Beth?
Aye.
Dan?
Aye.
Doug?
Aye.
Thank you, Doug. Mark?
Aye.
And I'll go back to Mike. Mike, are you there somewhere? Oh, okay. Mike isn't working, but he said that he was an aye. Okay. Sorry, Mike, we can't count you, but I'll note that you ayed.
Yeah, he did. He texted that he ayed.
Yeah, Bill's saying it doesn't matter if the Secretary of State's saying that we need to hear him say aye. But that's okay because the vote carries unanimously. So good job, everybody, on that. The next item is we have the minutes from the February 10th meeting. And I believe that was sent out with the packet. And if I could get a motion to approve.
I make a motion to approve the February 10th meeting minutes.
Thank you, Ken. Do I have a second?
Dan, I'll second it.
Okay, Dan seconded. Again, I guess we got to do a roll call vote on this too. Okay, sorry about this, guys. Let's do a roll call vote. Joe?
Aye.
Emily?
Aye.
Al?
How about now? Can you hear me say aye?
Yes, Mike. I'm going to put you in for a vote yes. I saw you left us for a minute.
Sorry about that.
So will you vote for the minutes too?
I will.
Okay, thank you. Al?
Aye. Sorry.
Nope, thank you, Al. Ken?
Aye.
And Leanne?
Aye.
Anzi?
Aye.
Beth?
Aye.
Dan from Marlboro?
Aye.
Doug?
Aye.
Mark?
I abstain.
Okay, so it's unanimous with one abstention. So that takes us through the minutes. Is there anything that I missed? Does anybody have any comments before we go into executive session for a legal issue?
Back to the reorganization. I know you didn't want to reorganize WCSU. You're going to wait until possibly into the next year after July 1st for West Rivers. People are sitting on that board now who I believe have the authority to make that vote now. I don't know. I haven't been part of the discussion, but it is. I'm just wondering, bringing that back up.
I was. Okay, so 5 out of the 6 that serve on the Super Board or the Wyndham Central are not up for re-election. The only reason I thought it would make more sense was that because there was going to be an election, it's usually after elections that we reorganize, after everybody's elected. I guess I would say whatever the board feels. I mean, if they want to reorganize, I don't know if I would do it tonight because we actually didn't warn that we were going to reorganize. Now, some people could argue that we talked about it, but we said it was going to be postponed. Joe, go ahead.
Rich, our board, the West River board, won't reorganize until that election's held. So even though only one of us that serve on this board is up for re-election, there may be some turnover in the representation on this board just because of the reorganization. Unless there's a real need to reorganize, I'd just wait.
Okay. Dan, does that make sense to you?
Yes, as long as the current situation means that we have people in place, those terms, as I understand it, will go until such date as we reorganize. There's no termination.
Yes. So it's usually once the elections are done, that's when you reorganize and everybody starts from square one. We just felt that since there was one board that hadn't got to vote yet, that it would make sense not to try to reorganize. And that was a discussion I had with Emily and with Al. So it was hard to decide if we should just do it, or it kind of almost felt like I was just trying to become the benevolent dictator. But I'm extending my term. So, but it was that's just.
Let's let it go. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Dan.
Rich, I do have a question.
Yep.
I don't know if this is the appropriate place to ask it or not, but a question of Bill. What are we doing as an SU to protect student privacy with online conferencing, especially in regards to Zoom, which is a disaster when it comes to privacy?
How about, since that's kind of off the key, it's not something we had on the agenda, let's ask Bill to give us something, send us something at the end of the week about that, if that's okay.
Yep.
Because he has a technology person too that's probably a little more up to speed. So if everybody's okay, but that's a good question, we'll ask Bill to send something out to all the boards.
Thank you.
Okay. Joe, did you want to say something, or were you just scratching?
Oh no, I just touched my face.
Okay. Okay, so if there's nothing else,
I have something.
Ken waving like a madman.
Okay, Ken, go ahead.
Yeah, you got any aspirin? No. I've had a couple of people tell me that they want to know what the district is doing for the mental health of parents and students during this time of stay-at-home schooling, because apparently it seems to be a big issue with a lot of agencies. And what do we have in plan? What plan do we have to assist in that?
Okay, so what is the district doing for the mental health for both parents and students during this time, and what do we plan to do? So what are we doing now, and what are we going to do in the future?
Right.
Okay, so if it's okay, Ken, I'll ask Bill to put that in that same memo about because I think it all kind of works together.
That's fine. Just task the administration with letting us know what's going on.
Can we get that by Monday? Okay, so we'll get something out he'll get something out to everybody by Monday. We'll send it to all the boards, okay?
Thanks, Rich. Thanks, Bill.
Anybody else?
I actually had one question. It's sort of off topic, but it's on the email that went out SU-wide to parents today regarding the meal delivery. And it was just something I meant to email someone about, actually. The bus schedule needs some clarification within that email that went out. It notes in Brookline, Merrill Drive as a stop. There are actually two sections of Merrill Drive that both connect with Grassy Brook Road. So some clarification may want to be done on that.
Okay, hey, I'm not sure who that was.
It's Leanne.
Oh, Leanne, okay. Do you mind, can you just drop an email to Bill?
Yep.
And he'll take care of that?
No problem.
Okay.
Trying to
Thank you. Bill says thank you. Anybody else? Okay, hearing none. Could I get, and I don't know how this all works, so somebody's gonna have to explain it to me, hopefully Joe or Bill. Okay.
Okay, so we're gonna all leave this meeting, and I'm gonna re-invite only the board into the executive session meeting. Okay, Rich will do the process to get us there, but only the board will get re-invited to a new meeting. So just wait for it and it'll come to you. I've got it prepped, okay? So Austin and BCTV and anybody who's not on the board, you're not gonna get the request, all right? So thank you very much, everybody, and giving it back to Richard. Clarification, we have a couple board members who aren't on the WCSU board. They can come back in. Okay. Can I get a motion from somebody move into the executive session for contractual issues?
Ken move.
Hey, Ken move. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Mark seconds. Okay, so all of you on mute. And do you all vote in favor of that? Say aye, please.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Aye. Aye.
That was cool here. Is there anybody opposed? Okay, so we are in executive session. So everybody leave the meeting, and Bill's going to invite you right back.
So this is, we'll call the meeting to order. The Senate Natural Resources and Energy. It's Friday the 27th. We're having a meeting to take a look at planning really for the coming week. So as you may have heard from the Pro Tem, he would like us all to keep our eyes first and foremost on the COVID pandemic and how it affects anything related to our areas of jurisdiction. I sent out an email to people with an outline of things for today. So if you haven't checked email in the last 24 hours, you may want to look at an email from me to you all. We're going to have 2 meetings next week in which we'll really take some testimony from people, looping back to people on water issues, solid waste issues, energy issues. And those meetings are scheduled for 10 to 12 on Tuesday and Thursday next week to try to stick with the regular schedule. What I wanted to do with folks today was just, one, make sure we all had a sense of what that plan was, what our priorities are beyond next week. So towards, maybe in Thursday's meeting, we'll see how it goes. We can be looking forward to doing non-COVID-19 related bills the week after. And so I wanted to encourage people to start thinking about, we actually have 6 bills all in motion at the moment. Either they're on the floor or in another committee. It's something we've been looking at. When we left on the 13th, there were 6 bills sort of in, as I just said, in motion. There were a lot of other bills on the wall, 2 of which were, major House bills that there's a broad interest in, the global warming and the Act 250 bill. So I just wanted to check with you all. The short list I put out is much shorter than I didn't actually count, but there must be something like 40 bills in committee. So I'd like to go through, do 2 things. One, go through those areas of jurisdiction and think aloud as a group about who we might want to hear from, check back in with next week on COVID-19 related stuff. And then start thinking too about, when you look at the bills in committee or the email I sent out, how would you prioritize them? It's unclear right now how the session's going to unfold. In talking with the Pro Tem at some length the other day, he believes we're going to have, time to get to many bills. An unhelpful dog here. Just a moment. I can't do much about this at my desk while. All right, back again. So we should be thinking, no one knows exactly how many bills we'll get to in the long run. I guess that's the answer. But we will get to things more than just what we had teed up as a crossover. So with that said, I'm going to, doubling back to clean water. Last time we checked in, Michael put together that helpful memo summarizing what's going on out there. I thought it would be helpful for us to check back in with ANR, DEC on the kind of public drinking water, wastewater, all that kind of stuff, to see if everything's working fine or people are starting to run into, for instance, staffing issues. And that brought up, there's a Vermont WARN system that allows municipalities to transfer equipment and staff between municipal wastewater or public water supply systems. So it'd be just good to know that if people have worked out that, got those agreements in place, stuff like that. Beyond that, we have, a lot of work going on with the Vermont Clean Water Act. And I honestly have no idea what's going on out in the field in terms of implementation. I mean, there's at least a couple of sides. One is all the kind of data gathering stuff that goes on. There's regulatory stuff that goes on. And then there's people doing things like building swales, ditches, bunkers, and all the rest. And I don't know if how the essential services are being treated, in terms of if water quality is enough of a nexus, someone says, oh, well, we continue that work as long as you're not violating safe working distances forever and stuff like that. On the solid waste, so let me pause there. The list I had for people to check in with includes ANR, AG, NRCS, and the RPCs, and some representative watershed groups. Can anyone think of anybody else that we might want to touch base with to follow up on that?
I can't think of anybody immediately. Again, I think my concern, I think all of our concerns, it has to do with making certain that whatever we're doing, we're not pulling away from other resources at this time. In other words, you know, our priorities might be trumped by some of the other things happening, and we're just keeping an eye, as you've said in previous meetings, on ledge council's needs elsewhere, as well as other possible needs elsewhere.
Yeah, good point and a good reminder. And I'll count on Luke and Michael to speak up and tell us if we're ever asking them to do something when you have something more pressing. I don't know, economic development or health and welfare or probes or who knows where.
The one thing that I wanted to offer is EPA just put out guidance that they will not be enforcing, that they're just going to focus on administration, oversight, and permitting. You might want to talk to ANR if they're going to follow a similar strategy in order to maximize their resources and their timing right now.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? So, okay, so that's, I think, fairly straightforward on water quality stuff. So the other piece I left out there was because of the challenges to the state's budget because of all these delayed receipts. The other thing that the pro temp said, please check in with the agencies and departments you work with to make sure that financial constraints that are developing day by day aren't having an impact on their operations. So it's really fiscal and personnel issues, I think, that are going to be the first impacts. So then if there's nothing more there, then on solid waste, again, this just seems like a check-in to make sure that there was an issue came up with septage last week that I think they were short-staffed at a wastewater treatment facility. And so a truck, that was pumping septage out of people's septic tanks couldn't unload. I don't know if you've heard anything more, Michael, about that.
The agency is working with septage companies to try and find wastewater treatment facilities that will accept their septage. They understand it's a problem, and they're trying to find alternatives for the septage companies. There's a kind of a corresponding issue. Some of the farm fields that are where septage is applied are coming back testing for PFAS in the soil. So that can become an issue for that farm because the feed that they grow on the field is eaten by the cows and is bioaccumulated into the cow. So that's septage has got kind of multiple issues going on right now.
Okay. On the PFAS bioaccumulating in cows, which doesn't sound like a good thing for the cows, does that have an impact on ability to ship milk produced by those cows?
Yes. The co-op reserves the right to not ship the milk because it's what they would call contaminated.
Okay, So have you been working with the Ag Agency and, Ag Agency and also Senate Ag? Are they aware of this going on?
They're both, the agency is working on it. Senator Starr at least is aware of it. So they're trying to figure out ways to address the issue.
Okay, I'm trying to think what the alternatives are. I mean, you could spread in non-farm fields.
Right, and, or you do not grow feed on that field.
Okay. All right, and then in the next bucket here, energy issues. So I thought we could double back and make sure that there are no problems with the folks that we checked in with before. The utilities finance manages utilities, so I would think of normal utility oversight work continuing in finance, and the complementary, I mean, we could just verify that things are going fine, no new issues have come up. But one thing I was thinking is other energy stuff around it. So for instance, how is this impacting Efficiency Vermont and weatherization work or efficiency work, or we're already having some challenges, meeting our goals. Does it mean that we're also having to put on hold all that kind of stuff?
And again, Chris, Rogers here. I've been in communication with some of the Efficiency Vermont folks, and they are no longer doing assessments or in the field work. So I would say, yeah, they're pretty much stymied at this point, working at home.
Right. You can't really do much of an energy audit remotely. Right.
Yep.
Thank you. And as a quick look towards Bill, I don't know if people have other issues. You said, we've all been getting bombarded with
Senator Bray, I have a quick question. What about potentially delaying the implementation of the plastic bag ban, just because we are hearing some concerns in some jurisdictions starting to do that right now, just with health and grocery stores, and even just seeing people in lines. I don't think it makes sense to charge people if they're running into a grocery store to get some items, when they have the opportunity to.
Okay. Well, let's think about it, discuss it. I know that this has come up because last week, Maine, which was, going to go to a single-use bag ban on the 22nd of April, postponed. So there's that implementation piece. For us, it's July 1st, so that we have time who knows what July 1 will look like to us in 30 days, The other thing that's happened, though, I know a Shaw's store, or maybe that's every Shaw's, plus the co-op store in Middlebury, asked people to stop bringing in reusable bags. And next door in New Hampshire, Sununu banned reusable bags. So I've been in touch with the Department of Health and A&R over the last week on this issue, and I said, "Are you recommending any changes?" And Health said no, and A&R concurred, because in essence, bags are one of the lowest, risk vectors going on. If you start with the shopping cart, you touch the shopping basket, the shelves, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So.
Right. But I think one of the concerns too is just having capacity for them. So my uncle's a superintendent for a school district in New York State, and they're using single-use bags to deliver the lunches so that they can leave them on doors for students. So I don't know what our capacity and how our bill reads are. Would a school district be able to buy single-use bags for that use, if we're in a capacity where we're trying to use it for lunches or other things we're trying to give out?
But ours doesn't go into effect until July.
Right, but we just canceled school till June, so there's reason to believe that this could still be going on some capacity through July.
Sure.
And
I'm just trying to think of, whether or not it's a priority to deal with right now, only because, I mean, it's not like other states where we have something that we would extend the deadline on. Ours, again, everybody may be back up and running by June 1.
Well, so it's I think I take your point. So let's make sure. I mean, I think, the bag ban, just as a reminder for all of us, is at the point of checkout. So that really wouldn't apply to a school anyway. They could still be sourcing single-use bags and using them. But yeah,
I thought I heard that the administration had pushed that timeline, the implementation of that back. Am I wrong?
Are you talking about the 7-1?
The plastic bag 7-1, yeah.
So I saw a request from Aaron Segrist on behalf of Vermont Grocers to push it back to January 1 of 21, roll it back 6 months. And that came through while I was just wrapping up, a couple of days of conversation with health and ANR. So I'm not sure where the administration will go. I mean, they could respond to grocers and say, we're pushing that back. For me, the science and medicine people are the ones I would like to rely on to guide whatever we do, let the chips fall where they may. But so far, ANR and health are saying no need to change practices at stores. I mean, it's a little, if we start having a reusable, if we ban reusable shopping carts, then I'll be thinking about reusable bags next, but I would do it in that order, because a shopping cart, everyone is handling. A bag, at least, is only yours. And if you're feeling very conscientious, you could wash the thing before you come back. It only takes a little soap and water to.
Well, that's true, but they're trying to protect their employees, and like Price Chopper, their folks won't even touch reusable bags now. And there are some stores that have outright banned the reusable bags during this time. And it's just a matter of knowing that when they grab that plastic bag, it's clean. And if they touch somebody's reusable bag, it's not necessarily. And most of the stores are now providing sanitary wipes to wipe down your cart and stuff. I'm not saying that it eliminates the chances. I agree, everything you pull off the shelf, somebody's already touched. But they're trying to protect their employees.
Right. Well, right. So, Senator McDonald.
I think we got a lot of differences of opinion on something that just came up. Why don't we sit on this for a week, and stores may have to order or not order, depending on a decision we make before July 1st. But I think we've got all the various possibilities, and we might want to weigh in on this next week after we've thought about it a bit.
Sure. It's not really
well said.
Emergent. So, and stores will make their own policies anyway. So we'll keep going and see where the administration goes with it. So again, I just asked people to take a look at the list of bills in that email, or go. I think I also put in the email a link to our bills and committee list, which is a lot longer, and you might want to look ahead. My sense is that we might want to focus on clearing out kind of what was in our in basket at the time of back on the 13th, before going on to major bills. The concern I have, frankly, about something like Act 250 and Global Warming Solutions Act is that I think I'm certainly, ready, willing, able. I think we all are to work on that. But I also think they're complicated issues that even if in ideal circumstances, like all of us in the building with all our regular work tools at hand, we would probably spend weeks going through those, because there's a lot in them. And so I'd rather, not have us try to push something through with not enough testimony, especially Act 250, which is really critical to what goes on in the state. But that's it from
I would tend to agree with that.
Yeah.
Chris. I would tend to agree with that. I think even if we were in the building, those two bills could completely consume the rest of our legislative session, and we may still feel like we would like more information. So I don't see how that could possibly be pulled off in trying to meet like this.
Especially the need that we would have for Ledge Council to be with us constantly on that. And they're as bombarded, if not more, by emails from all of us, concerns, trying to probably support their colleagues who have jurisdiction in economic development, et cetera.
Right.
Actually, I would say, unless there's somewhat irresponsible, possibly.
Yeah. And it could also be that we might find something relatively narrow and helpful. For the thing that I'm thinking of is the trails related provisions. So if I'm thinking a little optimistically about the summer and fall, our outdoor recreation industry has been hit hard by what's happened in the last 3 weeks. And if it's going to be safe and healthy to be outdoors and recreating this summer and fall, maybe doing something narrow on trails to help ensure that everyone who's trying to run that kind of business has an opportunity to keep going, as opposed to leaving that Act 250 as it relates to trails question hanging with uncertainty for another full year. That might be something we could look into.
Fine, sure.
Yeah, and I think that's extremely important because I know that the groups have been working on an agreement, and as you said, I think tourism business as a whole is going to take a hell of a shot because people aren't going to be coming for the next couple months, and even after the COVID-19 problem is gone, I think they're still not going to be apt to go on a vacation for a while.
Right. Okay.
Senator Bratt, I'm afraid I have to jump off.
But I think we are actually, unless anyone has anything else you want to put on the table. So again, I'll work with Jude lining. If you have any witnesses you want us to hear from, please just email me, let me know. Otherwise, I'll line up sort of standard folks that we would hear from on those 3 topics we went through briefly before. And if that's otherwise, I think on my side, my list is complete. Anything else?
Thank you.
Great. Have a great weekend, everybody.
Good weekend.
Goodbye,
See y'all.
McDonald.
Call to order at 6:29. First is approval of minutes. We have the reorganization meeting, which happened March 3rd after town meeting. Then there's the minutes from the March 10th special emergency management meeting. And then the minutes from our March 10th regular meeting. So I'll entertain a motion to approve those minutes.
You have to do them individually?
Do we have to do it individually? Do we have to do it individually for the minutes, or can we approve all of them at once?
Yeah, I probably should.
Okay. All right. So I'll entertain a motion to approve the reorganization meeting minutes from March 3rd.
So moved.
Second. The only question I got is I read the minutes. I was the only one who got sworn in. It's two others that had to.
I got sworn in.
Yeah, I know it, but it's not in. I didn't see it in there.
Well, that happened outside the meeting.
Yeah,
that happened before the meeting
yeah,
started.
I realize that, but
I put Irv swear in because I knew that I had missed the first part of the meeting, so I think the two others were sworn in. So that was.
Yeah, everybody got sworn in.
Yeah.
But yeah, that actually happened before we convened the meeting.
I realize that, but they still have to be show somebody that they were sworn in.
Yeah, Anita has it, I'm sure.
Well, I got swore out. So.
Okay, any further discussion on that? All those in favor of approving the reorganization meeting minutes from March 3rd signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. I'll entertain a motion to approve the meeting, special meeting minutes from March 10th, which was the emergency management meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of approving the special meeting minutes from March 10th signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
I opposed. Didn't know nothing about it.
All right, I'll vote in the affirmative. It was, we formed a quorum because Crystal was there representing the hospital.
No, that's
okay.
Hey, I wasn't there, so.
So I'll vote in the affirmative. Motion passes. And then I will entertain a motion to approve the regular meeting minutes from March 10th.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of approving the meeting minutes from March 10th, the regular meeting, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Additions and deletions. I have one addition. We have a liquor license renewal request from Riverbend, so we'll take care of that in new business. And then I guess we can move on to the warrants.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 1, payroll in the amount of $9,772.44.
Have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of paying payroll warrant number 1 in the amount of $9,772.44 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 2, payroll tax in the amount of $4,320.92.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those hearing none, all those in favor of paying payroll tax warrant number 2 in the amount of $4,320.92 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 3 out of the general fund in the amount of $17,807.66.
What?
I have $6.66.
I have $17,807.66.
Sorry.
Okay. Typo.
It's supposed to be the 7, Harlan?
I had 6 because I was looking at these. I don't have that in front of me.
Okay.
But if that's what.
I was gonna say, I don't have that, anything here.
Would you like to take a look at it?
Yeah, I looked at it, probably assigned it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's probably just a transfer typo. Okay.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of paying general fund warrant number 3 in the amount of $17,807.66 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
This number 3 on this paper is 666,000.
Or you're looking at the minutes from March 10th, I think.
Oh, it's not the right one then.
No.
Oh, okay. I'll throw it away
That's the
then.
meeting minutes.
I thought that was funny.
Those are from the meeting on March 10th. So there should be a small piece of paper that has just some numbers on them that will say warrants.
There's 5 warrants on it.
Yeah, all right.
That would have come in
That's
with
all right, go for it.
Okay, did we vote on that?
I don't think so. I seconded it.
All those in favor of paying general fund warrant number 3 in the amount of $17,807.66 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 4 out of the highway fund in the amount of $9,014.42.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of paying highway warrant number 4 in the amount of $9,014.42 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 5 out of the equipment fund in the amount of $1,115.11.
Second.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of paying check warrant number 5 out of the equipment fund in the amount of $1,115.11 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Alrighty. Excuse me. Moving on to reports. Steve, you want to start?
Yes, last week VTrans sent out the small structure grant applications for 2021, along with the certification of compliance for town road and bridge standards and network inventory, as well as the annual financial plan for town highways. Both of these have to be signed by the select board and submitted to VTrans.
Okay. We agree with all of the
We do have
numbers and we have
current updated network inventory, yes,
okay.
and road and bridge standards. And the financial page is based on the budget that was approved at town meeting.
Right.
You can see the breakdown in revenue and the breakdown in expenses.
Excellent. Okay, I would entertain a motion to sign the certificate of compliance for town road and bridge standards and network inventory.
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion on that? Hearing none, all those in favor of signing and forwarding the certificate of compliance for town road and bridge standards and network inventory signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. I will pass this around. Today's the 24th.
Yes.
Okay. And then I will entertain a motion to approve, sign, and forward the annual financial plan for town highways.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Okay. Hearing none, all those in favor of signing and forwarding the annual financial plan for town highways signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So I will pass this around as well.
So after copies are made, either Carla can scan them and email them to Megan Brunk, or I could do that, however you would like.
It's up to you. You're going to have to make copies anyway, so you might as well take care of that.
You have her email?
Yes.
megan.brunk@vermont.gov.
Did you get any bridge reports back?
Not yet.
What's the newest?
Not the newest ones, no.
Soon as it gets warm weather, I'll try to get the gravel and grit off of them. That'll be one of the things they'll give you on the first thing.
Yep. Back to the grant application. So I have filled out 2 grant applications for structures. One, of course, is Bridge 34, the Stone Arch Bridge. This one's pretty straightforward. I have Michael Weisner's report will accompany the grant application as well as photographs. So that's filled out along with some background from the Historical Society. And the second one is for Bridge 43, which we had the engineering study done last year. So my question for the board is, when Bridge 42 was completed, the way the invitation to bid was worded was that the contractor bidding on the bridge was responsible for demolition, was responsible for contracting with the company who was going to build the bridge, for all site work, for all traffic control, and for installation of the new bridge, which we all remember was A.S. Clark handled that.
Right.
Renaud Brothers built the bridge, and Clark took care of it. Do we want to handle Bridge 43 in that same format?
Yeah, but there was nothing in that at the time of it, what happened to the I-beams, and they just disappeared. The old I-beams that came out of that bridge.
I would like to see it handled in the similar fashion with regards to what Irvin's saying, that the salvage out of it belongs to the town of Townsend.
So we'll put that wording in the invitation to bid.
You know, they demolition it and they take care of that, but the salvage is the town's.
Does that have a state plate on it too?
That cure is what we were.
Yeah, that's
42 had one that we had to go back to the state, right?
I don't know that.
Okay.
I don't know that.
No, I don't think it said anything about it in it, and that was the
Right. Yeah.
No, I don't say before, I don't know, it just didn't get worded so that the salvage was the town.
Well, I think what happened is as the board, we did not read it in ourselves close enough
Yeah.
and come to that conclusion.
So now
But
that I'm clear.
that bridge, I hope they're gonna widen it more than one car wide.
Well, what would be nice is to see him not only widen it, but straighten it, so you don't come down and have to turn into it. You can kind of.
I can bring a prince
that bridge
next
is
meeting.
fairly straight.
That one's fairly straight. Yeah.
That's that first iron bridge.
I've gone down it a few times, as you have.
But they could.
I'm puckered before when it's icy.
No, but I'm going to say that it could be to the, well, as you're going up, take couple trees and stuff out of the right hand, it would straighten it some. But then the next one you're going to be, but that's going to be on you because it's less than 20 foot long, is that next little one down below. That'll be on the town.
Yeah.
Because anything, unless it's a 20 foot or longer bridge, state don't get involved.
I didn't know that.
I thought that was 21.
Well, I'll tell you, you've got one right up here by Stan Bills's, where you go up East Hill Road.
Yeah.
Now, there's a 20 foot opening in it, and they turned it down, but I'd still say if there's a 20 foot opening,
It doesn't sit in.
that's a 20 foot bridge, because you're gonna be longer than that in order to hold it deck.
Okay, so thank you for the direction on that, and we will move forward putting that grant together.
Yeah.
Excellent.
But I say, I did notice, like, well, across the road from where that road goes up to that house there, they had a place where they'd park cars or something, and that could be a little work done, a few trees put out there, and in fact, the power company's got a stake there that they want to set a pole right on the end of that bridge. I wouldn't after we get the bridge done.
We have been keeping up with mud season, which hasn't been all that bad so far this year. And then we've had a few snow events. We had 2 last week, and of course we had last night and this morning. So winter's still holding on a little bit.
Yeah.
And that's all I have.
You're lucky. We're down Brattleboro there on Gibson Road, which goes from up by the country club and comes out over on Meadowbrook Road. That's still closed due to mud. Been in the paper for 2-3 weeks.
Yeah. Okay. Is not a counter money week. So I have the report from the treasurer. In the sweep account is $750,602.73, and in the checking account is $30,000 even. Okay. So next up was this is the correspondence that I gave everybody last week. The Economic and Infrastructures Development Grant Opportunity. I don't know if you guys got a chance to look through it. I went through the website. It's pretty short on details as to what the matches may be. And they also think they amended it so that the letter of interest is not required, but it couldn't hurt if we think this is something we might want to go after to draft a letter of interest and send it off to them.
Okay.
So if we want to do that, I would entertain a motion to that effect.
So moved.
Okay. All those in favor of sending a letter of interest to the Economic and Infrastructure Development Grant Opportunity, which is being done by the Northern Border Regional Commission, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Steve, do you have a template for that kind of thing? For letter of interest? Or anything that we've used in the past that you have?
No, I do not.
Okay. I'll find one on VLCT.
There might be a template too on their website. I will double check, but I also might have something.
Okay, great. Yeah, if you could, I'm just going to put this in this makeshift folder for Carla's stuff. We have no members of the public. Old business. So we have many appointments to make. I'm going to just read through the whole list. And then in discussion, we can decide if there's anything that you guys want to talk about, just so we don't have to read it more than once. So for Social Services Screening Committee, we would appoint Kathy Grieve, Meredith Kenyon, and Chris Groats-Cook. Rescue Inc. would be Kathleen Heggie. 911 coordinators, Helen Holt. Fence viewer, Christina Wright. I assume that got cleared. Inspector of Wood and Timber, Rob Wright. Inspector of Shingles, Rob Wright. Animal Control will remain with the constables. The Pound Keeper, will be the Select Board. Recreation Committee is Christina Wright. Valley Cares Board is Crystal Mansfield. And the Wyndham County Sheriff's Liaison will be the constables. So I would entertain a motion to make those aforementioned appointments.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of appointing said representatives signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So Carl, if we could update the appointments list to reflect those, that'd be great. There was one other part of so we had gotten a letter before town meeting from the Social Services Committee, which will remain the same as it was, and they wanted to put together a little more cohesive procedure for people applying, setting deadlines, asking for mission statements, and some explanation of what they do. So they would like to, I guess what we need to do is, I guess we have to change the procedures for Townsend Social Services Committee requests. And they would like the following stipulations: that all requests be submitted by the last business day of October to allow time to vet them. All requests are to include information regarding agency's mission. All requests are to include information regarding how Townsend residents benefit from the agency's services. And requests that are submitted after the proposed deadline or without the proposed requirements would be reviewed at the discretion of the Social Services Committee. So I would entertain a motion to create that plan going forward.
Second.
All those in favor of adopting the Social Services Committee procedures for requests signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Sorry. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. They had also said that they would like to send out a letter to recipients from the past 2 years, just notifying them of the
New requirements.
New requirements.
Yep.
Okay. Good. I will pass that along to them. Okay. Don't cover the agenda. I like having all this room. Okay. Moving on, we have the form from the listers from the last meeting. That is the form 4155. Steve, you had a question on the Kirkpatrick property.
Yes.
I spoke to Mike Bills. He assured me that the statute of limitations has closed and they are not aware of any pending actions for that. So in his mind, it's done and this is good to go. So I would entertain a motion to sign form 4155, the certificate of no appeal or suit pending for the grant list.
So,
Second.
Well, I just want to, I mean, is it definitely a positive?
Well, I talked to Mike. He assured me that it was. Carla did some research and reached out to the LCT. I don't know if you ever heard back from them.
I haven't heard back from the LCT yet.
Okay,
So
so
hold off until.
all right. Okay, so we will table that until we hear from VLCT. I always want to call them VLCTV. Okay. We have a request from Community Hope and Action to use the Commons for Family Fun Day for Townsend, July 18th, 2020, which is I think it's a Saturday.
Saturday.
Yep. And they are, we have the contract, which is no, we'll have to get it signed, but we have their application. They are requesting that we waive the fee. So I would entertain a motion to.
What did we do last year? Do we remember?
I think we waived the fee. Actually, I'm positive we waived the fee last year.
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
All right. All those in favor of allowing the Community Hope and Action to use the Commons on July 18th, 2020 for Family Fun Day for Townsend with the fee waived, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So Carl, if you can let them know And then we will need a copy of their insurance rider. Okay. So next up we have application for a second-class license for Riverbend Farm Market. It's a renewal. So I would entertain a motion to approve the liquor license renewal application for Riverbend Market.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Okay, hearing none.
That's just beer and wine, right?
Yeah. Okay.
I was gonna say they had, why I said that, because the liquor license, they lost it once.
Oh, well, they need to get it back, because nobody can sell liquor here now with our
Well, yeah, no, they can sell beer and stuff now, they got it back, but they don't have liquor.
No. Well, liquor's the state store anyway.
But I still had to have a license to say to do it.
Yep. So all those in favor of approving the 2020 liquor license renewal for Riverbend Farm Market signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So we all need to sign this.
On the left.
On the left.
Sorry, was it Class A license? A Class A? Or,
Second class.
Second class, sorry.
Okay. Last two items on the agenda are related. The first one is vtalert.gov is a website where you can put in to receive text or email alerts regarding, well, you can choose however you want to do it, whether it's weather, but particularly useful for the COVID-19 outbreak. And then for COVID-19, I have a statement from Sherwood Lake, who's our emergency management coordinator. It's fairly long, so I'm not going to read the whole thing, but we will attach it to the minutes. He and I are in pretty constant contact. I know he's in touch with the hospital and the fire department, as well as all the state agencies. So we are getting regular updates and the latest best practices. And then I also had a similar letter from Glenn Beatty from the fire department, talking about what they are doing to prepare and cope for whatever eventuality might come by. So we can put that also in the minutes. And for government agencies and private nonprofits, FEMA money is now able to be applied for. So if you are a private nonprofit, or Steve, this would apply to you if you guys get asked to run supplies, also apply to the fire department. Just anything that you do that's related to this outbreak, document time and materials, so that we can submit that later on. And they're reimbursing, I think it's 75%, they said. And the last thing is there is a change to the open meeting law that came out this morning, I think. So we can do now our meetings completely remotely without a designated place to have them. What we do have to offer, we would do it, I think, is either a video conference or a conference call or some combination of both. We do have to allow access to the public to join in the meeting, and then minutes as normal. There was some discussion about making them have to be recorded, but I didn't see anything in the final draft that mentioned that. So something to think about. If we do decide to go that way, we will ask Rick to post something on the website, and we'll post a warning to that effect before the next meeting. If it comes to that.
In the past, well, like when Kent was on the board, he'd be in Florida in December, and we'd have the meeting here, but he would be by phone.
Yeah, and you could always do that. What's different now is that in that case, you always had to do it at a place where the public could attend.
Yeah.
Now it allows the public to attend electronically, but there is no requirement to have a physical place for them.
And we do the same thing with solid waste. We have a call-in number that somebody can can't make it to the meeting, but they can be heard. And they hear the meeting.
Yeah. So I mean, I just recently set up a Zoom account for my own self, so we can use that. Hopefully, it won't go on for too long. Right now, as it stands, I think we have enough separation. I feel fairly comfortable with this setup, but if things change, I'll get in touch with everybody. Okay. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So,
all right. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, brace yourself. Yeah, we're underway. It's 9:15 by the clock here. I guess this clock is fast, about 9:11, I think. And let's get started. Let's go around and identify yourselves, please, board members. We know we have some public, but board members, please begin. Let's start with you, Sabina and Kyle.
Sabina Brochu, student member.
want to speak? Thank you. Everybody speak up nice and clearly, please. Next, Oliver.
Oliver Olson.
Kim.
Peter Pell.
Peter, welcome.
Yeah, I had the wrong. I was doing the wrong. I was doing the deliberative.
Right. Okay. Kim, you there?
Yes, Kim Gleason, Essex.
Kathy, speak up.
Kathy LaVoy Swanson. Kathy LaVoy Swanson.
Yeah, so at this point, we are missing John O'Keefe, who I think is pretty busy with some work as town manager, but he's going to join us after lunch, I think. And Dan French is got a whole lot of commitments, as you might imagine, including the governor's asked him to appear at a press conference this morning. So we'll get Dan when we can. And when Suzanne, when Dan is available, will you please let me know, because I would like to switch the agenda around as soon as he's available to have him speak with us about the stuff on the agenda that's his in particular. We want to hear his secretary's report. And we'd also like any input he might have on item F, as in Fred, the Battenkill Valley. Either Dan or Donna Russo Savage or whoever from the agency is going to join us for the conversation on F. Suzanne, if you would please have them standing by pretty soon. We're going to get to that as quickly as we can, basically as soon as we hear from Dan.
Okay, sounds good. I'll let you know when Dan is going to join in, and I'll just interrupt the meeting, or Dan can just let you know that he's there.
Don't be afraid to interrupt.
Okay.
As a general procedure, then, it's been suggested by Oliver that all of us you keep your phone on mute if you can. That eliminates feedback and background noise. And one other thing, if you can hear anything where you are, we can hear it when you speak. So any background conversations, radios, television, anything like that will come through and be very, very distracting. So try to be in a place that's very quiet when you're speaking. It might be good if you would, when you want to speak, just pipe right up, hit your button and say, this is Sabina or this is Oliver, and then go ahead and say what you want to say. When it comes to votes, I'm going to ask you to say your name and your vote. We won't have any votes until the afternoon, and then we'll have several. We'll have one right away, actually, on the consent agenda when we get to that. Any questions now on this process that we're going to try to follow? None. All right, good. So don't be afraid to hit your button and pipe up whenever you want to say anything, and we'll just work with it. Okay. Let's move on now. Then we're still on item A on the agenda, and on amendments to the agenda. There's a pretty good likelihood that we're going to have to move things around on the agenda. I don't expect there to be any additional items, except possibly Representative Kate Webb, who's the chair of the House Committee on Education, may join the meeting. And if she does, I would invite her to give us a 10-minute briefing on what's happening in House and Senate on education bills. So that would be an additional item on the agenda that's not listed if Representative Webb is available for this meeting. Anything else on that? Let's move on then to the item B. The first item on the item B is the consent agenda. You have a motion that was sent to you last night. Anybody wish to make the motion with regard to the consent agenda?
I'll make the motion that the State Board of Education approve the consent agenda as presented. This is Kathy LaVoy.
I'll second that. This is liberal. Okay, motion has been made by Kathy LaVoy, seconded by Oliver, that the State Board of Education approve the consent agenda as presented. Those in favor say aye, please. Just,
aye. Aye.
And
Aye.
give your names, please.
Aye.
Give your names, please.
Aye.
Aye, Kathy LaVoy.
Aye.
Bill Mathis. Aye.
Keep going.
Please,
Oliver.
aye.
All right. Oliver Olson. Aye. Yep. Peter.
Hey, John.
Yes.
This is Jenna. Can
Yeah.
I make a suggestion?
Yes, please.
Instead
Yeah.
of both things at the same time, if you maybe said Jenna and I respond.
Okay.
And I respond.
All right.
So you kind of do a roll call and we all just.
Yep. All right. Good.
Okay.
Let's just try that then.
Thank you.
Let's just try that. Sabina.
I can't vote, John.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. Kyle. Aye. Jenna.
Aye.
Oliver. Aye. Kim.
Aye.
Peter. Kathy.
Aye.
Bill.
Aye.
Okay. You got that, Suzanne?
Yes, I do.
Good.
John,
Thank
are you voting?
Oh, yes. Aye. Thank you. We'll postpone board announcements and the student report for now. We'll come back to them. Question for you, Suzanne. Who do we need for the discussion about Battenkill Valley?
This was Oliver's item, so we need Oliver to speak, and I reached out to Emily Simmons to see who will be available from the Agency of Education.
And do you have an answer?
Not just yet.
I think Donna Russo Savage is probably the person most knowledgeable.
Exactly. Suzanne, can you move that along and get Donna on board for us so we can take this topic up?
Right, I'll reach out through Emily and see if we can get Donna.
Okay, good. Thank you.
It'll be her call, yes.
Yeah. And I will now then begin a chair's report for you, and we will come back to announcements. There's quite a lot to talk about. Mostly I'm going to speak to you about, let's talk first about the schedule of meetings. You should have received yesterday a schedule of meetings for the rest of this year and into 2021. As you can see, we have 3 meetings in a row that include 2 are board meetings with a hearing, and the 3rd one on the 6th of May is an APA hearing only. So April meeting is a regular board meeting, which will start at 12:30 and go until 4, at which time we will then conduct a hearing, public hearing, in connection with the APA rules that are in process now, i.e. 1300 and 2360, the special education rules that you adopted at our last meeting. By the way, on Monday the 9th of March, we presented the rules as you adopted them to the Interagency Committee on Administrative Rules. That begins the AP, so-called APA process. APA being Administrative Procedures Act. You're going to hear a lot more about this APA process over the next couple of years. So that process has begun, and a piece of it is the public comment period, which begins in April, and we hold 3 public hearings. So that's what you see in the April, May, and May meetings that are listed. June 17th is a regular board meeting.
To clarify, John, I had that our regular meeting on the 22nd was starting at 1. Potentially, you're saying it's at 12:30?
We think, yeah.
Okay.
We think. Otherwise, we don't have very much time for our regular board meeting.
Okay.
Is everybody able to hear Kathy and Bill when they speak?
Yes.
We have microphones now.
Okay. We will have no meeting in July. I'm going to give you all a break. And then we will have our retreat in August. Normally we have it in September. The reason we have it, planning it in August is that we expect that September, October, and November will be very, very busy for the board because the legislature wants us to conduct some briefings/hearings about the waiting study, 6 of them, before the 1st of December. So we will have a lot of work to do in the autumn, and I don't want to use any of September for a retreat. I want to get that done in August so that come September, October, November, we're available to conduct these 6 briefings/hearings on the waiting study, as well as our board meeting. So now that's the general schedule. Any questions, comments?
Could you go through those dates just real quickly? I don't have hard copy.
Here you go.
Oh, thank you. There they are.
So let me just now tell you a little bit about what's been going on in the legislature. I've been spending a lot of time there. It feels like the old days. It's actually, I love being there, but it's not part of my job description anymore. The S-166 I told you about last night in my email Sunday night. That's the bill that would reform the state board, and it's mostly in pretty good shape. There are some issues that remain there that I think we are unhappy with, and hopefully they can be addressed when the bill gets to House Education. S-166 got tied up in the rush to adjourn on Friday, the 13th. And so no action was taken on the Senate floor, but we have reason to believe that the support for it is pretty good. S-46 is the pupil waiting study. That's a strike all on an earlier bill. So it has a title that has nothing to do with waiting study. And by the way, S-166, you may see it referred to as a bill to dissolve the State Board of Education. That's its name because it was put in as a bill to dissolve the State Board of Education by some of our lesser friends among the Senate. I've told you very often that there are about a third of the state senators at one time or another have signed on to bills in the last 2 or 3 years to dissolve the state board or to eliminate its rulemaking authority. So this is one of those bills which has been repurposed by the Senate Education Committee for a bunch of procedural reasons. And so it's called to dissolve it. Really, its purpose called a strike all. The title persists until the bill is passed, and then the title becomes a bill to reform the State Board of Education. I would just say that as a result of the good work of the Senate Committee on Education in endorsing the vision that we all have had together about how the board should be reformed, the bill to eliminate the State Board of Education, which came out of the so-called Sunset Committee, that bill has been modified in the House, and the piece in it that would eliminate the State Board has been itself eliminated. But that doesn't mean the problem's going away. It simply means that they are giving us a break and they're watching closely. But the chairs of both the House and Senate committees on GovOps, I've talked with them both. They both are satisfied that the board is making a good faith effort to address the concerns that have been around for a number of years. And that with the passage of 166, they will be more than satisfied that we've kept our end of the bargain with the Sunset Commission. S46 is the strike all that has the pupil weighting study in it, and basically it's a study of the study. And it has a couple of parts, one of which is that the agency is to come back to the legislature with a systematic plan for implementing the weighting study. You'll learn a lot more about the weighting study in an hour and a half or so when Tammy Colby is here. Another piece of S46, the weighting study bill, is that the state board is assigned the duty of conducting 6 meetings around the state. And the purposes of the meetings are twofold. One, to inform the general public of the thrust and purpose of the weighting study. And second, to receive public comment on that proposal. Having received that, we are directed then to report our pertinent findings to the Secretary of Education, who is then charged with preparing this plan for implementation. Okay? So that's S46. It places a significant responsibility on the board. In many ways, I take it as a very good sign that certainly the education committees and I think the General Assembly is indicating to us that they value the State Board of Education and especially the role we play where we reach out across the state to communities and inform them and learn from them. And that's a role we want to see more of for the State Board. I have already talked with both of the committee chairs to point out that this places a considerable burden upon the State Board. A typical meeting costs us anywhere from $5,000 to $7,000, a day-long meeting. Renting a facility, paying for RETN to videotape it, the lavish meals that we provide, the incredible per diem that we pay to each of you, and so on and so forth. Pretty soon you're talking real money, as they say. And I've pointed out to folks in the State House that we are happy to do this work, but we need some resources to do it with. I'm not talking about staff. I'm talking about simple cash to pay the cost of running this business. We'll see where that goes. Second, of our third bill of importance to us is H209, which is the school construction bill.
Before you get to that,
yeah.
Could you go back to the other piece a second? That seems like a lot of things happened in a real hurry.
Okay.
Can you go further in terms of how these hearings came about? All of this comes as a quick surprise.
I see. Yeah, I think I think the situation in the legislature, I hope I can characterize it fairly, is that everybody thinks that the weighting study is very important. I don't think there's any disputing that. I think, however, people are feeling unready to take action on it. Remember, this is the second year of the biennium. It's very hard to get anything significant accomplished in 1 year of a biennium. It's very, and of course, if you don't get it accomplished in that biennium, it all drops dead and you start all over again in the next. Whereas if you start in the first year of a biennium, whatever is not completed carries over to the second year. Moreover, the legislature that will exist on January of 2021 will be a different legislature than the one that exists now. So I think the sentiment typically, just the atmosphere I feel in the State House is folks are just trying to get the basics done and not taking on any significant major new initiatives. And with the COVID-19 virus, we'll be lucky if we get many of these bills passed even. It is conceivable that virtually all of the bills, including our own S-166 and including S-46, the waiting study, may not see final action this year because of COVID-19. There is talk on the Hill about simply passing the so-called money bills. That's appropriations and transportation, basically. But that we're getting ahead of ourselves to speculate too much about that. I think we can operate safely for the moment in the expectation that S-166 will pass the Senate, it will go to the House and be favorably acted upon. That S-46, the pupil waiting study, which is just a study of the study, to your point, Bill, will pass. I think people want to see, they don't want to see nothing happening on this. But just parenthetically, I would mention to you that there seems to be no action on proficiency-based learning, PBL. So far as I can see, the House has no live bill on that topic. And the Senate committee, I asked the chair the other day, and he said, the Senate Committee on Education said they don't expect to offer a bill on that. So there were kind of much ado about PBL at the beginning of the year, and you can just see the appetite for taking on controversial projects seems to be tepid at best.
John, I have a question that maybe I should know, but is there any way in which the State Board of Education, if S-46 weren't passed, is there any way that the State Board of Education, forget the money piece, could take action for public input regarding the waiting study?
Absolutely,
okay.
Yes.
And would that be something that would be considered so that we can moving forward? Okay.
Absolutely. I think we all, I suspect, we'll talk about it more later, but I suspect that there's a pretty strong consensus on this board that the waiting study is very, very important and that we can play a useful role whether we are asked to do so by the legislature or not. It's nice to be asked, it's nice to be funded, but it's still worth doing.
And would it, follow up, would it lend the same level of credibility, or would it be taken seriously even if it wasn't through legislative action that we're doing it? So we're not doing anything that they're going to say, forget it, we're going to do it this way, our way. I can't imagine what that might be, but I'm just thinking if we weren't given the directive legislatively, if it would just be,
Yeah, I think we could find out. I think the answer is probably yes, that it would be welcome. If it all comes to pass that S-46 goes nowhere because of COVID-19, I would certainly have conversations with the chairs of the House and Senate Committees on Education. My guess is that they would say, oh yes, please, go right ahead. Let's make progress any way we can.
Thank you.
There'd be, of course, no guarantee as to what's done with our report.
Right.
But I think this is precisely the kind of thing that I think we all visualize this board ought to be doing.
Yep.
I agree, and I'm sympathetic to what Kathy just went through, but I'm just thinking is if we go through all these hearings and prepare a plan, and then it's given over to the agency to take perhaps in a different direction, that might be problematic.
Well, I'm not suggesting that the board is not being asked to quote, prepare a plan.
Right.
The board is asked in S46 to go out, inform people about what the weighting study is, and hear what their comments are, and report those findings to the secretary, who alone has authority to prepare a plan. So there's no collision of duties here. Ours is fact finding, and his is plan building.
Okay? Oh my.
Yep. Let me speak now about school construction aid. As you all know, there was a rash of local referenda on funding new school construction. All that were voted on, I think, did not succeed. But in any case, that rash of over $500 million of new construction got the attention of the General Assembly and the concern. And so a bill was produced to lay the groundwork for reviving some form of school construction aid. Now, the state has an interest in school construction aid, first from the point of view of wanting to help mitigate the resource differences among the towns. Wealthy towns can afford to go it alone. Ordinary towns cannot. So if you don't have state aid for construction, the risk is that you have a rich town, poor town differential, not only in teacher salaries, but also in quality facilities. The second reason for there to be a state aid program is it allows the state to dictate and hold the communities up to a high standard of construction, especially from an energy conservation point of view. If you're helping to pay the bill with the state aid program, you get to say something about how big the music room will be, and you get to say something about how thick the insulation will be. In fact, you get to write the rules if you want. That's the way state construction aid works. It used to work here, and it works that way in other states as well. So there is a real interest in resuming some form of construction aid. It's not clear what the funding sources might be. That's a serious question. For example, in Massachusetts, there's a school construction aid program that's very robust, and it doesn't involve debt at all, which is a very important thing to be considering, because if you use up the state's bonding capacity for schools, you don't have anything left for prisons and other things that the state alone is responsible for. In Massachusetts, they happen to do it with 1 cent on the sales tax. Funds all school construction aid very, very generously. In any case, the legislature is looking to do a couple things. One, to understand better what are the facility needs in the state, that is to launch a systematic inventory of the existing school facilities and how well they measure up against modern school construction standards. And second, the legislature is intending to do an analysis of how you would pay for this over a period of time. The first part is where we come in. The H209, as it is now written, and I think it's in House Ways and Means, and will come to the House floor before long, provides, among other things, that the State Board of Education will update what's called the capital budgeting formula. capital budgeting formulas provided for in the school construction rules that are our rules. But the formula is very outdated. What the formula does basically is says that, for example, for every student in the music program, you shall have 22 square feet in the music room. And that needs to be updated to provide sort of a framework for evaluating the quality of existing schools. The statute as proposed, 8209, directs the state board to update the capital budgeting formula, set of specifications. Fairly technical work, it's kind of stuff you use architects and engineers to advise you on. We would have about 6 months to get that done. It has to be done by about 1 November. Secondarily, the bill directs the chair, I guess that would be me at the moment, to advise the secretary on the facility needs study and to help write specifications for a contract that would be led to an engineering firm to go around and study all 292 school buildings in the state. It's a major undertaking. So 209 then gives assigns this board further responsibility.
It strikes me as a little bit strange in that on the weighting study, we're not doing the nuts and bolts, but on the facility stuff, it sounds like a lot of nuts and bolts.
Yeah, well, it is different. I agree. Different committees, different approaches.
Can I ask, I'm sorry, this is Kim, and to Bill's question, in the category of like breaking down rules for us doing the broader what and the agency doing the more technical how does this land in our category?
I'm blanking on the rule number. There it is. I guess it's 6,000. Rule 6,000 is a rule of the State Board of Education. And it specifies the rules of engagement if you're a school district and you want to apply for state construction aid. It makes reference to a couple key documents, one of which is this capital budgeting formula, which has always been the duty of the state board to devise. This has been so for a couple decades. So I'm not able to address the what-how differential that you're speaking about, Kim. That's a conceptual structure that you and others like to use. The legislature isn't thinking that way. The legislature is looking at who owns this rule. The answer is us. Who owns that capital budget formula? The answer is the state board. Well, you need to update it because we're going to have to use it. That's the logic.
And do we imagine that this will be, so in our new breakdown of who owns which rules, did we even address this rule?
Yes.
And where was it on that proposed list? I don't recall.
Where it is now in S-166 is that the rule would go to the agency.
So in the timeline, how would that work?
Well, it's a good question. It's a good question. As you know, I'm not an attorney, but my take on this would be that if S-166 passed and the rule became the duty and authority of the agency, and if 209 passed and directed the board to update the formula, both would be so. That is, I don't think it would change anything. 209 would persist as a directive of the General Assembly to do something regardless of who owns the rule. That's a question that can be sorted out at a later time, and perhaps attorneys would have other views on it. But the General Assembly can tell anybody to do anything that it wishes to. And it doesn't, there's not any obligation that it meets some test of what or how or who owns the rule.
But wouldn't we want to advise the consideration of the update of that rule to be with those whom actually own the rule at the time, so that it would be reflective of whatever happens? These are being handled in two separate committees, and why we would invite ourselves to reinsert ourselves in something that is, we are for a reason, passing to the agency, I think would not be providing the best advice to that committee on how they form their language.
They haven't asked our advice on this. And
I think so. They wouldn't know to necessarily ask that because it is being considered separately from the S-166.
well, I agree, but they've been informed about that. I think we can talk about this further, especially when the thing comes across to the Senate, where there's complete awareness of what's developed in 166. Either way, there's going to be a lot of work to be done there. There's certainly the first part of having the board chair involved is a more general thing. I think the chair of the Vermont Superintendents Association is designated, and the commissioner of buildings and public works is also designated as 3 advisors to the secretary in formulating the contract for facility survey. So let me just...
I don't mean to beat a dead, and I'm just suggesting that we've been talking about where we add value and where we don't, and it would be a very specific sort of set of experience that would lend itself to that. And it feels like if we want to engage deeply with the waiting study in the fall, it just feels as though it would be a well-spent outreach to the committee to perhaps invite them now to have their language reflect that rule needs to be updated and not mandate who does it.
Well, fine. I'll take that up offline. They're going to direct who's going to do it, so it won't be left unspecified. I'd like to just move on. Let's just see how we're doing on time. Yeah. Suzanne, no word from Dan?
I believe Dan's going to join in just 1 second. If we could just hang tight for just a second.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning, Dan.
Here's Dan.
Sorry I couldn't be with you today, physically or virtually. I have to head over to participate in a press conference, so I'm going to leave. I've got about 10 minutes, I suppose.
All right.
But I will say, I just wanted to say right up firstly, I won't be, I'll be recusing myself as part of the Matthias deliberation.
Of course.
For obvious reasons. Obviously COVID-19 has taken over much of our work. Those preparations are underway. It's been a rapidly evolving situation, public health emergency, and so forth. Our focus right now has been in the last 24 hours, in the last 12 hours, on new guidance and order the governor has directed in terms of providing child care through K-12 systems to support the children of essential personnel, so we can ensure those essential personnel are available to provide the public health support that we need them to at this critical moment. Made a lot of progress on provisioning of meals for students. I feel pretty good about that. We were out in front of waiver requests with the USDA to have all SUs approved to do that at this point. Working through a variety of labor issues. On the one hand, we're making an appeal to all educators to show up to work. At the same time, we don't feel comfortable forcing people to do that if they feel uncomfortable for their own health or the health of their families. So that's been a challenge. We are ensuring that all staff get paid regardless. What we're trying to do now, really, this idea of education continuity is in this 2-week closure period is to ensure, firstly, that we're just maintaining academic support as best we can. Obviously, people are scrambling to do that. At the same time, we want to make sure our most vulnerable students are being supported. And then lastly, we want to use this time to prepare for what could be an extended period of school closure. I'm not sure that'll happen at this point, but we want to make preparations now while we can, which is why we need folks to show up to work. In the event of an extended school closure, we're going to shift our focus from maintenance of academic or an educational service to, obviously focusing on continued student growth and achievement. So that's a different concept, and we're going to be doing a lot of planning at the state level and with locals for the provision of online learning and so forth, which I think high schools around the state do that more or less pretty well. But as you know, there's uneven bandwidth access across the state and not regular access from students at home in terms of laptops and so forth. We're going to have to probably be more inventive for the provision of those services at the elementary level. So, obviously that's what we've been working on pretty aggressively. We've also, inside the state government, you should know, we've dispersed our workforce in accordance with the governor's directive. So we're, largely the AOE staff is working remote, and we have the technology to sort of still keep all our operations going and so forth. Trying to think what else. There's a request in the agenda packet regarding giving me some waiver authority on the 175 days.
Yep.
And it seems like months ago when I drafted that. We're in a different context now, but I appreciate your consideration of that. I think that'd be helpful.
Dan, just a question on that. Is there a reference to 10 days in there? Is there any change you want to have made in the language of the motion to be passed?
When I wrote that, it was more or less to conform with what was then still is to a certain extent the 14-day quarantine aspect we were looking at.
Right.
I think 10 days during the work plus 2 weekends, more or less adds up to 14. Honestly, I don't know if additional time period will be required. I think that probably wouldn't be addressed with future emergency order as necessary from the governor, but whatever you think appropriate at this point. We're not sure yet, if extended school closure would be warranted. I've basically told school districts under my authority that, waivers, you should operate now in this 2-week period as if these 14 days are attendance days for school, and or that a waiver for such would be granted. So they're just trying to operate as normal as they can with other concerns. I didn't want that to be one of them. But we'll cross that bridge when we get there. So whatever you'd like to do in terms of supporting that would be appreciated.
Well, I wonder if
So John,
yeah,
John, I was going to suggest, the 10 days caught my attention as well, and I was going to suggest that we remove a limit on the number of days, and then we give Dan full authority. I think given everything that's going on, the last thing we need is the extra red tape that the agency needs to have to navigate through and come back to us. Clearly, this is an emergency, and we need to speed things up and provide Dan with as much latitude as possible.
Right. We could say grant waivers as the secretary sees fit, or something like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
And then along those lines, I know that a question for Dan. I know there's a lot of things that are moving very quickly, but to the extent, I'm thinking some of these creative solutions the administration's coming up with, most recently the child care issue. It would be helpful to know if you have a sense of, what kind of emergency rulemaking the state board may need to undertake to help enable some of those solutions. The sooner we can get a handle on that, then we can plan maybe for some future meetings to address emergency rulemaking if that's necessary.
Okay. Well, I'm going to sign off. Thank you for your support. I really appreciate it. I'll try to keep you apprised through John as best I can. Hope you have a productive meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Suzanne, do you have, has Emily Simmons made somebody available to us?
Yes, Donna is going to be calling in at 10, so we have a couple of minutes.
All right. Let's do student reports. Kyle, do you have a report for us?
I don't see anything new to update. Just trying to stay quarantined and dealing with the current situation where there's nothing there.
Thank you, Kyle. Sabina.
Hi. So our school obviously is doing its best to try and keep us learning and everything. So we start online classes on Monday. So our teachers are spending the next 2 days kind of preparing online courses and sending out emails. We're lucky enough that our school provides each student already with a personal Chromebook. So every student should have access to technology. Not sure about Wi-Fi. I'm sure that they're taking care of that at the high ends of our school. They're figuring out how to take care of students who don't have that kind of access. But our school held a blood drive, so right at the beginning of the corona scare here in Vermont, we were able to get that, out of the way, because as a part of student council, that's one of the biggest things we do. So we were able to, there were a lot of precautions. They were taking people's temperature at the door, but we were able to do one of the biggest events of the year that student council is in charge of. That was very nice. And then unfortunately, I was out Friday and then Monday and Tuesday because I had a sore throat and I did not want to cause any more damage than that's already going on. So that's kind of it. I think it's going to be interesting to see how teachers handle it, because I know I definitely have some teachers who are not as tech savvy as others. And so seeing how this all plays out is going to be pretty interesting.
Indeed. Well, we hope that goes well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any board announcements? Any board members who have pertinent news or anything like that? Hearing none. Then let's get started on item F. Donna, are you on board?
Yes, I am.
Thank you, Donna, for being with us. Oliver and Donna, how do you wish to proceed?
This is entirely Oliver's here for support needed, so we should definitely get our concern.
All right, Oliver, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, this is a follow-up to a question that I raised at last month's meeting, and this concerns the decision of the state board some time ago to transition the school districts of Arlington and Sandgate into the Southwest Supervisory Union, which would then result in the dissolution of the Battenkill Valley Supervisory Union, which is the smallest supervisory union in the state. This was action that was taken technically separate from the Act 46 process, but it was raised as part of that. And it was raised as part of that process for a number of reasons. And namely that, as the timeline illustrates, this has been an issue that's been ongoing now for close to 10 years. So for those of you who were on the board at the time, when we issued our order back in, I believe it was November of 2018, the initial recommendation from the AOE was to have this activity complete by July 1st of this year. The affected supervisory unions at that meeting asked for an additional year to allow for, some additional time to help with planning, et cetera. And the state board acquiesced to that request and gave them until July 1st of 2021. I raised this issue at the last meeting because it had come to my attention through some public meetings of the Arlington School District that additional time that had been granted appears not to have been taken advantage of. And my understanding at this point, and this is where Donna can keep me honest, is that although we had authorized Arlington or Sandgate to appoint members to the Southwest Vermont Supervisory Union to assist with planning purposes, that may not have happened yet. And this is all to say, when you look at the timeline of some of the activities over the past decade, the concern I wanted to raise is that this absence of activity makes me a little bit uncomfortable. And there was some evidence, and Donna can speak more specifically to this, that there may be a request forthcoming to ask for another extension or some change. And as you can see from the timeline, for those of you who reviewed the timeline, this has been sort of developing into a pattern now. And my concern is obviously the impact to the students in that region. And I think we should consider reinforcing our earlier order and helping to ensure that things continue to proceed at an orderly pace and hopefully avoid getting into a situation where the affected school districts are coming back to us next year and asking for another extension. Donna, can you maybe provide a few other details?
I don't have a lot. I will agree with you that the state board authorized the two school districts to appoint their members to the SU board, but it never required them to do so. And there wasn't and there was also a time after which they were allowed to do that, but there wasn't a deadline by which they were required to do it. The other thing is that we have been contacted, I think, in the very early stages of their thinking by the Arlington School Board, wondering whether the state board is going to be looking at a more of a statewide approach to making changes to SU boundaries, and wondering whether it might make sense to hold off on this requirement that Batten Hill become part of Southwest Vermont until it's viewed in light of a much more regional or statewide action that the state board decides to take. I don't know, is Secretary French there, please, on the line?
He's left.
No,
He is not on the line.
Okay. He and I had a conference call with Superintendent of Batten Hill, and so I don't have my notes with me, but I think it was another two maybe of the school board members, maybe three, about this as a possibility. And Secretary Brent said that he didn't think that was a sufficient enough reason to wait. That if they had delay this, or to not have it go into effect, that if they had reasons that could support that, then he would be willing to consider those reasons and consider talking to the state board about that as a possibility. But he didn't feel as though that was significant justification for postponing what he's already ordered them to do. That was a month ago, and I haven't heard anything since. I don't know if he has.
Donna, when was that meeting?
You know what? If I didn't look it up. I can try to look it up on my calendar right now as you all talk, and I can let you know.
All right, Oliver, question for you. So what makes you know or have reason to believe that they are delaying further?
Well, they had specifically requested an additional year for the purpose of having sufficient time to plan for this transition. And based on the fact that they've not appointed any members to the Southwest Vermont Supervisory Union, and a review of the minutes of both SUs, from a review of the minutes that I did of both SUs, there's no evidence to see that there's been any planning activities undertaken. My concern is that the additional year they had requested and we granted has, in effect, not been utilized. And then this, recent discussion or request that was brought to Donna and to Secretary French is another sort of indicator. And then, again, we don't need to go through all the details, but if you look through that timeline, there is most definitely a pattern.
I just checked the calendar. It was Wednesday, February 5th.
Thank you, Donna.
Welcome.
So, Oliver, are you suggesting that either the board or the agency should communicate with these communities and say what?
I think we need to reinforce the original order from November 2018, make it clear that we expect them to proceed against that timeline and that there will be no further extensions granted.
I have a few queries.
We have other unresolved issues that need to be taken care of, or is this the only one?
Could you hear that question?
Yeah, this is the only one that I'm aware of.
When you say the only one, the only districts that have
That's still not resolved.
There are no other districts in the state that have been slow to implement that either of you can bring to mind. Is that your question?
Yes.
Yeah, not that I'm aware of.
Donna?
As far as that new boundary changes, this is the only one that I'm aware of.
Thank you. Kathy, you have a question?
I do, but I apologize for my ignorance here. But Oliver, last board meeting, I asked whether or not this was outside of the Act 46.
And the technical answer is yes.
So,
it came up in the context of the Act 46 because the report from the agency, the sort of the preliminary draft plan, if you will, made some recommendations for the state board to consider around supervisor union consolidation, and this was one that was highlighted and one the board at that time, although it was separate from the Act 46 process, did go ahead and implement at the recommendation of Secretary French. And that was done because, as you can see, this is not new. This has been going on for close to 10 years now. And it's when you review the timeline, it's an action that's been it's been something that's been out there was originally recommended when the superintendent at that time retired, and it was seen as an opportunity to move forward with some consolidation because as an SU, it's so small they have challenges around staffing critical business functions such as the business manager, et cetera. There are a number of issues that have been raised over the years, but there has seemingly been some reluctance on behalf of the two-member school districts, and that's important. There's only two school districts within the SU to move forward with any consolidation, and you can see there's been this pattern of requesting various extensions to the actions that have been required of them over the years. And commissioners or secretaries of education, and nearly the entire state board has turned over. So, in the midst of that, they tend to get lost in the shuffle. And I think it's important that we hold their feet to the fire, particularly since they asked for this additional year.
Yeah, and I understand that, and I would agree. It's horrific that, they've fooled around with this for 10 years, and over the years, many people have had their hands in helping them to do that, right? But was the only reason it was left out of the Act 46 discussion because this was already in play? And was that the right decision? And is there any legitimacy in them thinking that them acting on it under this, this provision here, might be different if it were under an Act 46 discussion? Do you see what I'm saying? I mean, I understand holding their feet to the fire, but is there any value in them thinking, well, this might change anyways? Is that discussed?
Yes, Donna.
Oliver, may I step in?
Yeah, go for it.
The decision that was made by the state board regarding Gatco Valley was under section 261 of Title 16, and that's been around, I believe, for a very, very long time. It may not have been around since the Union School District. It's been around for decades, and that's independent authority that the state board has outside Act 46, outside of anything else, that you have the ability on your own initiative or at the request of school boards, the school district board, to change boundaries of the supervisory union, and that is authority that you have that has been, as I said, in existence and has been exercised many times over the last 20 years or however long it's been in existence. I don't recall, and perhaps the chair recalls, the reason that you decided to do this separately, but I think that perhaps it was just that you considered it just cleaner, that you weren't, under your Act 46 order, the only SU boundary changes that were made, I believe, were those that were associated with a district merger, such as in up in the far northwest corner of the state. There was a district that moved from one supervisor's union into another because of the mergers that were occurring.
That was in my district.
This and Blue Mountain are the only two that I can think of off the top of my head where there was just a straight up boundary change. And this you had as a separate order under your existing authority, rather than the Act 46 authority.
Okay, so that answers the question, because this decision here of those two districts would occur whether Act 46 occurred or not.
That's correct.
So that's what this is about.
Conversation began long before Act 46.
I know it began before, but also Act 46 discussion would not have changed it either, is my point. So this is still what needs to be done despite the Act 46 discussion, right?
That is correct. And one of the issues, I mean, there's a whole raft of issues, but they've been operating for 10 years with interim superintendents.
So can I ask a question on that one? Did the state board, and how long ago did the state board approve the hiring? I'm assuming they have two separate superintendents.
Oh, they've had more than that.
That's true, right? Yeah. No, but I mean, like those two districts which were trying to redefine those boundaries, we currently have two separate superintendents. And I heard you say that with the retirement, you thought that might take care of the situation. Have we had to, as a body, approve the hiring of a superintendent, interim or otherwise, for either of those separate districts? And when was the last time we would have done that, if so?
The answer is yes, and that's actually what triggered this whole process. If you look at the timeline when this all started, it was triggered by the retirement of the Battenkill superintendent, and they came to the then Commissioner of Education for authority to hire an interim superintendent. They originally requested a 2-year contract, and I think a 1-year or something like that was approved. So the short answer is, you know, they have been authorized to hire interims, and I know certainly that's what triggered it, and there's reference to that in the timeline. I don't know the specifics of how many other times that's been authorized since then.
So, Board, how would you feel about asking Oliver to frame a letter of inquiry, or that would invite representatives of both school districts to come see us and explain what progress they're making?
I guess that may not, it's Kim again. I'm thinking, does that not have them thinking we're reconsidering the expectations? I think that invites conversation.
I would agree.
We really are not seeking conversation. We are reminding them there is no other option. Get it done.
Well, I would certainly begin by saying that. Then perhaps we simply make that assertion and see where that goes.
I would agree. I think by asking them to come before us, we may be leading them to think that we really care how come they haven't done anything, and I don't know that we do.
So how about if Oliver and Donna draft a letter to that effect? And we can circulate it for comment and get it out of here before the next meeting. Is that okay?
Yeah, we would if it's to come from the whole board, we would need to approve a draft at our next meeting unless the board wanted to formally authorize. I would suggest you as the chair to send a letter along those lines.
Yeah. Well, what's your pleasure, board? You can, we could either have Oliver and Donna draft it, circulate it for comment, revise it, and then you have directed me to send it. Or we can have Oliver and Donna present a draft to you for your action at the next meeting.
I'd prefer that you just go ahead and do it, and I'd be willing to make a motion to that effect.
I would agree.
Is there other conversation?
I would second that motion, Bill.
Yeah, the only thing I just want to be careful is that we're not commenting or deliberating offline on the contents of the letter. I think we authorize you as the chair to send a letter and, you know, making the points that have been illustrated, and we leave the language up to you as the chair. And obviously, Donna and I can probably help you offline, but I think we need to take care not to have a quorum of the board engage in drafting a letter.
I'm comfortable.
I agree, and I would feel completely comfortable with that. I feel like if Donna and those of you most familiar take the lead on getting it done, I would be fully in support of that.
Other comments? So, Bill, you want to try to make your motion, please?
Yes, that the chair issue a letter to the two districts to, what would we say? What is the action we're asking about them?
So I'm going to just suggest, Bill, that when we say two districts, it's the two supervisory unions that the letter should be addressed to.
Oh, yes,
and
okay.
Simply that the state board is reinforcing its earlier order and expectation, and that no extensions to that date would be
Okay. I will move what Oliver just said.
Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second it.
It's been seconded by Kathy. Is there further discussion? That the gist of the letter will be as Oliver described it, drafted by Donna and Oliver, and to be signed and sent by the chair on behalf of the board. Further discussion? Are you ready for the question?
Thank you, Oliver.
All right, let's go down through the list. Kyle, how do you vote?
Aye.
Jenna?
Yes, aye. Sorry, I done you.
Oliver?
Aye.
Kim?
Aye.
Peter?
Aye.
Kathy?
Aye.
Bill?
Aye.
JC? Yes. The ayes have it. You've approved the motion. Thank you, Oliver. Thank you, Donna.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you both. We're due for a break. We're a little bit early. We're expecting Tammy Colby to join us. Suzanne, do you expect Tammy to join us at 10:45?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So let's take a break for just 10 minutes and come back at 10:35. And I want to continue our earlier discussion until 10:45. So 10 minutes and then come back, please. Thank you. You can hear us?
All set.
Can you all hear us? Yeah, we're all back?
Yeah.
Okay,
Here.
good. So, good, thank you.
Who's there?
Here is Bill Mathis, Kathy Lavoie, Colin, the videographer, and JC. Okay? So I'd like to just carry on a little bit from the discussion that we interrupted. And by the way, before I do that, I skipped over the public to be heard. Are there any members of the public online who would like to be heard? Hearing none. We'll ask again later in case somebody comes on.
Excuse me, John, this is Suzanne.
Yes, Suzanne.
May I ask you to do another roll call, please?
Certainly.
Thank you.
Sabina.
Here.
Kyle.
Here.
Jenna.
Here.
Oliver.
Here.
John O'Keefe. Kim.
Here.
Peter.
Here.
Kathy.
Here.
Bill. Here. John. Thank you all. I'd like to just pick up on sort of thinking ahead a little bit about what's on our plate. The first thing that's on our plate is that we have to finish the rulemaking process for Act 173. That is the 1300 rule and the 2360 rule. As I told you, on Monday of last week, we began the process by filing with ICAR. That went well, went smoothly. There are now a half dozen major steps along the way that have to happen. And we have to make sure they happen so that at the completion of this APA rulemaking process, and by the way, we may need to modify the rule. The whole purpose of the rulemaking process is to get public input and to make any modifications to the rule that are indicated to us by the public input. So we're not at a final rule yet. We have about a 6-month process to get there. So there's you might see where this is leading. I'm going to be outlining to you a handful of projects that the board is going to need to undertake over the next, through the end of this year and beyond. And I'm going to send you a note over the weekend outlining these projects. And I'm going to ask you as board members to sign up to be a point person on each of these projects. So that there will be 4 or 5 projects, and I'm going to ask you to think about which one you'd like to sign up to do. Because as I'm sure you know, there's a lot that goes on between board meetings. And so far, only 2 or 3 board members are actively involved in those lots of things. And for your chair, it's frankly quite overwhelming. I'm probably putting in 30 to 40 hours a week.
Oh, God.
And it's frankly unsustainable, despite some kind assistance from 2 or 3 of the members. So we need to get all of you involved in driving these things. So this is not a board that you just meet for one day a month and that's it. There is work to be done in between meetings. I know many of you have much busier lives than this old chair does, but we need your talent as well as your time. So one of the projects that somebody needs to be the point person on is driving the APA process through to completion. A second big project we talked about at length last meeting is the Rule 2200 revisions that are dictated by Act 173. We reached agreement at the last meeting that we would seek the General Assembly to delay formal implementation of that rulemaking until 1 March of 2021. Presently, we're supposed to start formal rulemaking on November 1. The Rule 2200 modifications for Act 173 will be pretty complicated and will require somebody to drive the process, just as we drove the process with 1300 and 2360. I would say that I don't think it'll be as contentious between the agency and the stakeholders when it comes to 2200 as it was during the 1300 rules, because the agency, I think, doesn't regard itself as having a huge stake in what happens with the independent schools. I'm sure they'll have views, but I think the actual drafting of the bill, of the rules, may wind up being done by board members as well as stakeholders, as well as the advisory group and the agency. I think it'll be a more balanced participation. So one of you is going to need to step up and say, all right, I'll be the person, point person in making that happen. So you can think about that.
John?
Yes?
John, can I just ask you a question?
Yes, please.
Is that the continuation of the work that the advisory group is doing, that which I've been attending on once a month?
It sort of is, Kim. Frankly, I don't think that the advisory group is likely to have so much input on this. They're welcome to, and I'm hoping they will. But, you know, they really didn't talk much about the independent school rules. Mm-hmm. And my hope certainly is that they will continue to play an active oversight role. But it's going to be the Independent Schools Association, the visa people, and this board, I think, and the agency, who will also have views on that. Certainly the visa people are going to be very aggressive in advocating for their point of view about this.
But the LEA is the one who is setting the special, you know, the IEPs for students and are the funding authority, as I understand it. So I guess I am asking that question because while I may not have the capacity to take on a second separate advisory group thing a month, if it is likely to be the continuation of this work with a similar group, and that's where they're, you know, pivoting their focus, I'm happy to remain in that role on behalf of the board.
Yeah.
I would possibly not be able to do that if this is an entirely second set of monthly commitments.
I don't think it's.
So I think that's worth clarifying.
Yeah. We will. Good. Well, thank you for that.
Thanks.
Thank you for that offer, and we need to. I need to have a conversation with Megan Roy to see what their involvement in this wants to be. A third project is the weighting study, field excursions, or whatever you want to call it. Bill would have it be a plan and recommendation. Whatever it's going to be, it's going to take some work. I can tell you, as the person who organized one hearing in Rutland, it was a ton of work. And we need to do 6 of these.
We're proud of you, John.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you. And we need to do 6 of these. So there's a parcel of work there. I'm not including anything at the moment about 209, the capital budgeting business. And then if 166 passes, that is the reform for the legislature, for the state board passes, we will need to update our own rules. The Rule 1200 series will definitely need to be updated. And I might say parenthetically, back on 2200, I'll be real quick. Tammy, are you on board? Not yet. All right. Suzanne, maybe you can let us know if you see her come on.
Yes, she just emailed me that she's trying to connect, so I imagine it will be in the next couple of minutes.
Good. Just another piece about Rule 2200. One of the objectives in our draft of 166, the reform, was, we shed a whole lot of essentially administrative duties off the board and onto the agency where they belong. One of those was approval of independent schools. Because the agency does all the work, for good or for ill, and then we rubber stamp it, which seems to me a massive waste of time and just a very confusing, who's responsible? So we were eager to have the agency take over sole responsibility for that, including approval. Because we write the rules, we do the what, if you will, in Kim's language, and the implementation is the how. The agency fought for, Secretary French fought.
Hi, this is Tammy Colby.
Hi, Tammy. Welcome aboard. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
Can you stand by for about 4 minutes? Listen in, if you will, and we'll be ready to go in 4 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you. So the agency fought against the transfer of that authority from the board to the agency. And the bill, as it currently stands, retains the board's authority over independent schools. That is to say, nothing is changing with regard to that piece. That still could change again in the House Ed, but it's going to be a long reach. The agency was almost frantic in its desire to avoid having that final responsibility, which is very curious. I never
That's
got
very curious.
Adequate explanation. Let it be said simply that we, for the foreseeable future, are stuck with that arrangement. And I think that we may want to take a closer look at the agency's review process for how they evaluate schools before they recommend approval. So that could also be a piece of updating or revision to the 2200 rule series. And that would be something that I would want one of you to take the lead on. It's a bundle of discrete work around how do we do the evaluation and approval of independent schools. So that's yet another. So by the weekend, I will send to you a kind of summary and timeline, sort of a Gantt chart, if you will, of these projects and when they need to unfold over time. Some of them go all the way into 2021. So let's leave it at that for now and switch gears yet again. Tammy Colby, we welcome you very much to being with us. Thank you so much for being available and for speaking to this board. We have received your presentation, and most of us have it in front of us, either in paper form or electronically. We are at your disposal, and we have at least an hour. We have as much time as you want. Debbie, did I lose you?
Hi, I'm here. I had you on mute. I apologize for that.
Okay.
That way you wouldn't hear all the dogs barking in the background.
Okay.
I think we're all being flexible these days. Thank you again for inviting me, and certainly, Secretary French can weigh in here as well as I go through.
Tammy, before you start, Secretary French is not available for this conversation. He has to be with the governor for a press conference this morning. So you are the you are at the top billing, the best we got. And in addition,
okay, great.
In addition, of course, there will be questions toward the end of your presentation.
Yeah, sure. So there are a couple ways I can do this. One, I can sort of walk you through the slides, but I thought maybe, I expect that many people on the board have had some familiarity with the study and sort of where the composition has been. And so what I thought is maybe I would talk a little bit extemporaneously here about the big picture, and then we can drill down on specific slides, and I can point you to which slides when we do that, just because I'm not there to go through slides. So how about if I just sort of start with some big picture kinds of things. The first thing I think is important to remember is that this study was requested by the legislature in Act 173. And in addition to the formal request in 173 for the study, it's also important to remember that the agency has an obligation to at least every other year evaluate the weights that are in the equalized pupil calculation. So I think just as a little bit of context, so the study was requested, but in addition, the agency has this obligation to evaluate the weights every other year. What are the weights? Currently, I think let's just step back and remind ourselves like what we're talking about here. Our finance formula is one of the most complicated in the country, and weights in our formula don't operate like weights that operate in other states. And we don't have a foundation formula. So what are the weights, and where do they sort of plug into all of this? The equalized pupil calculation, right, is really the key equity mechanism in our finance formula. So back under Brigham, as we all can remember, one of the key premises of Brigham was to make sure that districts or towns that, for example, have the same pupil spending should be having the same tax rate, right? So that's our taxpayer equity piece of this. But there was a second piece to that, and that was to acknowledge that $12,000 hypothetically, right, per pupil spending in one town might buy something different than it does in a different town. And the formula in Brigham as well acknowledged and understood that there would be differences in cost of education beyond school district control. And that's a really important thing to keep in our mind, right, is that really what the weight and what this equalized pupil calculation is intending to do is to adjust for differences in costs that are outside school district control. And in doing so, it is intended to make sure that we are essentially equalizing those per pupil spending amounts in sort of the purchasing power of those dollars for ensuring equal educational opportunities. So it's not just $12,000 of real spending, it's $12,000 of equalized pupil spending, if you think about it. And what that means is that our equalized pupil calculation that we have right now is that mechanism that adjusts spending across school districts for differences in costs that are outside of their control. Now, the whole formula only works, right, if the weights are appropriate.
Right.
Right? So if we
we can do all the work on the tax side, right, in equalizing tax rates for similar levels of spending, but if the weights aren't working and we're not adjusting spending or costs, right, for differences of costs across school districts in the state that are outside their control, then we really haven't adjusted the costs in a way that are equalizing both tax capacity and also equalizing opportunity. So if we don't, so these weights play a really important role. For many school boards out there, you know, the equalized pupil calculation and also citizens feels really murky, and it is murky because to get to the number of equalized pupils in a district requires us to take into account the weighted pupil count across every single district in the state. But in the end, what that means is that the approach to our equity approach here is not just taking into account the differences in costs in one district or the differences in costs across districts and then equalizing that across all school districts.
Yeah.
So what is all this to say? It means that the weights that are in the formula play a really critical role in ensuring that the equity obligations under Brigham are met. Right? It's not enough to just equalize tax capacity or tax rates. We actually have to do both. And so this study in the legislative request was to evaluate whether or not those weights are doing what they're supposed to do, which is effectively taking into account the differences in costs across school districts that are outside their control. And so we were asked, and this study that we did was awarded to the team, which included the University of Vermont, but also the national experts in school finance, and Dr. Bruce Baker, who was also grew up in Rutland. And his mother actually was on the State Board of Education at one point. And American Institute of Research, and that's Drew Atchison and Jesse Levin. So I'm here talking for a team. Our job was threefold, was to evaluate the current weights, which we have right now are for economically disadvantaged students, English language learners, and secondary level students, and whether or not those weights are appropriate or should be modified. Number two, consider whether there are new cost factors in weights that need to be incorporated. And what that would mean is that the existing calculation is not, if new cost factors are needed, then what that tells us is that the existing approach to equalizing people is not taking into account the full range of cost factors that account for differences in costs across school districts that are outside their control. And then the third thing we were asked to consider was the special education census grant calculation and whether or not there needed to be adjustments. So that's kind of the big picture. I'm going on to slide 3 now. The differences in the cost of education, I think we have to recognize, come from 2 different places. One, differences in student needs, right? So recognizing that schools don't get to choose their students, and students come to school with dissimilar learning needs, such as socioeconomic backgrounds, that require different types and levels of educational support for them to achieve common outcomes. And this idea of common outcomes is really important in this study because that's the hinge, right? We want to make sure that all districts in the state have sufficient resources to student needs so that they're achieving common outcomes. And that really translates into this idea of equal educational opportunity. The second thing is we recognize the differences of cost of education. Schools in different contexts may also require different levels of resources to provide equal opportunities. In particular, we can think of scale, right? Small versus large, and also the prices they have to pay for key resources. So when we think about what might be the kinds of cost factors that you could consider in a weighting formula, right? We think of them in terms of differences in student needs and context. So moving on to slide 4, I think the other sort of grounding principle to remember here is that all state education formulas across the country include adjustments for differences in educational costs across school districts. Vermont's not alone. 30-odd states have a foundation formula, and the way they handle that is they apply weights that change the amount of state aid that the district gets. We had a foundation formula before we changed in 1997, but our weights don't look that way. and that's something I'm going to talk about repeatedly today, is just reminding ourselves that changes in weights do not generate additional revenues for school districts. All we're doing is they generate additional tax capacity. And so there are really two ways that states nationwide adjust for differences in costs. One is by identifying specific factors that account for the differences in costs, and then developing policies that direct aid to them. Now, how you can direct aid to school districts can come in the form of weights. But we also have to remember that categorical grants are also the other way that states can use, the other policy levers that states have to direct additional aid. I'm on slide 5. And so Vermont's existing school funding policy, and I'm going to be real careful about that language. I'm not talking about the funding formula right now. I'm talking about funding policy. And a funding policy, any state funding policy, usually consists of multiple mechanisms. And so does Vermont. Vermont has categorical grants that provide supplemental funding for specific programs and services. The 3 big ones are the small school grant, transportation grant, and our special education grant. And we also have the weighted, right, for district average daily membership, and that's used to calculate equalized local per pupil spending. I want to talk about the categorical grants for just 1 minute. Categorical, why would or could or should states use categorical grants versus weighting mechanisms, right? Because these are 2 different ways that you can adjust for cost. In good public finance parlance, categorical grants are for specific and targeted purposes. They come with restrictions or conditions on those dollars, and they are intended to provide supplemental aid for specific purposes. Weighting is intended to adjust for cost to the general aid formula. And so you can think of categorical grants as being specific and specialized, and then we have a general aid formula that we also might adjust it. It's important to keep in mind that we have the difference between the specific and targeted sort of policy levers and our general aid formula, and I'll come back to that in a few minutes. So if we look to slide 6, just to remind ourselves, Vermont's education funding formula uses weights to calculate the number of equalized pupils in a school district. And in doing so, the weights are an implicit adjustment for spending differences by equalizing per pupil spending across districts according to differences in educational costs. And they impact tax burden to pay for budgets that are passed by school districts. They don't generate additional revenue. And so the weights, all the weights really do in our formula, although they are a primary equity mechanism, is they're adjusting tax capacity, right? And so the idea being, if you look at the next slide, this would be in my package, slide 7, if in fact an equalized pupil number goes up, right, assuming the same level of district spending year to year, the cost per pupil in a district budget goes down and you see lower homestead tax rate. If the number of equalized pupils go down relative, right, to everybody else, the cost per pupil per district goes up and the higher homestead tax rate. How and why is this an equity mechanism? Well, it's all grounded in this basic assumption around local control. And that's the other thing that makes our formula so different from what we see in other states. There's a fundamental assumption in our formula that says that local school districts can, will, and also know how much they should spend to ensure students get to proficiency, or some level of commonly accepted or sort of required level of outcome. So with that assumption, then the equalized pupil calculation changes the cost, right, the local cost associated with doing so. But we also know that that's a pretty big assumption, right? And I think we can all think of districts in the state that may historically spend below that level. And it may be because, as we'll talk about in a few minutes, that the weights are off and the cost of spending more dollars is too expensive and they can't do it. Or they just have different preferences for education. We also might be able to think of districts that spend very high, they may not be very efficient. That may be because dollars are cheap for them, because the weights don't work appropriately, or maybe they have different preferences for education. Nothing in changing the weights will address that issue of local control, right? In fact, the existing funding system is silent on that, right? And that's how our system is set up. And so one of the concerns that has been raised, and it's a legitimate one, is even if we made changes to the weights, how would we handle differences in educational quality and preferences? And the answer to that, I'll just be real clear up front, is that requires that's going to require different policy mechanisms. But that doesn't absolve the legislature, in this case the General Assembly, of its constitutional obligation to maintain a fair and efficient system. And so the weights are an integral part of making sure that we have a fair and efficient funding system. But there's nothing in, right, that part of statute that deals with maintaining or other kinds of mechanisms around educational quality. And so I want to be clear about that. So our existing weights on slide 8, we have 4. We have a weight for economically disadvantaged students, which is 1.25, English language learners 1.2, and secondary students at 1.13. One of the things we were asked to do in this study was to go back and say, where did these weights come from? Like, how do we have these weights? Have they been updated? And the reality is that the value of the weight for economically disadvantaged students predates Vermont passage of Act 60. It was a holdover. We can find no evidence or no research that supports how the 1.25 was generated. And so it really is a historical artifact of sort of pre-Act 60. Very similar story with English language learners. Again, the value of the weight predates the passage of Act 60 in 1997. So both the weight for economically disadvantaged and the EL students, these weights are over 20 years old. They haven't been adjusted since. The English language learner weight was based roughly on a study that was done in Maine at the time that suggested that the additional cost of educating English language learners in one school district in Maine was about 20% more. That study was done several years prior to Act 60, and that was some of the justification for why that weight was developed. It was identified at 1.20. Again, it hasn't been changed. So, again, the 1.2 is an artifact that has existed pre-Act 60. The weight for secondary students, and I want to point out that secondary students is grades 7 through 12. Sometimes people think this is just a high school weight. It's not. It was also predated Act 60, but in 2017, an AOE report evaluated the secondary weight and found that it might need to be around 1.18. We also know that the weight used to be 1.27, and it was reduced by the legislature in the early 2000s to 1.13. So there's been some changes around the secondary weight. The only real empirical evidence that has been generated in Vermont around that was the AOE report that suggested that, at least for high school, it should be 1.18. We also have a pre-kindergarten weight, so at 0.46. Pre-kindergarten was not in the scope of our study, so our focus was on K-12. So how did we approach this study? Right, so our study consisted of a number of different components. The first was a large number of reviews with stakeholders around the state to understand how the weights were working, their perceptions of the weights, and any opportunities or challenges that were generated by the existing weights. We also did empirical analysis to actually evaluate the values assigned to our weights, and we did that in a couple of different ways. We used national, regional, and state data to actually model the cost differences associated with different students. To identify those factors that account for differences in costs across school districts that are outside their control, and then for those factors, model what the additional cost differential was. And I think the important thing to remember there, and I'll come back to this again in a minute to just sort of to anchor our conversation, is although the weights we end up recommending are generated on Vermont data. We actually did the modeling using national, regional, 3 different sets of models on national data, on Northeast region data, and Vermont data, to triangulate across those 3. I think, we wanted to make sure that when we looked at Vermont data, that we weren't getting some sort of Vermont-specific artifact. And the answer, you'll see later on, is we didn't. That the numbers in Vermont are very, very similar to what you see regionally and nationally. So let me stop there. It's always hard when you're on the phone. I can't see if people are falling asleep or nodding. Or are there any questions so far?
Yes, Tammy, this is Bill here. Hey, Bill. Hello, welcome. When you talked about foundation weights and so forth, a weight is only making sense if it's against some kind of base, like it's 1.25 times the base. What do you use for a base here?
Well, so and I'll talk about this when we talk about our modeling builds, but since we're using cost function models, the base is the constant in the regression. So what the constant in the regression would be is the average per pupil expenditure, actual expenditure, right? When you're controlling for all these other factors. So in practical terms, that would be a student who is a non-low income, non-ELL, non-special ed student in a non-population sparse district who does not attend a small school.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Okay, so you're working backwards from our data, or were you using national data for that?
Well, right, remember we run 3 sets of cost function models, and so in each cost function model, we're doing the same thing. So there'll be an average at the national, in the national model, there'll be an average in the regional model, that's your constant, and you'll have the average in the state model, which is the constant. So what that means then, Bill, is because the weights are so similar, it doesn't matter what the base so much is attached to, that this really represents the additional incremental cost over and above a base.
Whatever it is, right.
Strictly driven by your regression equations.
By the cost function model, yes.
Yeah, okay.
And if you go to Appendix B, Bill, you can see, right, so the first step was actually to calculate the dollars, and then what you do is you create the ratios to give you the weight. The dollar amounts are actually listed in Appendix B if you want to get down into the nitty-gritty.
So, Tammy.
Okay. Yep.
Tammy, this is John. So if the present ratio weighting for disadvantage is 1.26, is it too simple to say that we estimate equalized pupils by multiplying the total number of pupils by 1.26 to get an equalized population?
That's correct. That is an oversimplification. If you go in the report, there is a table that actually shows how the calculations work under existing law, and it shows how the calculations would work under the simulation.
Yeah.
And so remember that before you can get equalized people, you have to create for each district in the state a long-term weighted per pupil count.
Right.
Yeah.
And then what happens, right? And that's how you get to that, right? So you take the weight. First of all, you create a long-term average membership for PK-12, and that's over 2 years. Then you adjust it, right? Because some of the weights are additive and some are multiplicative, right? And then you adjust. Then you start your adjustment, and there's a very specific calculation that is used. And it's in this. We outlined it in detail in the table in the report.
Right.
But basically, what that does is it gives you for every single school district in the state a weighted long-term membership.
Understood. So you begin with...
And then what happens to get the equalized pupil is you take that weighted long-term membership for every school district in the state, right? And so maybe you have, we're going to make up a number, maybe you have 1,000 kids your average daily membership statewide is 1,000 kids. But your weighted long-term membership, if you apply all the weights, 1,500 kids, right? So what the equalized pupil does, and this is, I'm going to use Bill Talbot parlance for those of you who've been around for Bill, right, is you create this thing called the factor, which is, right, the constant that takes you, that deflates the 1,500 kids down to the 1,000 kids, right? You following me?
Yes.
Right? So then you have, so in this example, that factor would be, 15. And then you take that 15 and then you multiply that, right? So then you deflate everybody in the state by the same factor down from their weighted count. And that's how you get the equalized pupil. And all that does is, right, so the weighted count is your weighted count. The equalized pupil count is dependent on everybody else's weighted count and your share of that total, right, of the statewide total.
Yep.
So if everybody's poverty goes up at the same rate as yours, then you're going to be deflated, and that's the only weight we have. Then everybody's sort of deflated, right? You're deflated at the same rate. So it's not the case that we apply the weights and that just gives us their equalized pupil count. It gives you each district's weighted count, but then the actual equalized pupil count is dependent on everybody else's count. Does that make sense?
I understand that.
Okay.
But my question goes to, if for example, at the moment where 1.25 is a weight for
poverty,
disadvantage, economic disadvantage, and does that in effect say that if it costs us $10,000 to educate an average student who comes from a not small school, who is not disadvantaged, and so on, so on, so on, and it costs $12,500 to educate a disadvantaged student? Is that what that is saying?
No. What it's saying is that we see, this is the difference between weights that are using a foundation formula and weights that are using an equalized pupil calculation. Our weights are not applied to a dollar amount. They're applied to pupil count. And so what that means is that we can't compare weights from other states to our weights because it's apple and oranges. We're weighting up the number of pupils, right? Which is different than weighting up the dollars.
Why do we have to do it that way?
Why don't you talk to the legislature? This is how, right? So I think this is important to recognize, right? So we had a foundation formula before 1997, right? And that went away with breakup, and this was the formula that was designed in 1997. Well, and subsequently through some modifications. So let's just stick with the 1997 sort of line in the sand. This is our formula, and this is one of the things that I've had to talk to people about as I've explained the report, because oftentimes I get the same question is like, boy, is that convoluted? Why aren't we doing that way? What did your study say about that? The purpose of our scope was not wasn't our task to create a new formula, right? Our task was actually to evaluate the weights that are in the existing formula. And so that's the box in which we have to work. Now, if you in the legislature and everybody else wants to get together and create a new funding formula, go for it.
Tammy, so let me ask something. Let me ask something about that.
And that's part of the reason I started out the conversation with saying this is how, let's just remember how the weights work in the context of our formula now. And so, no, we can't say that this is just 25% more spending, for example. It's not. It's 25% more weighted per pupil that is then equalized across all school districts.
Got you. Okay, thank you. Bill, you have a...
So, but I think it's a great question, and it's a super important point, because one of the things that's happened in the context of the findings from this study, and I get this all the time, is, well, our weights look really different than New Mexico or someplace like that. And the answer is like, yeah, of course they do. It's not that our weights are super high, or like, we can't talk about them that way right? And this was part of our strategy, which was we wanted to make sure that when we did talk about, we generated the weights that were appropriate for our formula, that we used we generated based on 3 different models that we triangulated across that would use national, regional, and state data, right? Because otherwise the critique could have been that the weights that we came up with are some sort of Vermont, artifact, back to Vermont is unique argument. And the reality is that that's not the case in our recommended weights. When we ran the model and we did the same calculations that we did using 3 different data sources, the weights were pretty doggone similar. And I can talk about that in a minute. Other questions?
Yes, Tammy. So if I've got this right, what we have is the weights are relative values against each other. They do not have a base or an adequacy kind of foundation.
No, they don't, and they can't. They can't because we don't operate a system that way, Bill.
Hey, Tammy, sorry to interrupt, but somebody is not on mute and there's background conversation. So just a reminder, if you're not on mute, please put yourself on mute.
Thank you, Oliver.
They don't work that way, and our weights don't work that way by design, right? And so it's not like other states, and I know you're really familiar with the school finance world, and that's great, because what you're doing is I think you're drawing a terrific comparison for us, which is in many cases the weights, just like John said, are applied to some dollar amount which has been defined as adequate, right? And so you're saying, okay, so I'm going to make up a number. $12,000 is our adequacy amount, and then we say 25% more is what's required dollar-wise to bring a low-income student to adequacy, right? But our formula doesn't work that way. So we can't. So the weights we derive can't work that way. Now, could you go and try to figure out what an adequacy number is in Vermont and develop weights? Yeah, you could. Certainly the work that Larry Picus did a few years ago, he suggests an adequacy number, and you could certainly work off that number and create weights. But those weights, if you did that, you could not put those into our existing statutes because our calculations that are in our statutes don't work that way.
Tammy, then.
Go ahead.
This is Kathy Lavoie. Then, when you say that you use national, Vermont, and regional data for this comparison, and if our weighting is for number of students versus dollars spent, how did you do that comparison? Are you saying?
Right.
How did you back into?
We did back into it. So, and I can talk about that. Why don't I flip some slides here? So
Okay.
If you go to slide, I'm going to skip over the table and come back to it. So I'm on slide number 13. So the way that we develop the weights, to do this with any sort of data set, right, is we use statistical models to go in and say, and when I talk about statistical models, I'm talking about hundreds of thousands of students. And you can look and you can model and identify what are those characteristics of students in schools that predict differences in outcomes. And we call those risk factors. And so you can do that with national data, right? I can do that with regional data. I can do that with state data. And so we did that. And interestingly enough, the risk factors are the same for whether or not a student meets proficiency in Vermont. It's the same set of risk factors if it's a student who's in the Northeast, and it's the same risk factors for a student who is national. See what we're doing here, Kathy? So what we're doing is we're running Vermont, and then we're testing and saying, do those same assumptions hold when I look regionally and when I look nationally? And the answer is yes. Then what we did is we said, okay, based on spending data in Vermont, what do we know about the additional spending that's required to bring a student to common outcomes? And we can figure that out using extant data from AOE And so we figure that out. And then we can create a ratio.
Okay, yep.
And then we can run the same model with regional data, run the same model with national data to check and see, like, so in Vermont, that all that's different in the ratio of cost. And the answer is it's not. So so how we develop the weights, we can use different data sets, right? And our use of the regional and national data sets was really used as a check to make sure that the Vermont data weren't abnormal.
So
we weren't getting something that was what we call that Vermonti effect. The reality is that the addition, right, that the margins for these differentials are pretty much the same, whether you're a kid in poverty in Maine or a kid in poverty in Nebraska, right? On average, it takes school districts in Vermont the same sort of additional level of resources as it does in Maine and Nebraska. And that should give us a good deal of comfort, right? Because that means that we're not picking up a Vermonti effect, right? And that what we're doing in Vermont is pretty similar with respect to the the additional levels of resources that are necessary to bring kids up to common outcomes. So,
sorry to interrupt again, but there's still somebody's not muted. I can hear a press conference in the background. So I'm really pleading with people to please mute.
So if there are any members of the public who are joining the call, we're happy you're here. But please mute your call. We're getting background noise that's very distracting.
I don't have anything on in my house, so.
Yeah, I'm sure you do.
My dog.
Suzanne, is there anything going on where you are?
There is not.
Are you able to tell what
Yeah, I can hear it too.
I can't know who it is, but I can hear it as well.
Okay.
Yeah, and the phone number is 802-622-1256. That's where it's coming from, whoever that is. So can you selectively mute that one from your end, Suzanne?
I cannot.
Can you identify the caller?
I cannot. I can only see the number.
Well, one option, you drop the caller and have the caller call back in.
Yeah, you should be able to do that, Suzanne, if you're the host of the call.
Would you do that, please, Suzanne?
You've been muted. To unmute yourself, press *6.
Still coming through.
Can we have everybody call back in?
But Kathy, did I answer your question?
You did. My next question is at the beginning.
I'm going to send a text message to that phone number, so maybe they'll get that muted.
Thank you.
Sure. Kathy, did I answer your question?
You did, and it leads to another question. Given how complicated this is, you had said in the beginning that the agency must evaluate the weights every other year. That evaluation, if it's done to this same level, is complicated to begin with. What was that evaluation that the agency was to have been doing, and have they really been doing it?
No.
Tammy?
They're all gone. Everybody's gone now.
Yeah, the one thing I would say is you don't need to be that close to the mic.
Oh, okay. Is it really loud?
Yeah,
I'm sorry. Thank
okay,
you.
No worries. Just
Thank you.
Perhaps we can
just one number that wasn't muted.
You know, our number is 802-262. 802-622-1256. Was that the number that all of our...
I thought he said 621, but...
Okay.
That's what I heard.
You know, if you average all the formulas across the nation, Mississippi's got a base level of 3,000. Massachusetts got 12,000. Those categorical weights are going to vary a great deal.
Hello, Suzanne? I think we're, okay, I'm just going to dial in. Any recommendations?
I don't. Is it Skype?
No, it's, yes, it is Skype.
Don't really. I don't know that program too well.
We have a number.
I have the number here.
Oh, okay.
Call it in.
Never used that guy before.
They're all trying to get on and we're not on, so they can't join, right?
I think so, yeah.
Welcome to the audio conferencing center. Please enter a conference ID. You're now joining the meeting.
As the host.
Again, we found
Oh my
This
gosh.
meeting is being recorded.
density statistics, and less than 36 persons per square mile is 0.23, 36 to 50, less than 55 is 0.17, and 55 to less than 100 is 0.11. And then we have the grade range. Again, we found that on average, actually, for grades 6 through 8, that was a relative cost factor, and that the cost that there were additional costs at the middle grades that was different than the additional cost at the secondary grades, and so the weight for middle grades enrollment is 0.23, and the weight for secondary enrollment is 0.20. So I want to talk about this enrollment and population density weight, and now I'd like to actually move back in the presentation to slide 9, where I talk about the stakeholder perspective. So we interviewed lots of people, including some individuals who are on this call, around the state about the existing waste, their opportunities and challenges, and lots of other things. And so what did we learn from that? We learned 4 big things. There was a general consensus among the stakeholders that the existing cost factors did not reflect current educational circumstances. And what that meant is 2 things. 1, that the existing weights, there was a general sense among the stakeholders that they were insufficient, that they weren't appropriately weighting for differences in cost. And second, it also means that many people felt that those cost factors were insufficient, that there were other factors that are other than the 3 that are currently in the formula that account for differences in cost across schools. 2, again, the values of the existing weights have weak sides with the still differences in cost of educating students with disparate needs or operating schools in different contexts. 3, and this is really important for what we're going to talk about next with the weights, our recommendation of weights, is that the state small school grant program is problematic in its design and operation. In fact, I would say that there's just uniform frustration around this. And 4, that there's a need for targeted and specific grant aid to support schools struggling to meet different and increased levels of student needs, trauma, and mental health concerns. Moving on to, we also then talked to stakeholders quite a bit about the special education block grant. That's been a concern. What we found is that stakeholders were mixed in their perspectives on the need for potential adjustments to the grant calculation for differences in student poverty across districts. And we really heard a continuum. At one end of the continuum, one person said the sky's not going to fall. The other end of the continuum, there was a real sense of correlation between poverty and disability is strong. And somewhere in the middle, people were really saying it's too soon to tell whether the grant will be a problem. One caveat among the individuals who felt like there might be challenges with how the existing calculation is operating is that stakeholders who were concerned about the census grant will be calculated also recognized that in part their apprehension was tied to concerns about challenges with the existing system for weighting pupils. And what do I mean by that? we know from the report from 2017 and also the field work done for this report that the existing reimbursement mechanism that's used for special education right now is used by well-meaning educational leaders as a financial backstop. What do I mean by that? That means that the existing special education funding formula is one of the only ways that a school district can get additional state aid, right, for struggling students. And we know that school districts that have struggled to have sufficient resources on their general education side, particularly districts that serve higher concentrations of students in need, have used the special education reimbursement mechanism as a way to bring in additional state aid to help them fund their Tier 1, Tier 2 supports in their MTSS system. So in talking to, in fact, several superintendents about that specific issue, what we learned was that the apprehension about the census block grant, which essentially some people feel as if that's going to cap their special education funding, right? What it does is it functionally stops the ability to tap into state aid on an as-needed basis for 60% reimbursement for struggling students, that they would feel less apprehensive about that if they thought that the weights on the general education side, particularly for poverty, were working well, right? So we can, for example, one superintendent explained, he says, you know, I live in a high poverty district, right? But the poverty weights aren't giving me enough tax capacity to spend what I need to spend on the general education side. So the only way I can get sufficient dollars in my system is to refer those children for special ed, and then I get reimbursed at 60% on the dollar, 60 cents on the dollar. So I think there's a connection between the concerns about the census block grant program and the existing weights. Moving on to slide 11. It's also important to point out that the stakeholder perspectives on the small school grant. Stakeholders were uniformly opposed to continuing the small school grant program as it is. I mean, we didn't talk to one person who thought it should continue as it's operating now. In the words of one stakeholder, everyone is looking for a better way forward. Nearly all interview participants view the small school grant program as fundamentally at odds with the policy goals articulated in Act 46. There was general agreement, however, that the state still needs to figure out how to support geographically necessary small schools. In the words of one stakeholder, we don't want to create disincentives with respect to Act 46, but we want to address factors that stress schools and impact risks for opportunity. And in general, stakeholders felt that incorporating weights for school size and plurality in the equalized pupil calculation would alleviate concerns relating to the small school grant program and also get rid of some politics around this. And also going back to my original comment, right? Remember the small school grant program is a categorical program that's provided, right? And yet the small school grant itself is supposed to be a general aid, right? The small school grant in and of itself is supposed to be providing general aid. And so you can kind of see the mismatch here between the use of a categorical program and general aid and sort of the outcomes of doing so. So if we take that and we go back to slide 15, where the recommended weights for equalized pupil calculation is, in our charge for the study, we were, right, so the weights are the weights. And the weights, you can't, the weights are all contingent on each other, right? So you can't just choose to adopt one weight or another. You can't choose to phase in the weights and sort of ramp them up to a certain value. But you can make policy decisions about where and how to apply some of these weights. And so in our simulations, because we were required in our contract to simulate several policy models, one policy model that we simulate was to only apply the enrollment weights, which are essentially for schools less than 250 students, in population-sparse areas of less than 55 people per square mile. So the enrollment weights would not be applied in case to all schools less than 250 students. It would only be applied in cases where a small school was located in a school district in a population-sparse area. And in the report, in the appendices, we list all the schools when the dual criteria are applied, what you really see is, on average, small schools in geographically sparse areas really equates quite well to geographically necessary small schools. These are schools, on average, that, due to transportation, due to where they are, really are schools that we would have a really difficult time consolidating any further. Any questions?
I'm grateful for that explanation. I'm sorry, Tammy, it's Kimmy Gleason, and I had the opportunity to hear you run through that. Hi. Previously as well, and I just felt as though that, especially as a takeaway from the material, is really helpful to understand. So thank you.
Oh, good.
Tammy, this question goes, beyond the scope of the work you were asked to do.
Is it John?
This is John. I'm sorry, yeah.
Okay, if you guys could just introduce yourselves, it's hard.
Yeah, sure.
You know what I'm talking to.
Sorry.
That's okay.
So you've looked at a lot of other states that use a foundation aid formula in a very, very different and, I gather, more comprehensible way than our system works.
Well, I don't know if I said that. I want to be careful, but what I said was that it's certainly different.
Do you have a sense that states that use a foundation aid formula with weighting for student characteristics produce desirable outcomes in terms of allocating resources where they are most needed, or do they not?
It's all over the map. And, right, and I think we have to remember that the state aid formulas are one arrow in the quiver of state education policy. So you have states with foundation formulas, for example, Illinois, which is one of the most inequitably funded states in the country. It has huge gaps. Bill backed me up here, right? And so, it's not possible to say, oh, well, one funding formula equates to equal educational opportunities. It requires, right, the funding for, the way I like to think about it is funding is a means, not an end, right? And so, but it's not the only means that gets you to where you want to go. And so some states package their funding formula with other kinds of policy and practices and resources in ways that result in higher outcomes than others. The other thing you have to remember, and this is not part of this, but Bruce Baker's done a lot of work on this, we also have to remember that we just have states with different levels of tax and different levels of spending power overall. And so you have these issues of capacity and effort. Mississippi, for example, could tax itself to death, and it still couldn't spend what Massachusetts did, right? They just can't, because they don't have the same tax base. And so it makes it really difficult to draw sort of big generalizations about, well, if you do this, this solves this solves for X. Because the equation is far more complex than that. So I want to be careful about saying, well, if we go to states with foundation formula or states that do foundation formula this way have better outcomes. We simply just can't say that.
Tammy, this is Peter Phelps, related to the
Hi, Peter.
Hi. So this is not a panacea to what we might say is the inequity that we see in education, particularly the rural world.
But it's part of the puzzle. It's part of the puzzle. Let me tell you.
Can I just say what we're seeing? I live in Woodbury, on the edge of the Northeast Kingdom, and we see young talented teachers being allured with higher pay to districts that can afford more, and there's not much we can do about it, and we're battling excess spending thresholds and whatnot at the same time. So we're, I just don't know how this is actually going to transform the quality of teaching and learning opportunities and leadership.
Right. So there are a bunch of different things there that are important to unpack, and so formula in and of itself cannot solve all gaps in educational quality across the state. It can't, nor is it designed to. So that's the first thing to keep in mind, that simply changing the funding formula doesn't necessarily do that, right? It's an and in both. The second thing to remember is that regardless, you still have a constitutional obligation to maintain a fair and efficient funding formula. Our findings are absolutely conclusive that the existing funding formula is not fair nor efficient. And right. So there's a constitutional obligation to right? So that's an issue. But to Peter's point, right? So I would suggest you have an and in both here, and I'm sorry Dan's not here, because Dan has talked about this in his testimony, and I don't want to speak for Dan, so I'll refer you back to his testimony, but I'll do my best to sort of paraphrase it, and then you guys validate what I say, right? So you need a fair and efficient funding formula. That's a cornerstone of any equitable educational system, and our system is not operating that way. The weights are out of whack. I mean, they're grotesquely out of whack. Right, I have said to people, it's a little like going to the dentist's office after you've not been to the dentist's office in 20 years, and you're all upset that you've got 20 cavities. Well, you haven't been in the dentist's office in 20 years. Our weights haven't been updated in 20 years. It is pretty unrealistic to think that they would be operating as they should, right? Many states update their weights every several years. They need to, because the cost of education changed. The second thing, to Peter, to your point, though, is, and this is particularly important for school districts outside the NEK, but also, we've heard down in Wyndham and places like that, is I think you have to recognize that districts are challenged to spend what they need to spend to provide equal educational opportunity in rural, low-income areas because the weights aren't adjusting appropriately for differences in educational costs. Right. So what would it mean for a district to have the weights reset for poverty and rurality and sparsity and, enrollment, for example? Well, it could mean that the equalized pupil calculation goes up for those districts, which means then their per pupil spending, right, goes down for the purposes of the tax calculation. The goal is not that they take a tax cut, but they continue spending, right, that they continue at the same tax rate, and then they have additional dollars to spend, right? So that's part of it. But Peter, to your point about the excess threshold, and I think a lot of districts haven't quite understood this, is that also will bring you down below the excess threshold. Part of the reason that these districts are bumping up against the excess spending threshold is because the weights aren't working, right? So what happens when the weights are calibrated appropriately is it will actually bring the per pupil spending down, right, for the purposes of the threshold, right? When you see small rural districts that are really struggling to spend what might be considered an adequate amount of money, and the weights aren't working, right? Then what you see is two things. You see they're bumping up against the excess spending threshold, or they're taxing at a super high rate, or they're not taxing they're taxing at a rate they can afford, and they're spending too little, and you're seeing educational quality gaps, right? It's one of those three, right? It's a But flip it over on the other side. What does this mean for districts? There are districts that benefit from the existing calculation too, right? Because it makes money cheap for them, right? And so not having the weights work also contributes to the big spending gaps we see in the state. And I think, 20 years hence, we can see how this is really played out, right? So if you're in a district, right, where within the weights, because remember that the equalized pupil calculation is relative to everybody, right? And so if the weights aren't working right, and you're in a relatively affluent district, where the weights really don't matter as much for you, then
Do you think weights should be mandated to be reviewed more frequently?
I have a.
Well, I mean, it's in the legislation. I mean, it's in statute that they're supposed to be reviewed every other year.
Yeah,
To AOE's credit, though, right? Reviewing the weights is not something, and you read this in the 2017 report that Rebecca Holcomb published for the secondary weights, Dan French can right? To do weights the right way requires the level of effort that we put into the study, right? Now, do they need to be used every other year? Probably not, but certainly every 5 years, yes. And so part of what has happened, again, back to my dentist example, right? If we had been recalibrating weights every 5 years, theoretically, you probably wouldn't see changes as large as what you're seeing right now. The other reason you may be seeing large changes now, and this is important to remember, is we're not even sure that 0.25, for example, for poverty was the right weight in 1997.
To begin with. Yep.
It may not have been. In fact, I'm pretty sure it was too low then, right?
Right.
And so it puts us at this really challenging moment policy-wise because this feels like a really big shift. And you look at the simulations, and people talk about winners and losers, and I'm opposed to talking about winners and losers. I'm just going to talk about that there are changes, you know, and they feel like big changes. Well, they're big changes because we've let this go for 20 years. And so now we're at a policy moment where, right, it feels like a big change. But the reality is that the evidence is conclusive. And again, we've used the most commonly accepted state-of-the-art school finance methods in this study to generate these weights. This isn't hocus pocus. You know, these are the weights. And what the study says conclusively is that the weights we have are miscalibrated, and they're grossly miscalibrated. And it also says that we are not, in our existing funding formula, appropriately taking into account the full range of cost factors that account for differences in costs across school districts that are outside of their control.
And if I may, it all goes back to Act 60 when politely thinking was being done and the law school grants thrown into it. And we're really trying to get education equity back into focus.
It's a difficult conversation, and part of our role, and certainly I play an interesting role because I live in Vermont. But, you know, the role of the study and our role is to provide sort of this objective evidence. And so we've been really careful not to talk about, you know, what happened in there. I mean, the reality is we are where we are, right? And where we are is that, you know, the weights that we estimated are what you see on slide 15.
Right.
If these weights were implemented in the next year or so, it would have implications for tax capacity across all school districts in the state. Because remember that because we have a statewide tax system, that any changes impact everybody. It doesn't just impact one school district. It doesn't work that way. So any changes are going to impact all school districts in the state. But to the point is, even if the weights are changed, and I think there's a constitutional argument here that they have to be changed, it does not entirely address concerns about differences in equal educational opportunities across the state. Right? This is not the magic bullet that takes care of all that. It does, however, address some of the underlying fiscal conditions that may be contributing to opportunity gaps in the state. But so it's necessary, but it's insufficient.
Thank you. Thank you.
Tammy, this is John Carroll again. If there were a statewide teacher contract, so that all teachers in the state were compensated on a common scale, would that be another piece of facilitating equity?
I mean, that's outside the scope of the study. You know, I think, you know, the way to answer that question, I mean, so I have the benefit of doing a lot of, so another work unrelated to this study. So I'm taking off my hat as the person who did this study for a minute, right? So I've done a lot of work around equity issues with the distribution of resources, in particular teachers, right? Qualified quality teachers and quality teaching. And what I can tell you is that, you know, that there are ways to assess differences in teacher quality and qualifications across school districts. And we know that economic incentives play a significant role in how to, right, in recruiting, retaining, and distributing teachers. So to the extent that you have a statewide contract or other policy mechanisms that address, right, basically that can impact teacher decision-making about where they work and where they stay working, that is certainly a piece of the puzzle. That does not, however, address potential differences in teaching quality. Teaching quality has to be addressed using teacher evaluation, right, and mentoring and professional development. That requires other kinds of policies to do that. And I answered kind of that question. That question I'm answering based on my other expertise and background in research. That was not something that we did in the context of this study.
Understood. Understood. Thank you. Board, are there
if the board is interested in that, I have other research. I'd be happy to come in and talk to you about what we know from other states some other time, if that would be helpful.
Yes, it would be. Thank you. Board, are there other questions for Tammy?
What about, do we really discuss this special education block grant?
There's a question here, Tammy. This is John again.
Yeah.
Kathy, why don't you pose your question?
It's around the evaluation of the special education census block grant.
Thanks, Kathy. Thanks, Kathy. Yes, we need to come back.
And right, because if I'm understanding it, the impact of the incorrect weights has a greater impact when our special education is a census block grant than if it were a reimbursement. Because of the dynamics of the money, right?
Yeah. I don't know if it has a greater or less an impact. I would just say
or it has
a connection.
It has a connection, right?
Right, and I think that's I think you've really hit on an important. I'll talk about the recommendations in just a minute. But I think you've hit on a really important point, which is, and something that comes out of the study, I hope, when you read it, which is we have to think about funding policy holistically, right? Oftentimes we think about changes to the small school grant or the special education grant, for example, separately. And one of the things that we really want to sort of how we wanted to reframe the conversation is that all of these things are related to one another. And when you take, it's not, you can't just tinker with one without thinking about the other. And so I really appreciate you bringing up that point. To your point, right, so we did evaluate the assumptions in the special education block grant based on the stakeholder input, and also what we know around what Act 173 implementation to date. Our recommendation at this point was that we could neither recommend nor we have no recommendation at this point. What we mean is we found no evidence in favor or against adjustments to the grant amount, and I'm going to put this in like bold-faced letters, at this time. And the at this time is important because it's really hard to talk about how we might change the block grant calculation when we don't have regulations yet, where the calculation isn't even set. And we also might be making these other changes to the general education plan. And so our concern was with making a hard and fast recommendation on do this or don't do this at this time, was that might minus those important pieces of information, then we might make a recommendation that 3 years from now we all would really want to stand behind. And so I guess our recommendation is that for now, that we needed to wait to make changes to the special education block grant. That doesn't mean that they won't be needed in the future. It means that, in our expert opinion, it's too soon to come up with a potential adjustment that would be fair and something that everybody would want to live with for the next 10 years, right? I mean, I think we're very conscious around the difficulties with opening statute and making adjustments to statute. And I think we were concerned that at this time, there just isn't enough evidence to suggest that it's necessary, and if it is necessary, what it should be. That said, per our contract, we were asked to model several options that policymakers could consider if they chose to make adjustments to the grant calculation. And I think it's important to understand what those options are and what the options really focus on, right? If you think about how the great thing about the special education block grant is it's actually simple to calculate. So one thing I think in our funding statute that we can, it's the only thing that's predictable and transparent, easy to figure out. Because what it is, it's the number of kids times some base amount, and you hit your dollars, right? I mean, it's great. But it means that if you want to adjust it, you either have to make adjustments to the number of kids in the calculation, or you need to make adjustments to the number of dollars. Right, the amount, but whatever the per capita amount is that you're multiplying by each kid. And really thinking this through, working with stakeholders, doing sort of different kinds of models, our recommendation is that if it is the intent now or in the future to adjust how the grant is calculated, that the change is not made to the per capita grant amount. So don't come up with some sliding scale that says if you're over this percentage of poverty, but the base grant's $100, for example, and if you're over this percentage of poverty, you get $125 per kid. First of all, it takes the predictability and transparency out of the system. It's difficult to calculate. It would be really difficult to maintain. Rather, adjust the number of kids in a school district to which the block grant is applied. And two ways, and the nice thing about that is you can also tie it back to your general education formula. And what we suggested was one of two ways, and we modeled these in our simulations. You can apply, for example, I'm going to use $100 as your special ed block grant amount. You can multiply the $100 times the number of equalized people in the district, right, which gives you relative to everybody else, right, what exactly, right, it takes into account the full range of cost factors. That said, for some school districts, right, that would be deflated. That might not be a bad thing. It might be a good thing. Or you can take that $100 and you can multiply it by the number of poverty-weighted kids in a school district. Two very clear and transparent ways to do it that would adjust for differences in student need across districts in a straightforward way. It also be a straightforward way of maintaining the formula, and for school boards in particular, for each year to really be able to figure out their block rates. So those were our recommendations. If policymakers wanted to move forward with any kind of adjustment at this time, but our real recommendation is that at this time is that it's just too soon to know what would be an appropriate adjustment, and the risk with doing something right now is that you do it wrong, and then somebody'd have to go back and undo it, and that it might make more sense to wait until the formula has been implemented, or at least we have a clearer sense of implementation, and then make the decision. Did that answer your question, Kathy?
Yes, thank you.
Debbie, this is John. Any other board questions? Hearing none. Tammy, we thank you very, very much. This has been, my head hurts.
Well, I hope we wrote a report that didn't give everybody a headache. We really worked hard to write this is pretty technical stuff, and our goal was really to try to prepare something that was accessible to a wide audience.
Yeah, no, your piece is just fine. It's how it knits into all the rest of the calculations that become, it makes it so obscure for ordinary people like myself to comprehend how it really plays out. But it's certainly valuable work, and we thank you for your work and for making the time to tell us and so many other people about this important topic. We thank you. Any final comments?
Well, I'm happy to answer any other questions for you or the board members. You feel free to email me, and I'm happy to get back to you on
Thank
those.
you. And I hope we will take you up on your offer about talking about teacher quality and how that might systemically be addressed perhaps better than we do now.
Yeah, it's a really important, right? I always talk about, I mean, it's a great segue to this study too, because we have to remember that dollars buy things. It's not the dollars that create educational opportunities, it's the things that we purchase with those dollars.
Yeah,
and we know
that's right.
that the biggest ticket item that dollars purchased are teacher time and talent. And we have to think really carefully about what talent and time look like, right? It's like, what are we buying with those dollars in terms of just, full teacher qualifications, but what teaching quality looks like, and also how school districts allocate the time that teachers spend, right? Those three things, right? That's the three legs of your stool for instructional quality. But you have to remember, to even get there, you have to have sufficient dollars in the system. But once you have sufficient dollars, then you have to really think carefully about how you invest those dollars, particularly in instructional quality. And teachers make up the lion's share of that.
Of course, of course. Well, that's for another day.
That's right, that's right. Okay, I'm back to homeschooling.
All right. Tammy, thank you so much.
Thank you.
We wish you well.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, board, I guess the governor's press conference has ended.
We don't hear it anymore.
We don't hear it anymore. So we're a little bit ahead of schedule, about 5 minutes, 7 minutes ahead of our scheduled break, which I think we will take now, and we will reconvene at 1 o'clock sharp. But you will call in to the deliberative session. I'm sorry, no, it's a public session to begin with, because we have to entertain the possibility that in the Macias case, that Mr. Macias or his representative might wish to present to us, in which case perhaps then also the secretary's attorney might wish to present to us. They've been given the opportunity. To my knowledge, they have either declined or ignored the notice that they may speak to us. The attorney who is representing the board, or guiding us, if you will, kind of as our hearing officer, George Belcher, will be with us at 1 o'clock, and we will hear from him about where things stand. We've allotted 30 minutes for presentations by the appellant and the agency, 15 each, which is item K. If there are no presentations, then we will just move on to item L and go into deliberative session, and then for that, you would need to make a different phone call. For now, when you come back, you can either stay on the line or you can sign off and dial back in. When you come back in on the same number and the same conference ID that you did to get here this morning. Okay.
John, can I make a suggestion? I know the governor's press conference is over, but we have no assurance that the stray caller is not disappeared completely. So it might be advisable if Suzanne could completely terminate this call.
Yes.
And then we all redial in at 1 o'clock, and hopefully that the stray caller will not return.
Agreed.
Or if they do, have the courtesy to go on mute.
Agreed. Before we leave this,
Good idea.
so that's fine, Suzanne, if you'll please do that, and then all of you, 5 minutes to 1, not later, please dial in to the number you used to get to this call and use the conference for the general public conversation. Then we'll deal with going to deliberative session subsequently and separately. All right? So Suzanne, take it all down, please, and we'll see you all at 1 o'clock latest. Thank you. Then I think we will proceed. I don't see John O'Keefe. I got some email about he's under some sort of emergency stress in his town of which he's town manager. So we'll have to proceed without him. Also with us is Attorney George Belcher, who has served as the board's legal advisor and hearing officer in this case. And I'm going to turn the matter over to George now.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Once again, my name is George Belcher. I've been acting as assigned legal counsel to the State Board of Education. Because we're taping this and we're now considering the appeal of a contested case, I'm going to put on the record that the date is March 18th, 2020. We're here before the Vermont State Board of Education. The matter being considered is the appeal of In re Mario Macias. The docket number is LI 17-253. The board members who are participating have just identified themselves on the record, and I need to put on the record a few things. First of all, the time is 1:05, and neither of the parties who are involved in this have appeared, nor have their counsel appeared today. This matter is an appeal from a hearing panel decision, and I need to advise on the record that notice of the report of the subcommittee was made to the parties on February 10th, 2020. The appellant's counsel, Mr. Guzman, received his notice on February 13th, 2020, and the appellee, that is the secretary of the agency, through his counsel, received that notice on February 18th, 2020. Concerning today's hearing before the board on March 9th, 2020, a notice was sent to parties that we would be meeting today. The agenda was sent to the parties, and the time frame, that is this particular time, which was given to the parties to file memorandum and address the board directly, was noted on the agenda. And we have not only are they not here today, but we have not heard, I have not heard from either the appellant or the appellee that they were planning to be here. I noticed them that sometimes there's difficulty getting into the building, and I asked that they notify me if they were going to be here, and I have heard nothing from either of them. So I think that's all that I wanted to put on the record before we consider the matter. I would...
Just out of the abundance of caution, is there somebody available in the room who could just go down to the front entrance and double check that there's nobody waiting to enter?
Kathy, would you mind doing that? Thank you, Oliver. While Kathy is doing that, I'll just outline very briefly the next procedural steps. We're going to go into deliberative session. For some of you, that may be a new term. It is a term of art in this case. Statute provides that an agency, and we are considered under the statute an agency, that is functioning in a quasi-judicial capacity, which is what we are doing in the case of the appeal of Mr. Macias. Statute provides that an agency performing in a quasi-judicial capacity is exempt from the open meeting law to the extent that it wishes to deliberate. And deliberate is defined by statute also. And we are about to begin deliberating in the matter of Mr. Macias and his appeal. And therefore, we will do so in what's called a deliberative session. And deliberative sessions are exempt from the open meeting law. That is to say, they may be conducted in private. They're not to be confused with executive sessions, which is somewhat similar, but quite different in many important respects. They are similar in the respect that we can deliberate, but we can, in deliberative session, take no action other than to move to cease the deliberations and move to a public meeting. So once Kathy gets back here to assure that there aren't folks outside trying to get in, we will entertain a motion on your motion list. I think it's called L1, to move to deliberative session. Once that motion is passed, I will then give you instructions as to the next steps. Hang on for a moment while we wait for Kathy Lavoie to return. By the way, while we're at it, are there any members of the general public on the line? All right, thank you. Stand by, if you will, until we get Kathy back here.
John, would you like me to exit the room when you guys go into deliberate?
We will, yes. Thank you. Nobody looking to get in?
Nobody looking to get in.
All right. So we have word that nobody's looking to get into the building to talk with us. And so, am I right now to, so I'd entertain a motion to enter deliberative session. Is there such a motion?
So moved.
Maybe you could use the motion sheet. That's why it's there.
L1, I move the State Board of Education enter deliberative session to consider the report of the board's review subcommittee regarding the appeal of Mario Macias, docket number LI-17-253.
Thank you. It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Oliver Olson. Oliver, seconded by Oliver Olson, moved by Bill McFarland. And then, are you ready for that question? I'm going to go down through the list to take your ayes and nays. Kyle.
Aye.
Kim.
Aye.
Kathy.
Aye.
Bill Mathis.
Aye.
John O'Keefe. Not here. Oliver Olson.
Aye.
Peter Peltz.
Yeah, yes.
Jenna O'Farrell.
Yes. Aye.
And John Carroll. Yeah, yay. The ayes have it, then we will enter deliberative session. The proceeding on this is, you will all separate from this call, hang up from this call, and then use the Skype meeting information you have been furnished for logging into a separate call for the deliberative session. The only people who have access to that number are board members who are eligible to be in this discussion. And all of you are, except, of course, for the secretary, Dan French, who is not present.
And recused himself.
He has recused himself.
Yes.
And so Maureen will not be on this call, and Colin from RETN will leave the room. we'll be left with Mr. Belcher, our attorney, and those of you who are present. And Sabina, of course, you are welcome to participate in this in all ways.
I did have a query for our legal counsel on that. If he had an opinion as to whether Sabina is a non-voting member, clearly in a normal proceeding, but this is a fairly unique circumstance. I want to be very cautious about making sure we're doing everything appropriately, inadvertently creating any problems.
George Belcher speaking. My judgment would be that even though she's a non-voting member, she could participate by listening and contributing thoughts. It would be her contribution would not be a vote, though, and the vote is taken in open session at the end of the deliberation. So I do not see a problem with her participating in the deliberative session.
Okay, thank you.
That satisfies your question, Oliver? All right, then. So are there any questions before we all separate from this call? All right, hearing none, then please hang up from this call and redial in on the designated number and conference ID. Thank you.
So for the record, the State Board of Education has just returned from deliberative session.
And you want to put it on the record that about the time of the checking on their availability?
Yes, the time is 1:35, and Mr. Mathis went downstairs and checked to see whether either of the parties or their counsel had appeared, and you found what?
No one was there.
No one was there.
Did we note on the record that Kathy Lavoie did the same thing at about 1 o'clock?
For the deliberative.
Yes.
Good, thank you. So then, are we ready to receive the motion?
Yes.
Would somebody make a motion?
I move that the board affirm the decision of the hearing panel in the matter of in Ari Mario Macias, docket number L1-17-253, the decision of the hearing panel being dated February 14th, 2019, and that the report of the review of the subcommittee dated 2/8/20 be adopted, including the facts, discussions, and conclusions of law therein, and that the appeal of the Mario Macias in docket number L1-17-253 be dismissed, and that the process of the review subcommittee, including the delegation of this matter, is ratified.
The motion has been moved by Kathy Lavoie. Is there a second?
I'll second that. This is Oliver Olson.
Seconded by Oliver Olson. I will now read the roll and ask your vote. Carl Courtois.
Aye.
Kim Gleason.
Aye, sorry.
Kathy Lavoie.
Aye.
William Mathis.
Aye.
Oliver Olson.
Aye.
Peter Paltz.
Aye.
Jenna O'Farrell.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion carries. Thank you for your work on that. Mr. Belcher, thank you, sir.
Thank you. I want to express my appreciation to the board, particularly the members of the subcommittee who wrote the report. They did a very good job, and it's nice to be with you, those who are here, and be with you telephonically, those that are on the phone. Thank you, and I'm excusing myself now.
Very good, thank you. I'm signing this for you.
You can. You need to delete one of the, if Mr. O'Keefe is listed as having been present. And actually, John, I've got that's written on both sides.
Yeah.
Question, should
Yeah.
we destroy the materials we've got?
Those materials are public, actually.
Okay.
So you're okay with that? Is that correct?
Yes, but the all the material that was transmitted electronically should, as what was directed before, be indicated not to forward. You should delete it from your computers and that sort of thing.
You want me to date here as well as there?
Sure. And then the clerk of the board will enter it. It needs to be filed with your records.
Could we have a member?
Anyone can enter it. It's the formal date that it became of record. And then I need to get a copy of it so that I can send it to the parties.
All right. Well, can we take care of that offline?
Yes.
Here, I'll give you that. Then you can do that. Yeah, good. Okay. Sorry, everybody, we just had to get the paperwork signed. Thank you all for that. Nicely done. School calendar waivers. So we had a discussion this morning with Secretary, of course, to make a change to the motion. But before we get to that, have you reviewed the material, and is there discussion with regard to the school calendar waiver? Or on item M, Mrs. Mark.
I only, I support the measure. Like, I think it was Oliver questioning of the 10 days, wonder whether or not we should be so specific on the number of days versus an amount, giving that authority to the secretary to determine. But I also wonder as well, this is also very specific to the Secretary of Education upon consultation of the Commissioner of Health. And I don't even want to think about what other statewide emergency might come that would be not weather related and not related to the, without consultation coming through the Commissioner of Health. But I'm wondering if, I mean, the health of the children would always be the reason for the potential closure of the schools, but that directive may not be come via the secretary, the Commissioner of Health. Do you see my point?
Can I ask a question?
Of course.
Noticing that this is bound by this school year, 2019-2020.
Right, there's the other issue. I didn't.
Do you still have the same concern? Because it's a very time-specific action.
That was my third concern. Whether or not it was, okay, all three, you know, it's very specific, and we don't, should we be finding ourselves in this situation again?
Well, not in this school year.
Not in this school year, but the law, the law that it is, the waiver is removing itself from it is very specific to weather, which is why this has to be done, right?
That's correct. Well, no, more particularly, the waiver is from the board's authority to make these waivers. That is to say, statute provides that only the board may grant waivers for changes in the school year. And what we're doing here is we're granting the secretary the authority to exercise the board's authority in this matter.
I have a question as to whether it's really necessary, the motion, I mean, because the governor has the authority to take emergency actions. And if it goes beyond 10 days, it would be the governor's action that would make it so. And at the end, whenever this is over, we would end up having to ratify in any case, which is what the law says. The closure happens then afterwards, after they exceed the number of days, then you appeal to the state board. And so I'm just not sure it's necessary.
And I guess now I'm not sure what it's doing, because I assumed it was.
You can see it's provided under 16 VSA section 1071 and in the State Board Rule 2300 both. That it's the board that shall grant these waivers. I might say parenthetically, this is something that we are in our S-166 bill proposing to be transferred to the agency since we provide virtually no value added to this conversation. What this does is simply says that the board authorizes the secretary to act on its behalf.
In this instance only.
In this instance.
Okay.
And we would change the language so that it says to grant waivers as the secretary sees fit. For any unanticipated closures in this school year under 16 VSA 1071C, which is the provision that grants us that authority. We're essentially inviting the secretary to stand in for us during this period.
So I think that works fine because it's a very specific situation, and I'm appreciative that we're passing this authority, hopefully, back to the agency regardless. I'm just going to share a little perspective in like a local board hat. While the state had not taken action to close all schools, I read it a week ago differently in that I had some concern that if local districts needed to take action, were they not going to be granted the waiver if the state hadn't taken action? It was feeling at the time, a week ago, that the state was slow to react, and would it be that districts may have to take positions in the interest of the safety of their community, because some of this seemed at the time to be very specific to localities, and I was concerned that if they had not jumped through the requisite hoops that were laid out last week, that could the secretary then, in hindsight, say you didn't get the proper approvals, you acted in haste, you won't get the waiver. And so I lay that out as if this had broader implications right this moment, or had broader implications a week ago, that's where I was as a local board member in my, I don't want to call it cynical, but concern with offering this authority without some assurance that there was going to be some deference to the needs of local communities. So the way it's written now, I'm fine with it, and certainly with the actions the state has taken more recently, I think this is appropriate. I didn't want anything to slow the process of getting districts the assurance that they were going to have waivers for this very uncertain time.
I also want to add, if there's some timeline on when districts are going to know what that looks like in terms of the school calendar waiver, because I think that's on people's mind too. Like, what does this mean on the other end?
Right.
I presume that the secretary will notify people that the board has granted him this authority to waive, and then he will presumably make an announcement that will address the question of presumably he will grant the waiver in anticipation.
That's not what this, I'm sorry, but that's not what M says unless I'm completely the suggested motion.
Go right ahead.
It says, I move that the state board authorize the secretary to on behalf, oh, you are right. I read it completely wrong. My apologies.
Okay. So are there other questions?
I would just think that, and I'm not sure if this is answering a question or asking a question, but right now the return to school timeframe is, I think it is those 10 days. Am I correct? Am I counting that right? Like if we began this the 18th and they're going back to the 6th, in theory. So I just wanted to make sure that we are going to get rid of the number of days, correct?
That is correct.
I thought I heard us
That is
saying.
correct.
And then, you know, again, my suspicion is whatever is going to happen on the back end may reflect whatever comes next in terms of directives for closure, but the instruction would still need to happen, I think, and so it's probably minimally offering enough time for districts to get to a place to be able to deliver instruction remotely to whatever extent and for however long probably the governor will indicate is necessary. I think that
Go ahead.
leaves flexibility by removing the number of days and provides some clarity to districts.
Yes.
This is Peter. If I may, we're headed into uncharted territory. I don't know what kind of clarity we're going to try to attain at this point regarding, you know, what lay ahead, and waivers or anything else. This is just unprecedented, and I don't know how we can qualify what we're going to be doing in the future at this point. But that's my 2 cents.
Are there other comments or questions?
I'll just put on the labor question that Dan, I think, was referring to. Is I could imagine, since there are a requisite number of days in a teacher contract, that if we're at a place where instruction is being provided remotely, those would be counted as days. So I'm just thinking all the way through this, if it may differ statewide on when school calendar is extended to or otherwise, but I think those are just all things that are out there, and I think it will be helpful to have these decisions be made at the state level so that we're not individually negotiating with our unions about whether or not things count as days or how many days we're getting waived for, and is it individual, and have we asked for them by local districts. So just lots of things to put out there that, as to Peter's comment, is really uncharted, and hopefully people will be working together. But I appreciate that the agency is going to try and coordinate this.
Could we have a motion, please? This would be motion M.
This is Jenna. I can make the motion.
Please do.
I move that the state board authorize the secretary to, on its behalf, grant waivers of up to 10 full days for any unanticipated closures.
Jenna, I'm sorry,
What?
it should say grant waivers as the secretary sees fit for
As
any,
the, okay, back up to grant waivers as the secretary sees fit
that's correct.
for any unanticipated closures under 16 VSA 1071C that are a result of the consultation. No, that's the top. That doesn't make sense, does it? As a result of the consultation with the Secretary of Education and the Commissioner of Health.
Keep going.
Or an order of the Department of Health in the 2019-2020 school year.
Right. Thank you. Is there a second? Is there a second?
I will second it. This is Oliver.
Thank you, Oliver. I understand your hesitation there, Jenna. Basically, it's saying he may grant waivers that are the result of consultation between the Secretary and the Commissioner of Health, or an order of the Department of Health. Those are the two conditions under which the Secretary may act.
I think it's two.
So, is there discussion of the motion?
Yes.
Yes, Bill.
I believe I'm going to vote against this motion. As a person who has had to make snow calls in the morning, there's no way you're going to be right on those kinds of predicting the future kinds of things. I don't know where this is going in the future, but we're going to have a lot of cleanup activity after this is over. And at that point, we'll have a greater view of what will be necessary. So I just don't know that this gives us any advantage, the motion I mean, but it could have a disadvantage.
And the disadvantage would be what?
That we would perhaps tie ourselves into some kind of particular action when we don't need to.
Other discussion?
I think I am in support of offering the authority to the secretary. I was unclear from our earlier conversation with Dan, and I know he was rushed because he needed to get to the press conference, but I'm not positive that I heard him ask us to change the number of days. And so I'm a little tiny bit cautious there, making this wide open when I wasn't positive that I heard that was necessary, and I'm wondering if, I guess there's no way for us to clarify that at this point.
Oliver, you
and I will.
Oliver was the one who raised that question. What did you hear, Oliver?
Yeah, my recollection from that conversation, and yes, he was a bit rushed, but was that he indicated that the 10-day window came at a very, when things were at a very different point in time. And my takeaway from that was that he was appreciative of the flexibility because things have evolved quite significantly since that was originally put forward.
In fact, it's 13 days that they'll have. If it's from today, the 18th, until the 6th.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. And go ahead, Peter.
Can I question flexibility? What can you be more particular what you mean by that?
Well, we don't know how long this closure is going to go for. So the idea was rather than having to come back to us after the fact to deal with this, we could just give him the authority. I mean, things are moving pretty quickly here, so I think the less. I think just as a general rule, the more red tape we can get out of the way and allow Dan and his colleagues to execute as quickly and as flexibly as possible, I think is generally speaking a good thing in this environment.
But didn't we hear before the governor has the authority to do this anyway? So why do we have to?
He does to close the buildings, but then under statute, then the time would have to be made up once the danger passes, and then that creates all sorts of uncertainty. So I think just in general, to allow for quicker decision making without people having to worry about these sorts of issues in their decision making is just a good thing.
The governor doesn't have the authority to also address a time to be made up at some point?
No.
These waivers.
His authority is to close buildings.
Okay.
Local school boards actually close the schools, and then they appeal to us if they go over the limit.
This gives them a prospective waiver that says you're not going to have to worry about that. And that seems, obviously, the Secretary believes that's a useful thing to do. Is there further discussion?
And so it just, I do want to clarify. So, again, and I just, because I think probably most districts are in negotiations right now, it's a little bit fresh on my mind. When we have snow days, for instance, the contract indicates the number of student days, and then we often waive them locally if we are still within the 170, I think it's 170 required student days that are at the state level. And so if that now means the required number of days is 157, for instance, I'm just thinking in a local school board hat, do we run into challenges in having staff work remotely? Again, I don't want to hold anything up with red tape, but there are occasionally unintended consequences with liberating the requirements when a master agreement is guiding the workforce in a situation where hopefully it's going to be very collaborative. It's a really challenging time for everybody, but from that standpoint, I don't think that would be the intent necessarily of the waiver to necessarily dispense with the requirement for the educational delivery. So I put that out there, and I imagine that would weigh into the decision making that the secretary will consider in granting waivers beyond these 13 days.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent point, and again, I think everybody knows, but just to be absolutely clear, we're not, through this action, we're not granting a waiver. We're just delegating the authority to handle the waivers to the secretary, and would expect that all these sorts of issues would be part of any consideration for how to handle that.
I would think so, and I would also think that they will determine whether they can count remote learning in their day counts, and I'm sure there are guidelines around that as well. So I think we'll look forward to more information, and I think we do want to let this be something the secretary can act quickly enough on so that districts have some reassurances in some way about their transition planning as they try and work through the remainder of the school year, whatever comes with that.
Is there further discussion?
Yes.
Yes, Bill.
On the red tape issue, you see, this only goes up to 10 days. Waiver of
Taking that out. It says grant waivers as the secretary sees fit.
Or we don't even have to say that, actually.
Right.
Yeah, the 10 days is a bit of a trap.
It's eliminated.
Okay. That takes care.
Good.
Further discussion?
Would I understand that if there were waivers for other purposes, those still would come before us?
This pertains only to 1071C, which is waivers with regard to the school year.
No,
I mean, it sounds that are the results of consultation with the Secretary of Ed and Commissioner of Health, the Department of Health. I mean, this seems very specific to COVID-19. I can't think of what other reason a district would need a waiver, but if it's outside of something that involves consultation with the Commissioner of Health, does that remain in our domain?
It remains under present law. That's correct. This is a waiver only in connection with those kind of closures.
Health closures. Okay, thank you.
At least that's how I read the language. I don't have that. No one has told me that, but that certainly seems that it places a restriction on what kind of closures qualify for this waiver.
That's how I read it as well.
Further discussion? Are you ready for the question? If so, I will call the roll. Please indicate by saying yay or nay. Kyle Courtois.
Yay.
Kim Gleason.
Yay.
Kathy Lavoie.
Yay.
William Mathis.
Nay.
John O'Keefe. Oliver Olson.
Yes.
Was Bill Mathis vote a nay or a yay?
Nay.
Nay.
Thank you.
Peter Peltz.
We should do yes or no so it's really clear with folks on the phone.
Peter Peltz.
No. No.
Jenna O'Farrell.
Yes.
Chair votes yes. Listen to the results of your vote. Yeas, 6 nays, i.e. noes, 2. The motion carries. Thank you. Suzanne?
Who else voted no?
Yes.
Who else voted no?
Peter and Bill. Suzanne, is Jay Ramsey available to speak to us now?
Yes, he is on the line at the moment.
I'm here.
Mr. Ramsey, thank you for joining us. This is John Carroll, the chair of the board. We have 2 board members here in Barry with me, Bill Mathis and Kathy Lavoie. And on the telephone, we have the 2 student members, Sabina Brochu and Kyle Courtois, Kim Gleason, Oliver Olson, Peter Peltz, and Jenna O'Farrell. And of course, Suzanne. Do we have any members of the public present? Guess not. Okay. Mr. Ramsey, we are at your disposal, sir. Thank you.
Okay, well, I believe you have the green sheet.
We do?
And there is an executive summary, or key extracts, I think is what the document is called.
Yep.
And you had other documents that were linked in the green sheet. And so I will proceed.
We have your slideshow.
Okay, well, I'll walk through that.
Why don't you? That's always pretty helpful for us visual learners.
Great. All right, well, thank you for having me and fitting me into the agenda. This is certainly a unique circumstance to be presenting to you in this way.
Indeed.
But we will persevere. So in the agenda, just in this presentation, I'm at a high level going to walk you through some of the major components of this state plan, with an overview, what we did to develop the state plan, what we see as alignment across programs from ESSA through Perkins and into WIOA, the Workforce Innovation and Opportunities Act. Talk a little bit about our priorities, what it means at the local level, what are some local requirements that the centers will have to do, what's the accountability system related to this, and then how much money are we talking about? And maybe I should have started with that, but I'm ending with it. So if you skip to the 4th slide, what is Perkins? So this, we're calling it Perkins. Every state in the nation is calling it Perkins. The act is actually the Strengthening Career and Technical Education for the 21st Century Act that was passed by Congress and signed by the President in July of 2018. And states were given the opportunity to have a 1-year transition plan, which we did, and then to spend the rest of that time working on a 4-year state plan. So we've been working on this for about a year and a half. But Perkins, this is the 5th iteration of Perkins. It's federal investments to strengthen and improve the state and local secondary and post-secondary CTE systems. It is requiring alignment of education programs to the labor market. It's supporting collaboration, coordination, and partnerships. We'll talk a little bit about that in the comprehensive local needs assessment. And one of the items that's frequently missed in Perkins is that it prioritizes support for what the law calls special populations, but we could understand them as vulnerable populations. And we are using these funds to help us achieve the vision and goals that the State Board of Education endorsed last year in May. And so just as a reminder, our strategic vision on the next slide is identified there. I won't read it to you. And the next slide is at a high level summarizing what the goals are. We're supporting high-quality programs that are aligned with the labor market. We're working to improve the public perception of CTE. We're treating industry as a partner, asking them to come and help, and asking them to do things to support our students in their facilities. We're going to achieve the vision by supporting implementation of career advising systems across the state, which is a key component of the state plan, and then supporting collaboration among and coordination between, which is critically important in an environment where we have regional technical centers that cause students to leave their high school during the day and come to the technical center, either all day or part of the day. And so this coordination and collaboration is really critical. So these are the concepts and the frame for all of the activities, or the majority of activities in the state plan. So before I get into the details, though, let me talk to you about how we developed this. In my mind, we started developing this when we started working on the strategic vision and goals. And that's because some part of me suspected that the federal government was going to pass a renewed version of Perkins, and we would need some guiding lights to help us figure out what the priorities were. And so here we are. So in all of, in this timeline for developing this state plan, it started in the spring of last year with internal meetings of our CTE team at the agency to draft out some big ideas. And that we used those big ideas, and also based on our experience with the technical centers, we worked closely with them. We started work over the summer with working groups. We had a post-secondary working group that involved PCV, Vermont Tech, UVM was there, VSAC was there, the Department of Labor was there. We had 5 or 6 meetings over the summer. We had a secondary working group to work out some concerns with the technical centers and how they could use the funds and what they should use them on. We had a comprehensive local needs assessment working group, and we had an accountability working group. And in all of these meetings, and in every meeting that I've ever conducted to develop this state plan, I give this, this is called a RAPID framework. And RAPID is just an acronym that stands for recommend, agree, perform, input, or decide. And it helps people understand their role in the process. So if I'm conducting a meeting and I identify that I am the recommender, I'm working on this seeking your input, seeking some agreement from you, that my position is to recommend decisions to the Secretary of Education and the Deputy Secretary of Education. And so it was not my role to decide what goes in the plan. It's certainly Dan's decision and Heather's decision about what would go in the plan. And so to help organize people's thoughts and to help you understand this, the next slide is the essential question. How should the state invest $20 million in federal funds over the next 4 years? And the math there is, as a state, we receive $5 million roughly every year. And this is a 4-year plan. And so it's a big question that we had somewhere close to 400 people help us answer that question. And so there were a lot of people involved in different ways. The next slide is, how do we decide what goes in the plan and what doesn't? That any decision about what goes in the plan has to be grounded in the vision and goals that I oriented you to, that you approved last year, and asked ourselves, is this activity going to help us achieve the vision and goals? And the next lens is it protecting vulnerable populations or helping to grow the economy or helping to make Vermont more affordable? Those are important questions that the governor asked. And then finally, does the activity that we're wanting to do address a barrier or create more? And does it address equity or contribute to further inequity? And the next slide is roughly the timeline. So over the summer, we developed the plan with partners that almost 400 people were involved in. In January, we held public hearings for comments on this plan. That was at the end of January. We had also a comment period of 30 days. All of these are required in the law. And then starting March 6th to April 6th, the governor has to, according to the law, have an opportunity to review the plan and sign off or not. And we have to give our partner agencies like the Department of Labor and the Vermont State Colleges an opportunity to comment on the final version of the plan and file any objections. We have to submit their objections with the plan to the Department of Education by April 15th. That due date may change given what's happening now. We do have a conference call with the Department of Education tomorrow to go through some of these questions. So the next slide would be alignment opportunity. And this version of Perkins shares definitions with the Every Student Succeeds Act, and it shares definitions with the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, which is money that goes to the Department of Labor and that funds our adult education and literacy programs. But we have alignment opportunities with ESSA in the accountability system and through the process of the comprehensive local needs assessment, which I'll talk about in a second. But in the law, there are a number of required performance indicators, and this slide shows where the alignment is with ESSA. So we're reporting not on every student that's in the system, but what the law calls concentrators. And so it's students who've basically gotten halfway through their CTE program and are enrolled in the next part of their program.
Excuse me, Jay, there's a question. Which slide are you looking at?
This is slide 13.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So the alignment here is with, in academic realm, graduation. We're reporting on the cohort graduation rate and the extended graduation rate for CTE students who are concentrators. We have to report on academic proficiency in English language arts and mathematics, and a new requirement for CTE in this version is science. And in Vermont's ESSA state plan, we have college and career ready indicators, and also in Perkins. So industry recognized credential attainment, work-based learning participation, and dual and concurrent enrollment credit earning are the college and career ready measures. So you'll see on the academic portion there, English language arts and mathematics have asterisks. And what we had to consider very carefully is in the ESSA accountability system, the last time that we are testing students using SBAC in English language arts and mathematics is 9th grade. The majority of students that the CTE system serves are in 11th and 12th grade. And so we do not believe that holding the technical centers accountable to 2-year-old performance information made sense. And so we have proposed in this plan, and we have to follow our procurement process for this, but we're proposing to use work keys. And we'll back into it in this way. In the ESSA college and career ready measures, we have a list that includes SAT, ACT, and a number of other assessments, including industry recognized credentials. And so the work keys, there are 3 work keys assessments that make up the National Career Ready Certificate. And one of them is workplace documents, one of them is applied mathematics, and the third is graphic literacy. So we're proposing to use the 3 work keys assessments to measure students' attainment of, or students' academic proficiency. And we've had a couple of centers who have tested and used work keys And what they report is students take these assessments more seriously because it's applying what they're learning in their programs. It's more directly related to the career content of their programs. And there's added value here because the student would end up with an industry-recognized credential, which also plays an important role for what employers are telling us. You know, we're sort of in a crisis situation where we don't have enough people to fill the jobs that are available, but employers want to know that someone has the skills, the soft skills to be successful in a job. They can handle training new employees with technical skills. And so this helps to answer that question or propose a solution for employers. So, you know, I'm happy to answer more questions about that at the end. We can pause now if you want to ask questions about that.
But just one question. This is John, Jay. The work keys, are those did you say they're a national standard that's recognized nationally?
Yeah, so ACT is the company that owns the Work Keys assessment, and Work Keys, the National Career Ready Certificate, is widely used in some of the southern states where there are a lot of manufacturing companies. As far as I know, we would be the first state that would be proposing to use it in this way. And so I can provide a little bit more detail about why, if you want that. Otherwise, I'll pause here.
Well, what are some of our peer states using as a set of assessment tool?
Well, their assessment system under ESSA would still have students being tested in 11th or 12th grade. So we could continue to do that if our ESSA accountability system was assessing students using the SBAC in 11th grade. That model is what we used under the previous version of Perkins.
Right.
But there was a lot of frustration, I guess, on the part of the technical center administrators because we would be testing students either, let's say, in the end of their junior year, and then the centers are held accountable for that result of that, even though they didn't have to impact student learning. So they might have had 4 or 6 months.
And beyond that, I'm sorry, Jay, this is Kathy. Beyond that, you get an added advantage because you're actually adding to the college and career readiness aspect of the program through a National Career Readiness Certificate that is the work case assessment, right?
Yes, and to that point, these CTE students are then showing up in the accountability system for the high school.
Right. Okay.
And so it pulls double duty.
Yep.
Thank you, Jay.
Can you remind me, though, Jay, I should know this, but are the National Career Ready certificates and the work keys, you know, workplace documents, applied mathematics, graphic literacy, is that specific to an industry?
No. But,
okay, you can. I didn't think so, but you said something about the IRC, so I thought maybe it was tied to a specific industry recognized standard.
Well, so this has the potential for all of our industries to recognize it. There's some work, and this is what I've been telling the technical center administrators. It can be an industry recognized credential, but we have work to do to get industry to recognize it.
I got it.
And you know, there's some alignment here with work that the Department of Labor would like to do, and we think that this offers a solution that we haven't been able to have as a statewide strategy across education and labor.
Yep. Thank you.
A question.
Jay, there's another question.
Go ahead.
What's the predictive validity of these measures, the SBAC, the SAT, ACT, and so forth, in terms of career and college ready?
If I heard the question right, what is the validity of SBAC as a college and career ready measure?
Yeah, in other words, we're giving tests on skills that don't seem to have any relationship to each other.
I don't know that I could speak to the validity of SBAC as a measure. I'd have to pull someone in from another division to speak to that. So I'll get into a little bit of the details of what the law requires here, which will help to explain why this approach. So the law requires that whatever assessments are approved in the state ESSA plan to measure English language arts, mathematics, and science would be what we have to use. But because of the complicating factor that CTE students in Vermont are primarily 11th and 12th graders, and the SBAC test, which is used to measure English language arts and mathematics, is last offered in 9th grade, that gap poses a problem for us. And one of the categories of assessments that we can use that would apply to 11th and 12th graders is the industry recognized credential. And so we're attempting to make an argument to the U.S. Department of Education that because of the structure of the accountability system in Vermont's ESSA plan, we need to have some sort of valid and reliable assessment that would be specific to a technical center program in order to adequately and accurately measure a student's proficiency in these subject areas. And barring something else that could have been proposed, we didn't receive any counter proposals from any of the administrators. And so this is what the option is this, or use 2-year-old performance data from SBAC.
It's a dilemma. And one thing is, if you want your car fixed, you want your car fixed. It doesn't matter how you scored on the SBAC.
Okay, let's let Jay move on. Mindful of the time.
We never get into the policy issues here, but
That's
Jay's...
policy. Go ahead, Jay.
Okay. So that was alignment discussion with ESSA and Perkins, and the next requirement in the law was to demonstrate alignment between the CTE system and the workforce development system. And so slide 14 kind of summarizes that. The State Workforce Development Board has undergone a process of revising the WIOA state plan in the last few months, and they also have a strategic vision and goals for their plan. And when I did a crosswalk, we were able to reach alignment in these 6 broad areas. Both the CTE system and Perkins and the workforce development system and WIOA have a shared concern across these 6 areas of protecting vulnerable populations, using labor market information to drive the types of programs that are offered, the role that industry plays in helping to make decisions about programming, that counseling and advising are really critical to any person who is accessing these programs. And in order to access them, they have to understand them, that there is a need across the programs for collaboration and coordination and non-duplication, which is really critical when you think about a person trying to move along a career pathway quickly so that they don't have to repeat the same type of instruction. But from a financial standpoint, you don't want duplication because that's wasteful. And the 6th area visibility, that people need to see the system and understand a little bit about how to access it and understand what it will do for them. So those are alignments across the federal programs, not necessarily in the accountability system, so we do have some shared accountability with the workforce development system. So moving to slide 16 for the state plan priorities, this is the four main priorities in your green sheet. You will see on page 4 and beyond some of the strategies that are underneath these big priorities. And so offering the high-quality career paths and programs of study that are aligned with high-skill or high-wage or in-demand occupations, and we have some specific definitions about what those are that the Department of Labor helped us develop. That in order for those things to work, we need to make sure that the CTE teacher and leader workforce is prepared for student-centered education and supporting continuous improvement, that we're building on career and academic advising across the continuum of secondary to post-secondary. This is not an area that the agency has supported, but in the next 6 months, I'll be transitioning fully into the role of assistant division director, and part of my responsibilities there will be leading the efforts on career and academic advising. And then in the interest of students, easing and simplifying transition points. We're working on statewide articulation agreements with Vermont Tech and CCB and some of our other post-secondary partners. So you could read through the individual strategies in the green sheet. I didn't want to take up a bunch of slides or have tiny words on them, so I just refer you to the green sheet for that. Slide 17 kind of gives you some specific examples of what we're talking about. An existing program for CTE students is called Fast Forward. It is a concurrent enrollment program where the CTE teachers are teaching Community College of Vermont or Vermont Tech curriculum, so students, once they finish, would get college credit for that work. That's in addition to their Act 77 vouchers. We want to continue that program. We want to make sure that economically disadvantaged students and other vulnerable populations are able to access it and be successful in it. And we want to make sure that the colleges have some money to be able to add new courses and add novel delivery mechanisms to these courses to students in smaller centers or in rural areas. The career education piece I talked a little bit about, but the way the rules are written, the Tech Center is really the hub. The state board rules are written. The Tech Center should be the hub as a resource for career education in the region. And with policy changes coming from the legislature, we're talking about how do we reach down to 7th and 8th grade, which is a new area. How do we contribute to we being the technical centers? How do we contribute to the development of a student's personalized learning plan? So these are all components of what's in our state plan. We want the technical centers to be able to use their federal money to support programs in their partner high schools. If you move to the next slide, 18, focusing on updating our program standards. The last time that I can tell the CTE program standards, or what we call competency and task lists, the last time they were updated was maybe the early 2000s. So we will be focusing over the next 4 years on updating the program standards, breaking the programs down into courses or modules, and then that will help better align middle school and high school and post-secondary programs. It will also help us articulate to families and students what they will be the state colleges have not participated in any professional development that we have put on for CTE teachers. They have expressed an interest to participate in those. So we're going to have more coordinated professional development. We will be conducting a needs assessment across the state for CTE teachers and administrators. We want to help them understand how to support special populations. We want to help them focus on proficiency and standards-based grading. And this is a broad statement here. As a state, we struggle with having enough people to fill the available jobs. This is a unique problem for CTE because we rely on professionals from industry to come into the classroom and teach. But the tech centers don't pay as much as an industry, as a company would. And so some issue here gets in the way with licensing, that people feel like the licensing standards are too high. And so we want to try to tackle that problem as part of that.
Licensing of whom? Teachers?
The teachers.
Yeah. So think about, when was the last time you tried to call a plumber to come and fix something, or an electrician? And we need those people to also be able to teach. But if they can make more money as a business owner and have less frustration, and this is what I hear from professionals, from trying to go through the licensing process, it's not an incentive for them to make the transition to teach. And so I'm not saying that revising the licensing standards is the only solution. I think there are many other solutions that we could identify, but we're just signaling we want to work on this. Sorry.
If I
Jay,
can
I ask, this is Peter on that question. Have you seen what Massachusetts or other states have done on that front?
I hear about it at our national meetings. I haven't begun to investigate it. Once this plan is underway, we're going to be looking at our neighbors.
Jay and the board, just this is Kathy speaking, and Jay, I think you've met my son a few times, but my son was a project engineer for Wright and Morrissey and decided to become the building trades teacher at Northwest Tech Center, where he graduated from in VTC with his bachelor's. And I'll tell you what, the process is less than friendly. On top of the money that, the cut and pay, which he did actually willingly because he wanted to do this career pathway, the rest of the process hasn't been easy at all. And if we're building this incredible technical education system, and everything I've heard so far, Jay looks great. I've been removed since I've been in my new job the last year, but this looks wonderful. But we can build any system we'd like to shore up technical education in this state and get workforce and the students what they need. But if we don't have the teachers in there to teach it with the knowledge base that is needed to teach their industry-specific information, credentials, then it doesn't matter. So thank you for addressing this. It's long been an issue, came to, smacked us right in the face at our own household, and it's about time that it is addressed.
Thank you, Kathy. Jay, I'm just mindful of the time. We want to leave 5 minutes for questions and a discussion so that we can vote on the motion. And our target is 2:45. So we've been holding you up with questions, but let's just all be mindful of the time. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So I will get through this in the time allotted.
Good.
So on slide 21, so we're moving into what are the local requirements. So the ESSA state plan requires us to think about continuous improvement, and there is, while it doesn't say it in the law for Perkins, we are envisioning this comprehensive local needs assessment as part of a continuous improvement process. So right now, we have a template out that was developed with partners. That's the Comprehensive Local Needs Assessment. And that information is being conducted by regional centers or by groups of regional centers to be able to get the work done on the timeline that we need. That information informs their 4-year grant application, which is due this in May. Every 2 years, they will revise their comprehensive local needs assessment. And on the next slide, it kind of says there's 3, this is slide 22, there's 3 components to the needs assessment. One is the needs analysis. What is the local labor market information saying? What are local economic needs? What are local education programming needs? What are the superintendents and supervisory unions doing with their ESSA plans, and how can the technical centers link up with those? And then there's the gap analysis. This is what the needs analysis says, this is what we're doing, how do we fill that gap, and then use that information to inform the local plan. So that's kind of how that process is. If something is not uncovered in the comprehensive local needs assessment and it's not indicated in that, it cannot be part of a local plan. So this is a new process that is requiring a broad array of stakeholders to be involved in advising the center's administrator about what they should be doing and how they should be spending their federal money. So the next slide is the local application criteria. I won't talk about that. In the accountability slide, slide 25, focusing on students, there are 3 new categories of students that we have to be concerned with. There are 9 in total. In Vermont state plan, we, like in the ESSA state plan, have an umbrella category called historically marginalized populations, which would be where students of color can sit so that we can see that there is a group, a subpopulation of students that might fall into a number of different categories, but it helps us analyze data and it will help us target funds to support those populations. I mentioned earlier in the presentation the alignment across these federal programs. So if you look at slide 27, these are the alignments with the Every Student Succeeds Act. If you look at slide 28, these are Perkins-specific measures. The non-traditional student is, for example, a male in a nursing program or a female in a manufacturing program. It's just a program that leads to an occupation that's not traditionally filled by a particular gender. And then we have an outcome measure. Then there's alignment with WIOA in the attainment of post-secondary credentials. The State Workforce Development Board is really taking up some action on trying to manage the universe of credentials in the state to help sort out the things that matter and the things that don't matter. As a state, on slide 30, we're proposing some informational indicators. The pre-tech participation rate by partner high school, so 9th and 10th graders. Then we're looking at the continuance of those students into a full program in 11th or 12th grade. And then we're looking at the participation rate by partner high school. And then above that, we report the industry recognized credential attainment to the federal government. We are also choosing as a state to report on work-based learning participation and attainment of college credits in high school. On slide 31 is the post-secondary accountability, very similar to the secondary with the 6-month placement, non-traditional students, and credential attainment, but we are adding a state indicator which was supported by the state colleges. We should call it an academic momentum indicator, looking at students who graduated high school in the last 2 years who enroll in CCV or Vermont Tech with at least 6 post-secondary credits on their transcript. So that is attempting to measure the success of our dual enrollment program at having to matriculate to CCD or Vermont Tech. Those two entities specifically because they receive the Perkins money and no other post-secondary entity does. On the budget, so slide 34, a school has to be an eligible recipient. For Vermont, we define them as the area technical centers, unless the area technical center or the regional technical center cannot receive the funds. And so St. Johnsbury Academy and Linden Institute cannot, as private schools, receive these federal funds. So we're working with Kingdom East Supervisory District, Caledonia Central Supervisory Union, and St. Johnsbury School District to work in that region. They'll receive the funds and build out some programs that link up to the state-approved programs at the Academy and Linden Institute. And the final slide being the budget. So we received $5 million roughly. The law says we have 3 accounts that these go into. 85% of it has to be distributed to the local recipients. 10% the state can hold for leadership activities, and 5% for administration of the grant. That 85%, we take $400,000 and put it in a reserve. That's what pays for fast forward and access for special populations to those courses. The remaining funds are split 75%, 25%. 75% of it goes to secondary and 25% of it goes to post-secondary. And then it's distributed further by a formula that's based on, at the post-secondary level, the number of Pell recipients, Pell Grant recipients. At the secondary level, the formula is based on the census of the population age 5 to 17 that live in the region, and then the population that live below the federal poverty line. Just this is how it's calculated in ESSA as well. So
why don't you show that? Why don't Jay? Why don't you show that? I know it's only 15%, but I think some of that makes a substantial difference.
Yes.
Just a suggestion.
So show
the remaining amount from the 85% and its allocation.
Okay. Yeah, I don't have that on readily available. So I'm working from home, so
no problem. That's all right.
Trying to figure out where everything is. 4, 2, 8, 1, 7, 6, 6, 9, 4. So 3.8 million that gets distributed at the local level. 2, 9, 1, 1, 3, 5 plus 9, 7, 0 plus 2. Yeah, 3.8 million.
Okay.
Jay, this is terrific.
Can I just ask or say something? This is Peter. I applaud your efforts. I wish this was broader. We still haven't dealt with the funding formula, which I think has a significant impact on attendance and to the tech centers. Regular aid access to the program, adult access to the program, certification program. There's a whole thing, a lot of things out there that I'd like to see attended to, but
I could speak to that if you want.
I would appreciate that.
Please.
Okay, I know that, so this would be outside of the Perkins plan, and I'm happy to come back and speak to you about this. It did come up when you were taking the vote on the strategic vision. So the legislature 2 years ago enacted Act 189, which gave the agency the authority to create 4 pilot projects to study funding and governance proposals. is an independent tech center school district. They submitted a proposal. And we extended the deadline and got another proposal from the Southwest Regional Career Development Center in Bennington, another independent tech center school district. And so we decided, because their plans were very similar, that we would combine the work with those two and add Middlebury, the third and final independent tech center school district. So they have been working, we gave them a grant, they've been working for almost a year with Bill Talbot and another consultant from the tax department to analyze this proposal, which would be that it's really based on independent tech center school districts, because the voters of the region vote on their budget, not the voters of the host high school districts. So the idea is we get rid of the FTE and all of these complicated aspects of our funding formula. The tech centers develop a budget, the voters of the region vote it, and it adds a regional tax rate. But the money that the high schools would normally be paying for tuition comes out of their budget, and so the tax rate for the high school goes down. So this is the model that we're really exploring and trying to identify. Could it be implemented as a state and not just be dependent on the independent tech centers? So we've been making a lot of headway in this. It's developing the state plan and trying to support the pilots has been a little challenging, but it's a good challenge to have.
And on the other fronts, regular ed access, and adult access, and possibly accreditation programs in the tech centers, and any thoughts on that?
Well, so there's sort of two pieces to my answer there. That if the tech center is allowed to develop its budget and not have not be reliant on the FTEs from the students from the high schools, they could also include money in the budget for adult CTE and let adults come into the programs or evening programs, building that out. The second part of that is the Department of Labor has really been taking the lead on figuring out ways to support adult CTE. Yeah. And the governor in the last 2 years in his budget has, and the legislature has authorized money for adult CTE to purchase equipment. And so that's bonded money. The governor has proposed to do it again this year. And the Department of Labor has hired a contractor to work with state partners, including the Agency of Education and the adult CTE providers, to kind of reimagine what the post-secondary CTE arena could look like in Vermont. You know, why do we do it the way that we do? No one can answer.
Right. And we've seen in Hartford and in Essex and other, especially when high schools and the CTEs are on the campus, that the regular ed kids can access the tech ed programs, and but that's not common throughout throughout the state. If you know what I'm talking about.
I do. We, I think, have a demographic challenge here too, where the last time I looked, about a third of 11th and 12th graders are participating in CTE, and so the administrators will say, well, there aren't the same number of students in my building as there used to be. Well, that is true, because there aren't the same number of students in your building that could be. There's a higher percentage of students in your building, but it's just a sheer number problem.
Board, I think we should, Jay, thank you. I think we should
thank you.
Consider a motion. This would be item N on your motion sheet. Would somebody make the motion, and then we can continue discussion if necessary? Bill? Would you read the motion, please?
that the State Board of Education endorse the state plan for the Strengthening Career and Technical Education for the 21st Century Act.
I second that.
And motion's been made by Bill Mathis, seconded by Kathy Lavoie. Is there further discussion? I think this is a topic that we all would like to spend more time on.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
yeah, all around. But given the time, is there further discussion before we take action on the motion?
I would like to come back to this at some other day to talk about the long-range future of tech ed.
Yeah, yeah.
Jay, can you actually tell me, I'm looking through this, so you held the initial meetings in the creation of the plan, and that's, I just actually text my tech center, Northwest Tech, and to see about their input. And but what was the process in the final presentation of the plan to the local tech center administration?
Okay. So the law required us to hold public hearings and to have a public comment period. So we'll start with the public comment. The plan was posted on our website along with supporting documents to help community members understand. It's a long document. It's a little complicated. So we tried to distill it into, some basic points. That information went out through the agency's social media channels. It was in the weekly field memo. I sent personal messages to what feels like 100 people, but a lot of people who are directly involved and indirectly involved with CTE and invited them to comment.
Okay.
The agency held public hearings in 4 areas of the state. And just for context, the last Perkins plan, we only had 2 public hearings. And our neighbor in state in Maine, they only held 1 public hearing in the state capital. So we held a public hearing in Newport from 6:30 to 8:30 and had food and beverages so that families could participate. We had a hearing in St. Albans in time frame. We had a hearing in Springfield, and we had a hearing here in Barrie. And we didn't get much feedback from those public hearings.
That was before the plan development, Jay. Can you tell me, was there...
Okay, hold on.
Okay. Oh, thank you, sorry.
I'd like to get the vote in before a couple people have to leave at 3. So if you're ready for the question, that the State Board of Education endorse the state plan for strengthening career and technical education for the 21st Century Act, I'll read the roll, and please indicate by saying yes or no. Kyle Courtois.
Yes.
Thank you. Kim Gleason.
Yes.
Kathy Lavoie.
Yes.
William Mathis.
Yes.
John O'Keefe. Oliver Olson.
Yes.
Peter Peltz.
Yes.
Jenna O'Farrell. I think Jenna had to go. And the chair votes yes, it's unanimous. You have approved the motion to endorse the state plan. I think we're a bit over time, Jay. I think you can see there's an appetite here to learn a lot more. And I'm going to count on my board colleagues to push me to make sure we get you back for more time with us if you're willing to make time for us.
I'm willing and happy to come and talk about CTE all day.
Well, I have to commend you. I think your presentation is just excellent. The pace was good. For some of us, the topics you touch on are very, very new. For others, they're very familiar and important. So So we're very glad you were here to speak with us today. Thank you, Jay. Board members.
Mr. Chair, thank you to the board.
You're most welcome. Board members, we're over schedule. Just one thing, Bill Mathis had written a first draft of a proposed communication to the legislature regarding the weighting study. That's been sent to you by email yesterday. I guess I would, at this point, since we don't have a lot of time to talk about it, I would urge you all to send your comments to Bill and to me. And I think there's two kinds of comments. One is the comments on the content itself. And the other kind of comment is on the appropriateness of communicating to the legislature on this topic in this way. So we'd like to hear both of those, and we'll try to make some integrated sense of what we hear from you.
I want kids to be active. You can't look like a Bratt.
Can't hear that comment.
I think he's talking to somebody else.
Okay. Bill, do you have anything further to say about that?
Just that this may change a lot since the legislature now wants us to go on the road on the weighted study.
Right. Right. Yeah, I think we do need to remember that. Hello. We do need to remember that we have to keep an open mind, or at least make the reasonable facsimile thereof, if we are to be the honest brokers that we intend to be. Is there anything else that should come before the board before we adjourn?
John, you were going to assign us duty or some task. Have you done that sufficiently, or
well,
to help you out?
Yeah, thank you, Peter. What I plan to do is to write up. There are 4 sort of project areas that I outlined. I'm leaving out anything to do with the school construction business. I'm going to try to pursue the direction that I think I heard Kim Gleason urge, which is to see if we can dodge that bullet a little bit, given, number one, the strain on our abilities, and number two, it's a task to which we bring comparatively little expertise, that is capital budget standards for schools. But there do remain certainly 4 distinct tasks. 3 of them relate to rulemaking, and 1 relates to the weighting study. And I'm going to be looking for a point person to take leadership on each, and for each also to have a second person as their colleague on the project. I will send you a summary of the tasks and the timelines, and then I want you to think about that and either write to me or I'll call you and we'll talk about which one you want to do. I think there's enough there for 4 to 6 of you to become actively involved. It won't overwhelm your time, but I think as chair I need to be able to count upon some of you people to be strong lieutenants in driving these projects forward. So I'll get back to you. By the end of the weekend, you'll have a communication from me about that. Anything else?
Move to adjourn.
It's been moved to adjourn, and it has been seconded. All those in favor say aye.
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 Over and out.
Over and out, and thank you all for making this work. I think it went pretty darn
I
well,
did too.
considering everything.
But it looks like I'm going to just start the meeting. So welcome to the March 11th meeting. This is for the representative town meeting informational meeting. We know the meeting has been properly warned.
Indeed it has.
Very good, thank you. I'm going to start with a couple logistical matters. For those who are just walking in and wondering where childcare is located in room 130 down the hall on the left-hand side. Quick segue, representative town meeting will be at BAMS, the middle school this year, and childcare will be provided there as well, which is a really nice location for childcare, so I think that's going to work nicely. Back to tonight's logistics. Bathrooms are out the door to the right. There are signs helping you find your way. There's hand sanitizer available on all of the tables. Feel free to find it as you feel that you need it. And finally, we do have interpreters here this evening. They will not appear on the live broadcast. We are live tonight, but tomorrow you can check BCTV's website, BCTV, to view the recording of tonight's meeting, and that will include the interpreters. Okay, so those are my logistical announcements. And at this point in the meeting, we're going to begin with a COVID update, and then we will move into summarization of the articles. Peter, do you want to take over for COVID?
Thank you, Brandy. Good evening. If you're a human on our planet, you're aware of COVID-19 these days, and we knew that would be on everyone's mind. We've got a large public gathering here this evening, and another one planned 10 days from now. And so we wanted to take a few minutes at the beginning of the meeting before we get into dealing with the substantive matters that you've come to discuss this evening, to let you know what we know, let you know what the town is doing, what we think that individuals can be doing for themselves, and look ahead a little bit to what we can reasonably expect. There's not much that we can predict with certainty. The one great true thread that's running through this experience for all of us with COVID-19 is uncertainty and how it changes from day to day, depending on circumstances in each region where it's impacting. Fortunately, right now, Vermont is an area that is not as significantly impacted as areas around us within the northeastern United States, and certainly elsewhere in the United States and elsewhere in the world. But it's an epidemic. It was declared today a pandemic by the World Health Organization, and as such, it is literally a matter of time before everywhere is touched by this, and everyone has some degree of vulnerability to it. So the key thing is to learn about it, be aware of it, pay attention to what the health experts in your particular area, our particular area, are saying about it, and do those things that each one of us can do ourselves, make the most intelligent decisions we can for those things that we control in life. What we are doing about that as a town is we've seen this coming for a bit, as it was, once it had arrived in the United States, and there's really good emergency management networks within all levels of government that communicate pretty effectively around these things. And so word was coming out weeks ago that it was time to get ready for the potential impact in communities in the United States. So we've been doing some planning. We now have those plans in place. We've taken the what in emergency management jargon is pre-incident actions. We don't really have an active incident to manage as an emergency in Brattleboro yet, thank goodness. So we're taking the pre-incident actions that are necessary to make sure that town government is ready, and to the degree that we're interacting with our partners in the community and in the region, that those that we depend upon are also ready to step up into a more active level of emergency response if and when that may become necessary to do. That's almost certainly going to arrive for first responders, and it may arrive more broadly for us as a community, but there's just really no way to predict when or in what ways, how significantly we may be affected by that. But the main thing that you can do right now as an individual is to stay informed through the expert health advice and directives that are coming out of the Vermont Health Department and Vermont state government more generally. They've activated the EOC, so the state government has now got a centralized point of communication for all the different departments of state government around this issue to make sure that they're communicating effectively internally among state employees and state agencies. And they're in a position now where they can more efficiently push messages out from the interdisciplinary folks representing the different state agencies there at the EOC, to people like us. Both those of us in this room who represent your town government and have a role to play in that intergovernmental relationship, as well as us more broadly, all of us as people in the community who may be affected by this and need to be knowing what the state and others are doing about it. The health department is updating its website at least daily, and in some cases more frequently than that. It is filled with really good information and links to the CDC and the World Health Organization and other expert sources of information. You want to go to those sites, please, to learn about what's happening and what you can do and what others are doing around these issues. Please don't rely on Facebook. Please don't rely on neighbors. We'll rely on each other for help, for information about what's going on and what's currently happening and how it's moving around and eventually probably into our area. Please rely on the State Department of Health website, and you could call 211 is the other way to access the expert information that is being put out by the state and by other officials. The health department website, if you want an easy link to that, if you're somebody who goes to the town's website for information, you can go there, brattleboro.org, and over in the right-hand side under News, where we always have some links to things that are relatively more timely. There's budget information at this time of year, and there's other things there about what is more current events in the community and in town government. Right now, at the very top of that news list, and it'll stay there until it is appropriate to remove it, is coronavirus information, which is your link directly to the Vermont Department of Health website that's going to have all that information that's going to be updated all the time to tell us what's actually going on these days. The main advice right now, while it's ever changing, the primary advice is and has been to individuals to rigorously practice good hygiene, both in the hand washing aspect of that I think probably has become completely known by all, I hope, by now. We need to be washing our hands frequently, and we need to be washing them for longer than most of us are used to. I know that there are some medical professionals in the room who are used to washing your hands more completely and for longer periods of time. Some of the advice is to sing the happy birthday song twice to yourself as you're washing your hands, and that'll keep you actually moving the soap around long enough. So you want to do that. Make sure that you're keeping your hands clean, that you don't touch your face if you can help it, that you certainly cover any cough or sneeze, preferably with a tissue, and throw that away. If you feel unwell, stay home so that you don't expose other people in the community to whatever it is that's causing you to feel unwell. It might be COVID-19, it might be something else, and we just need to be really careful about not exposing each other to illness these days. And if you can avoid being around other people who are not well, please do that. Obviously, there's a more complicated question there. We take care of each other. There may be a family member or a good friend or a neighbor or somebody that you're assisting who's not feeling well, and you're going to have to do the best you can to protect yourself as you provide help to them. But in general, in terms of our social interactions with one another, avoid being around people who are not well. That is the basic broad picture of how it's happening right now. The numbers in Vermont actually got better today, but please don't take that as a sign that we're dodging a bullet here. Again, based on the declaration that it's a pandemic and based on how the virus itself is actually mutating and moving around in ways that it's really hard for the medical professionals, public health professionals to predict. Nobody is dodging a bullet at this point. We all need to stay vigilant and aware of how it's happening. But it is a fact that today, the numbers of people in Vermont who have been officially declared to have been monitored and tested and not have COVID-19 went up, and the numbers of people who are being actively monitored went down. But that's today's news. That's not an indication that we're heading in a better direction. Very likely, because we're an area that's been spared so far, there's only one person who has been confirmed as a diagnosed case of COVID-19 in Vermont. They're in the hospital in Bennington. because of that, there's going to be increased numbers, and we'll be having to stay aware of, where that is within Vermont, where it is in the tri-state area as well. Massachusetts has been harder hit. We're keeping an eye on where that is, and New Hampshire has had cases as well. So probably the unasked and unanswered question about all this at this moment is, what about town meeting? We're here tonight to prepare for representative town meeting. It's 10 days away. Frankly, while there are increased numbers of public gatherings of different types, social and cultural events that are being canceled or postponed, for an event of this importance to the community, we're going to do everything we can to hold it on time, but we're not going to be foolish and reckless about that. And so right now there is not a reason to postpone representative town meeting. If there becomes a reason, either because the state says we're not having any more public gatherings in Vermont, which is possible, then obviously we would follow that guidance and postpone. Or if the state doesn't require us to, but there is some obvious reason and changed, a substantive change in the local circumstances that make that the prudent thing to do, then it may become necessary to do that. But for all different kinds of reasons related to the sort of logistical and legal importance of what you do as town meeting representatives, and the one time a year that you come together to do it, and the time frame within which a postponed meeting would need to be held, which is complicated by the fact that this very well may get worse instead of better. So postponing to have it, think maybe a month from now it's going to be better, there's no reason to have an expectation that that's going to be true. We just don't know what's going to happen. So what we can assure you is we're monitoring it vigilantly. The select board will give consideration to this on Tuesday night, to COVID-19 in general, including some discussion of representative town meeting at the regularly scheduled select board meeting on Tuesday the 17th. And our intention at this time is for us all to gather at BAM's at 8:30 in the morning on Saturday the 21st. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Okay. So we will, in just a moment, move into summarizing the articles. Some of them will be cut and dry, and some of them we will actually provide summary for. I will ask at the end of each article if there are direct questions. I would remind people that any hearty discussion or debate should be saved for representative town meeting, which is a warned meeting where people expect to be able to come to discuss these articles. And I will be gently but firmly ceasing any debate that accidentally tries to happen here this evening. I will, at the very end, have a general Q&A as well as article-specific Q&A as we move along. Are there any new reps in the room? Raise your hand. Welcome. Woo! Welcome to your vibrant town government that I'm glad we are able to have. Out of you new reps, did anybody just barely caucus in this evening? Nice. Thank you for doing that. That takes courage. Well done. Okay, so at this time we are going to move directly into our articles. Okay, Peter is going to kick us off.
So the first thing that we wanted to speak specifically about tonight is Article 4, the interim treasurer, because while the appointment of a treasurer, ratification of an appointment of the treasurer is usually one of the more routine matters to come before town meeting, this year we are in between finance directors. John O'Connor has retired. We are currently recruiting for the new finance director. I'm happy to tell you that we have a good, strong applicant pool. We'll be conducting initial interviews next week, and we hope that by the latter part of the spring we'll have the new finance director on board. And at that time, as is the practice here, the finance director will be the treasurer also for the purposes of meeting all the statutory requirements of having the treasurer by that specific designation. But for right now, we have an interim finance director. We've contracted with an auditing firm from New Hampshire that has experience auditing Vermont municipalities. And so we are having the affairs of the finance department overseen on an interim basis, just as steady as we go through the transitional term, and then the treasurer position, interim treasurer, as appointed by the select board, is Debbie DeRozier. You all know from coming and paying your taxes at the treasurer's office on the first floor of the municipal building. She's been the assistant treasurer for very many years. She's been a town employee for 25 years. She's, extremely reliable. She, as the assistant treasurer, has acted as treasurer in John's absence. So she is officially the interim treasurer for now. We're asking you to confirm that with your ratification vote at representative town meeting. And so the wording is a little different on that item as well. Instead of it being for a term of a year, it's for a term of up to 1 year. Because with the appointment of a new finance director, the select board will also appoint that person to be the town treasurer.
Are there any questions about what Peter just talked about with our interim treasurer? Okay, move along.
So use of fund balance is the next one we wanted to talk about. That's Article 12. A reminder, and we appreciate the Finance Committee's joining us in this annual reminder that it's a best practice to use the fund balance for non-recurring expenses. Most typically, and it has become our standard practice in Brattleboro, to be used for a capital investment of one type or another, either into a project or into a piece of equipment. But in the event that it weren't actually spent on something capital, it should always be spent, fund balance that is, on and something other than a recurring operating expense, because otherwise we're just making it a little easier for the tax load this year with the known additional burden that represents for the year following. So thankfully, we've made a really good standard practice of that over the recent years. This year, the particular detail of it is we had $223,000 available. We have that policy of the guideline to set aside 10% of the unassigned fund balance for events that are unforeseen. That came in really handy for Brattleboro during the Tropical Storm Irene. And so it's important to have that as a sort of emergency fund above and beyond the 10%. When there is an amount in the unassigned fund balance above and beyond the 10%, that's what we look to make an investment into some appropriate non-recurring cost. This year, that is a fire engine. There's a 1994 fire engine scheduled to be replaced. It's going to cost about $550,000. So it is in the capital plan for a $550,000 expenditure, and we're asking that you authorize under Article 12 that $223,000 of that be from the unassigned fund balance.
Thank you, Peter. Questions or comments on Article 12? And I apologize for not having said this before. If you haven't found it already and you just haven't wanted to ask, we are looking at the warning which appears on page 9, where you can see the full wording of each motion. Peter and I are kind of using outline language, but if you're looking for the exact wording, you're going to find that on page 9, and you will find descriptions of the articles on following pages. So the next thing that we're going to discuss, or that we're going to overview, yes? You can come right up to the mic in the center and introduce yourself and your district.
Yes, Ralph Mima, District 3. I just had a quick question about Article 12, about the unassigned general fund balance transfer. I just wondered if there were any other potential uses for that money, and how the decision was made to use it for the fire engine and not for something else.
Yes, the other potential uses are many, probably. The reason that we selected what we selected is because the fire engine is so old and significantly, it is a piece of equipment that is obsolete, needs to be replaced, and we are, as we'll talk about a little later in this meeting, moving now into a period of time when we will have a much more stable means to funding equipment replacement using the 25-year equipment replacement plan. I won't go deeply into that right now because we're going to cover that under the budget piece, but because this is the last year before we're going to be fully into that process, it seemed a logical place to make this investment in that piece of equipment. It's as long as it's being spent on something that isn't a recurring operating expense, it could be just as well spent on something else that isn't recurring. But we would then strongly request and recommend that Representative Town Meeting appropriate the full $500,000 from just general operating revenues in order to be able to, $550,000 in order to be able to purchase the fire truck. So,
thank you for that. Okay, we're going to move into Article 13, which, like I said, you can find the formal verbiage on page 9. Last year, this is the Community Marketing Initiative. And this, if you remember from last year, if you were present, is the joint DBA and Chamber initiative for marketing Brattleboro. And last year, Representative Town Meeting approved $42,119 towards this initiative, which was meant to be 10% of the prior year's collections of the rooms, meals, and alcohol tax. And that motion was subject to the Select Board's approval of the plan for the marketing and for evaluating impact. This year, as you'll notice, it's in there for $43,748, which is, again, based off the same formula of 10% of the prior year's collections of room, meals, and alcohol tax. There was some projection early on, and we noticed that there was some media coverage of maybe we had approved an increase. It's more that we finally got the final numbers and made adjustments that were correct and true to the numbers that we finally received. And so that is the number that you will see, which is $43,748 for Article 13, the Community Marketing Initiative for the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance and the Chamber. Any questions? Yes, right up to the microphone in the middle and introduce yourself and state your district.
I'm Millicent Cooley, District 3. I think to answer the question, to vote on the question, I think of it in two parts. One is, does one agree with spending that kind of money on this thing, and does one agree with the way that money is directed in the proposal? So when I looked at this book, I saw that what was listed was the website, and so I went to the website, and because I have experience in hiring groups like that, I was frightened at what I saw on the website. So then I emailed Peter, and I got the proposal, and I had a very, very different impression. So I guess my question is, I would see it as helpful to this group to share the proposal itself, because it's so different, and in my mind, so much better quality than what is represented in the website, which is the link in this thing. So.
Thanks, Millicent. Do you want to speak to that at all, Peter, of the ability for us to link the proposal, or anything you think is good to say?
Yes, is there anybody in the room who wouldn't be able to go to the town's website and take a look at that proposal if we posted it there tomorrow? Okay, so if you would want to look at a hard copy rather than at the online version, then you can just contact the town manager's office and we'll make sure that you get one. But since the vast majority of you would be able to go take a look at the website, we'll just make sure that it gets posted. I think because I'm thinking on my feet here and not sure of exactly where we should put it that's going to be easy for you to find, we're going to make it as easy as possible, put it right beneath that coronavirus link. So it'll just be right on the town's homepage, directly under coronavirus information, and it'll be labeled something like Community Marketing Initiative Proposal. Maybe perhaps exactly that. But that you'll be able to find it there, take a look at it if you want to be prepared in that way for that item at town meeting. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you for that. Yes, in the gray, you come forward and introduce yourself, state your district.
Louise Zach, District 3. Was it true that last year when we voted on the $42,000, it was assumed that this would be an amount, the 10% of the rooms and meals tax, on a recurring basis? I recall that it was kind of a one-time pilot thing, and maybe I misremembered that.
Yeah, go ahead.
So it was proposed as something new. I think probably whether one anticipated it to be recurring or a one-off may have very well just depended on one's perspective. I don't personally recall explicit discussion of that. There was explicit discussion of what can we expect from this, what will be the measurement of success, and there was an amendment that passed on the floor that attached some conditions. So Representative Town Meeting approved the funding, subject to the Select Board approving the process by which it was going to be implemented and how success was going to be measured by those who are responsible for the project. And then this year, the request was made to continue the practice of a 10%, using 10% of the prior year's proceeds from the rooms and meals tax for this purpose. So the condition was met. Representative Town Meeting's condition was met. The Select Board viewed an initial proposal and then a second proposal, did give its blessing to the project moving forward, and now the matter will be freshly before you. Not as a question of whether this is automatically going to happen every year, but whether it would happen this year as a second instance of using 10% of the prior year's proceeds for this purpose.
So in that proposal that's going to be on the town website, will that include the evaluation of the effectiveness and the success of the campaign?
There is information in there. Honestly, I don't have it committed to memory. Kate's.
There is somebody here who could answer that question if you'd like to yield the floor.
Sure.
Kate? Introduce yourself, please.
I'm Kate O'Connor. I'm from District 2, and I'm also the Executive Director of the Brattleboro Area Chamber of Commerce. We do actually, the campaign was kicked off on January 15th, and we just received on Friday from the local marketing firm that put the proposal together. We have the latest statistics on the digital presence and the print and marketing, and I'm very happy to either can do both. We can put that on the chamber website, and I'm happy to give it to the town to put on their website, and I think that will answer hopefully a lot of the questions that people have.
That's great, Kate. Thank you.
So thank you, Kate, for that. And so just so everybody's clear then about what we'll do, that link from the homepage on the town's website will take you to a page, and on that page there'll be separate links to the two documents. There'll be a link to the proposal and a link to the document that Kate's going to supply.
Great, thank you. Spoon, and then Alex, and then Wendy.
Spoon, Agave, District 3. I'm a little confused at the moment because I thought we were talking about the request from the chamber and who else is it? And that's, we didn't have anything like that last year. Last year we dealt with CEVEDs.
No. Yep. This was approved on the floor last year.
Both this and
we did
CEVED.
Both last year? Oh,
yes.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Alex Fisher, District 2. I was curious, between the DBA, the chamber, and the town, a lot of the promotion is targeting communities that exist here, but also bringing more specifically queer and trans folks and folks of color to this town through the marketing campaign. And I'm wondering what the town is doing to make sure that it is a safe and welcoming place when folks get here, as it is not already for the folks that are being targeted as tourists, and it's not that for folks that already live here. So I'm curious what is being done to make sure that law enforcement isn't pulling over more folks of color, that there's bathrooms and like service providers that are treating queer and trans folks appropriately. I'm curious sort of what's being done besides just getting people here, but to actually make it a good experience.
Thank you for that question. Don't go away. Because I'm going to go ahead and say that I don't know how complete of an answer it's going to be. I'm going to kick it over to Peter because I think there are some answers, and I think that is a really valid question that needs to stay on the front of everybody's minds.
So the part of your question that relates to broader community readiness and welcomingness is something I'm not really well prepared to speak to, because there's certainly other organizations and lots of individual businesses and all of us individually as people who need to be part of making sure that Brattleboro is welcoming for everyone who lives here and moves here and visits here. But I can tell you that town government has taken this matter very seriously for the last 3 years. You and I have had a fair amount of communication directly around it. We've got a long way to go. I think anybody who's paying attention to becoming a more equitable environment, to creating a more equitable environment for all people present and all people who are coming, knows that the work doesn't ever get finished. We've made, as town government, some particular progress this year in moving from our sort of engagement with folks in the community who have been working around these issues to some beginnings of more concentrated work ourselves. It is just the beginnings, but you will recall, and actually many of the members will recall, because thankfully you voted 2 years ago to support the creation of a position of Human Resources Director, in part to address these issues, and in larger part to make sure that we just have appropriate human resource practices across all the different operations of town government. So now we do have Sally on board. She's been here for 6 months. She's doing a great job, actually more like 9 months, doing a great job. And recently we had training around equity and inclusion. That's baseline training just to open up our eyes and get ourselves ready to do work together that included the select board and every town employee. And in the months ahead, we'll be working towards actually starting to put actions in place around those issues.
Thank you. And I think maybe more my question is specifically towards the DBA and the chamber. I'm very aware of what the town's doing, but because it's a marketing campaign for businesses and for downtown, what is the Downtown Alliance doing to answer that? So I don't know, Kate, if you want to jump on that, or anyone else.
Kate, you can if you want to come up.
It's actually a really good question, and it's something that we put a steering committee together when we were doing the RFP for the proposal for this, and we actually have a small steering committee that stayed on that is helping us as we roll out the campaign and sort of help us oversee it. And it's something that we talk about at all of our meetings, is that we're doing a marketing campaign and asking people to come here, and are we going to be welcoming to the people that come here? So it's we talk about exactly what Alex says. And a lot of what we're trying to do is make sure that the businesses in town know about the campaign. And so if people arrive and they say, oh, we're here because of Love Brattleboro, and they're going to go, what are you talking about? So, and this is going to sound really, really small and not what really, Alex, I think you're looking for, but we have, and again, I don't want to sound diminishing what you're saying, but we have window clings as something as easy as that we're trying to get the businesses to put up to say, I understand this campaign is going on, and I am welcoming you, visitor, who is coming for this. So we're trying to just at a very basic level do that. But also bring a general awareness to ourselves that we are asking people to come here, and we need to make sure when they get here they have a good experience. And we are doing that with, the discussions are, should we be targeting individuals? Should we even be doing this for our town? Because we do want people to come here. So from the littlest thing, by having a rainbow window cling and a business, and all the way up to the really sort of the higher level discussions on making sure that we are a welcoming community. I don't know if that's, it's a bigger issue, but that's what we're really trying to do.
Thank you. I'll have Abby come up, and I will say that what I can feel, I'm sorry, Wendy, and then Abby, what I can feel in my gut is that this is a very large topic, and I'm going to expect robust discussion to take place on this at representative town meeting, and I'm going to try and give respectful restraint to it not being a huge topic for tonight, only because it doesn't allow for the conversation for the warned meeting. And so with that, Wendy, I'll have you come right up.
Hi, I'm Wendy Levy, and I'm from District 1. This is more of a procedural question about the article. So as Louise mentioned when she came up, last year from the floor at representative town meeting, we amended the article to provide select board oversight, right? I don't see that reflected in Article 13. So if we want to continue that, does that mean we have to amend that from the floor?
Good question.
Thank you.
Going to take it.
Actually, our expectation is that the motion, so let me say just as a quick example of how the motion can be more than just what is listed as the essence of the matter on the article. The budget is a really good example of that. So the budget article asks, how much shall we raise and appropriate and expend for the operations of the town? And then there's a motion that is, a couple of paragraphs long that goes into a lot of detail about how much taxes to raise and different kinds of revenue and when the taxes are due, and all of that fits into that motion that you ultimately then consider and adopt in one form or another. So our expectation is, based on the action of the body last year, that you'll want to adopt this year, if you do choose to approve this again, the same form of approval that you gave it last year. And so the motion will include the conditions that it be, again, subject to the select board approval.
So we won't have to amend that from the floor?
No, you won't.
Okay, thank you.
Abby? Abby Manukin, District 2. I don't want to continue the conversation, but I'll just say that I don't feel like, Kate, you answered Fisher's question. So if we can just get back to that at some point. It's not a matter of marketing Brattleboro so that it feels welcoming to visitors who are coming here, but it's how is that marketing campaign also making people who live here feel welcome, of all persuasions. And it reminds me of the initiative where there is talk of paying people $10,000 to move to Brattleboro, and how is that money, how could we use that money to make people who are here actually stay, as opposed to getting other people to move. And it feels like there's a parallel there. So it's not just like making visitors feel welcome, but making people who live here feel safe and welcome. And those are very different things. So if we could get back to that at the representative town meeting, that would be great. Thank you.
I think that that would be a very wise idea to have, to kind of take stock of this conversation tonight for representative town meeting and know that those questions are going to come up probably in threefold for people who are not even able to be here. Chris, I'll take a question, and then I'm going to probably move us along to our next article.
I don't have a question, but I do have an observation from page 12, which indicates that the steering committee is made up of a number of folks, including Mr. Curtis Reed Jr., who's executive director of the Vermont Partnership for Fairness and Diversity, and who has a long, broad reputation as a champion of human rights. And I would hope that that would really carry some water on the question.
Thank you, Chris. We'll take that into consideration when formulating discussions for representative town meeting. That's a valid point, and there's definitely other voices that will want to be heard equally as loudly as Curtis's, which is a very respected voice. At this time, I am going to move us on, and we are next going to discuss, I'm up again, Article 14, which is specific to the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance. It's the last article that you'll see laid out on page 9. And it is discussing the usual amount of $80,000, which for those who already know, it's the usual amount. And for those who don't know, that is monies that are collected from only downtown property owners. I believe many people know it as the DID, the Downtown Improvement District. And so this is not money that comes out of town-wide taxes, but rather is something that downtown Brattleboro property owners participate in, and this is a annual allocation. Are there questions? Peter, did you have anything to add? No. Are there questions? Yes. Now you know the drill, so I'm not going to.
Louise Zach, District 3. I couldn't find the revenue portion of that $84,000. I would have thought that would have been a pass-through. The $80,000 that they collected, and then we passed that $80,000 out. I may have just not looked at the budget carefully enough, but is it in there?
It is. Let me see if I can point you quickly to it.
Tim just said, as a side remark, that it's in an odd place. So I doubt that it's that you didn't read it thoroughly. It's just one of those things.
On page 114, 114 of the town report. It's the first page of the detailed line item budget, and it's the revenues section. The second cluster of figures there is taxes, and the second line of that is downtown district, and that's the source of the 80,000.
It's helpful, I think, for people, for that to be explained again to people, that that is not money that comes out of taxes. Thank you.
Thank you. Excuse me. That is not sickness. I've been working with hay all day, and I'm really feeling that. Any other questions on the DBA $80,000 annual assessment on the Downtown Improvement District? Okay. So we will move on now to Article 15, which is me again. Just feel like all of mine are in a row. I'm just throwing that out there. And that is human services monies. And so we have now moved on, of course, to page 10, and it is the large descriptive paragraph right at the top, which is a very distilled reflection of all the very hard work that the Representative Town Meeting Human Services Committee puts in every year to reviewing I don't know how many applications and trying to be as fair and as plentiful as possible with supporting our local human services organizations. So as you can see, there is a slight increase. The Select Board supported the Human Services Review Committee's recommendations, and that slight increase is 1.03% of the proposed FY21 general fund budget, which is a total of $190,105. You can see it all broken out to who's kind of getting what, and is there in this? Good. Hold on. My figures are too dry. Oh, good. If you look to page 16, there is a graph that can show you kind of year over year. So you can get an understanding of increases, who's generally gotten funds, who hasn't gotten funds, who isn't currently getting funds, and it gives you a little bit of a window snapshot into this item. Peter, did you want to add anything to that? Give people,
Maybe just regarding the 1%. So many of you will remember that there's been some discussion the last couple of years by Representative Town Meeting about whether there ought to be sort of a standard target figure for funding for human services. There's been no decision made by Representative Town Meeting to actually say that it should be 1% or some other amount of the town's budget. But based on the fact that we were already right around 1%, and there had been quite a lot of discussion about that being at least an appropriate starting place for such an annual target, we thought it was important to report that, the results of the committee's work. So somebody from the committee would have to speak to the question of whether or not they viewed it as a goal to bring a recommendation to have it be 1% of the town's budget. But what we did in preparing the presentation for tonight was we wanted to make sure that you were aware that in fact it slightly exceeds that at 1.03%.
And I think for anybody who's new, and I see your, it's important for anybody who's new or just doesn't know to realize that the Select Board does not sit here and go line by line and say, I don't think this organization deserves money. The Human Services Committee, Review Committee is a member or is a part of the Representative Town Meeting. It then, after doing so much work of sifting and deciding and using very good algorithms, brings the recommendation to the Select Board, and we pass it on to you generally in bulk to be hashed out on the floor or approved as presented since the hard work was already put in. Liz, let me pass you this. It's already on.
Thank you, Brandy. I just wanted to point out to the Assembly that on page 50 of our booklet, there's several pages that the human service agencies have submitted about each group that would be receiving a grant. And also the Finance Committee's report discusses the process that the Human Service Agency went through in great detail, and it's a very good analysis of their process. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Liz. I'm going to try not to knock over this water here. Okay, are there questions on Article 15, Human Resources Committee recommendations. Kurt.
Kurt Dimes, District 2. I would like to ask someone on the committee how far back their perspective was directed to get an idea about our historical contributions to human services. I understand in 1932 the budget was $75,000 or $750,000, and our expenses for the poorhouse, the farm, and another allotment for the poor totaled almost 7.5% of the town budget.
Thank you for that question. I'll see if there's anybody. I just need to clarify. I believe I said the word resources when I meant to say the word services. That's my bad. I see somebody walking forward, looking like he has all the answers in the world. Please introduce yourself.
Absolutely not. As far as all the answers, John Kennedy, District 1, also a member of the Human Services Subcommittee. What we did is we reviewed 33 applications. We had an initial meeting with all of the organizations to go over the application before they had the time to submit. So they had about 6 weeks before the deadline. We developed a matrix that scored everybody on how well they answered the questions in the application. We went down through then, and that gave us a broad view of kind of the 5 members' view of how well those questions answered. We ended up looking at a perfect score of 15 and then grouped the 6, 7, and 8 scores, the 9, 10, and 11 scores, 13, 14, 15, and worked down from there to come out with numbers. We basically used 1% of the previous year's budget as a guideline. We had no number to work with other than that. And as the numbers showed, we came in within a few percentage and said, well, let's run it up the flag and see who salutes it.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for coming up and offering the explanation of the methodology. Millicent, you know the drill now.
Yeah, Millicent Cooley, District 3. I guess I didn't really hear the answer to Kurt's question, and I'm combining that with what Peter said about the fact that town meeting hasn't discussed it. So is there going to be some information? Is it possible to, at some other time, to look back at that, and is that significant? You know.
I mean, yes, I don't know that we'll look back as far as Kurt's description of 1934, but I think we can see over a 5-year trend or something that's a little more feasible.
There's 6 years worth of data in that chart on page 16. And just to clarify, the comment that I made was that Representative Town Meeting has discussed this question, but has not taken action on the question of an actual target, a fixed percentage of the budget that ought to be devoted to this purpose. And it's actually increased during this 6-year period that the history is shown in the book. It has increased from less than 1% up to slightly over 1%.
George? I just see a hand go up way in the back.
George Carville, District 1. There was a lot of discussion last year about the appropriate percentage, and I remember we tried to come up with some things, and some of us got overruled. Could someone, perhaps this is a question for the moderator, is there a mechanism that we could use so that this body could inform the select board what percentage we would like them to use? Is there a way we can do that?
Mr. Moderator, you've been interrogated if you
Committee of the
choose to be.
whole something?
committee of the whole, George, would be permitted. It is something that is authorized by the charter and by Robert's rules, so it's possible. We don't typically, I have no personal recollection of actually doing a committee of the whole with town meeting since I've been a member. And the reason is it can be somewhat cumbersome and difficult to pull off in a way that is meaningful. But we can do it, it's permitted. The other thing we could do is actually debate this issue as a separate motion under other business as a advisory directive to the select board based upon what the general sentiments of this body might be. And as you all know, other business is not binding. However, we could have a good, healthy debate, at which point that would be potentially instructive and helpful to accomplish what I think you're looking to accomplish. So that would be my recommendation, is probably the best way to handle it.
Thank you. Did I see a hand go up way in the back over here? Or maybe somebody was just stretching. I just want to make sure I'm not ignoring anybody because I actually can't see super well over all the heads. Okay. Abby, do I see?
Abby Manukin, District 2. I noticed that there are 5 organizations that applied for funding this year that got $0, and I don't see that in previous years where the requests are listed, which is only the last 2 years. And I'm just curious if this is the first year that's ever happened, if that has happened before and we just haven't seen it. It seems like kind of a high number of organizations to receive $0.
Peter's saying he can speak to that.
It has definitely happened before. If you want more detail about how it's happened and who was affected, somebody else will have to speak to that. But what I think what you're seeing in the chart is a record of who has received funding, and because that has changed somewhat from year to year, there are some places where there's blank lines when an agency wasn't receiving money, and then other years when they do receive money. Some of them have received it every year. The information about who asked and didn't receive money is something that would require digging back into the records of the committee.
It just seems notable that 4 of those organizations had never asked before, so I would just hope that some amount of feedback were given to them so that were they to reapply, hopefully that wouldn't happen. Because at least one of them asked for a big chunk of money and got 0. So,
fair question, and maybe I think good to bring back up on, I keep wanting to say Saturday, but 2 Saturdays from now. Good, okay. Other questions on human services before we move on to Article 16? Just not my turn. Okay, Peter, it's your turn.
Okay. I'll ask in advance for your indulgence. This is the budget article, so I'll try to move through it quickly, but I also want to make sure that I cover the significant aspects of it. The bottom line of the proposed budget that is recommended by the Select Board to Representative Town Meeting is an increase of 2.1%. And the property taxes necessary to fund that proposed budget would increase over this year's property taxes by 2.9%. That would be a 3.77 cent increase in the property tax rate. And so town property taxes per $100,000 of value would increase by $37.70 for the year, or $9.43 per quarter.
Can we direct people to which page they should be on?
Sure.
Sorry, I should have set that up.
Yes, I can do that. One of the things that is difficult about responding directly to that reasonable request is there's a 20-page line item budget that I don't think is the place you want to be looking at while I'm speaking. I don't think that's going to be helpful to you, although we're happy to look at any line item and answer any question that you might have about that level of detail. It might be helpful to look at pages 112 and 113, which is 2 pages at a glance that provide a more detailed summary than the couple of tables that I've included in the budget message. But I would suggest, I guess I'm going to quote the Finance Committee here because it's a little awkward for me to recommend my own document to you, but we work hard to make sure that the budget message that comes along with this document, with these numbers, explains where the priorities are and what the decision context was for the expenditure of $18.5 million that we're proposing. And so I think it is, as the Finance Committee thankfully pointed out to the membership, useful to read that. It's only about 7 or 8 pages worth of explanation, but it'll go a little deeper than what I'm going to cover here in this brief presentation tonight. And hopefully it'll be helpful to the members in formulating your own opinion about whether the proposed budget is reasonable or whether there's things you'd like to change about it. But for tonight, as I go through the highlights, it might be useful to you to kind of keep an eye on pages 112 and 113 as the sort of middle ground between very, very big picture summary and the line item detail. I'll move on from the summarizing as I did the overall increase, so that I talk now about the particular causes of that increase. What are the major items that are driving a 2.1% overall increase? And this year, the really overriding theme of the budget that's proposed is the major investment that we have made in town employees and the continuing cost of that in the upcoming budget. So this past year was a year when 2019, all 4 of the collective bargaining agreements expired with the unionized employees. Most of the town employees belong to one of those 4 unions. There's about 25 or 30 employees that are non-union employees. That's mostly the management team and part-time employees and just a couple of other positions. So we have new agreements, new 3-year agreements with each of the different unions, and there are included within those agreements some continued work that we began 3 years ago in the cycle, the 2016 cycle of collective bargaining agreements, to make sure that we were paying attention not just to cost of living, but to the actual structure of our pay system and making sure that in areas where it was not equitable across the full town organization, that we have made adjustments in how we pay people in addition to how much we pay people. And so that had some impact over the last couple of budgets from that 2016 set of agreements. It has a more substantial impact this particular year, where the overall recommended increase in employee salaries from FY20 to FY21 is an increase of 5.9%. Part of that is because we've created a new position, so it is a larger than normal increase because we don't very often create a new position. But this year, at the direction of, well, not quite the direction of representative town meeting, at the recommendation of representative town meeting to the select board, and then the select board's very thorough consideration of it during the summer months, in August, we created the position of sustainability coordinator. And so that salary and the benefits for that position and the other costs related to that position are all reflected in the proposed FY21 budget. There was the $100,000 flat amount of money that was a sustainability related language, but not in the salaries part of the budget because it wasn't a position. So it was the standard $10,000 for sustainability that had been in for many years at that level. Representative town meeting last year directed that be increased to $100,000 with the intent of creating a position and hiring a sustainability coordinator. So that got approved by the select board. We have done that, and now that money, instead of appearing over in the non-personnel expenses, is in the staffing costs of the town. That's one part of the 5.9% increase, and then the remainder is we would have, even without that factor, have had a larger than a sort of a normal average year in terms of compensation increases for town employees because of the structural work that we're doing in the implementation of the new round of collective bargaining agreements, and then the additional impact of looking at the non-union employees. We had not done that for the non-union employees at all, at least during the 5 years that I've been with the town. And we had done some really intentional work around the collective bargaining agreements. And so it became apparent last spring, as we were going through finalizing this new wave of the collective bargaining agreements, we really needed, out of fairness and running a good operation, to see what the situation was for the non-union employees and take action there also to ensure equity across all town positions. We believe we've done that. And no system is perfect, but we think that we've calibrated the town's pay system now to really fully defensible to a sort of magnifying glass kind of review. I'd be happy to sit down with anybody who has any continuing concerns around what you see in town compensation, because we've gone from some parts of the system that were really just being carried forward from some very old decisions year after year, and others that were sort of very isolated issues that were addressed to solve a very isolated problem, to taking a much more comprehensive approach and making sure that we can look each employee in the eye and say we believe we're paying everyone fairly. So the impact of that is that there are some positions that have received more than just a cost of living increase. We've got full documentation of what that looks like in the collective bargaining agreements and in the materials that the Select Board approved for the non-union employee changes. But the impact to this budget, just to carry on and implement those changes, will be a 5.9% increase in salaries. There's also a 3.4% increase in employee benefits. That's actually smaller than a typical increase for those costs, primarily because health insurance is such a large expense. And so this year we do have, in just the health insurance premiums, there is an increase of approximately 10%. And what we did was we worked hard in other areas of the health insurance program and related benefits to make sure that we didn't have more money there than we needed. There's an element of this that we talked about very extensively a few years back. I won't go into it tonight except to mention it. The health reimbursement arrangement portion, the HRA, which is a self-insured layer of the health insurance program. That's not a fixed number. That's a number where we need to make a judgment call about what's a prudent amount of money to set aside, because there's some risk that the town is taking. We're going to be paying claims that are unknowable, that are going to occur between 6 months from now and 18 months from now. But we've got several years of the HRA experience of administrating the HRA now, so we've got a really pretty good handle on what sort of an average year with a factor to give us some protection for when there's a heavy claims year looks like. And we found that we, over the last few years, had been budgeting more for the HRA than we really need to have there. And so this is a year when the HRA line item is coming down. There's a few other adjustments like that within the area of the broader definition of employee benefits, so that the overall impact, even though the one single highest expense there is the health insurance premium, and that's going up quite a lot, the overall increase is $112,000, or 3.4% of the cost of employee benefits. Department expenses are also up by greater than a normal amount, but for three really clear reasons. So that increase is 6.1% over the prior year, or $117,015. But the main reason why is additional costs that are related to our obligation to comply with state stormwater mandates. So there's acts of the legislature that were adopted in order for Vermont as a whole to comply with federal regulations that we're not currently in compliance with. EPA water quality standards that are particularly a problem up in the Lake Champlain part of the state, but there also are some issues related to the Connecticut River that are part of that set of issues between Vermont and EPA. And so the state legislature's action imposed uniformly across all the municipalities of the state obligations that are substantially increasing our costs for stormwater management. In the upcoming year, in the budget that you'll be considering 10 days from now, the funding above and beyond last year is $60,000 of additional funding. It's gone from about $25,000 to about $85,000 in this 1 year. And we know this is basically planning money. There is some implementation work going on here, but it's sort of early and low-hanging fruit kind of implementation. There's planning going on that's going to lead to far more significant expenses in the future. And it's all going to be an obligation that we as a community will have to step up to in order to meet the state requirements under the new act. So related to that, not before you for the consideration of this article or any aspect of the representative town meeting this year, but something that staff will be working on and developing together with the select board in the months ahead. We plan to create a stormwater utility, and the reason for that is it'll function as an enterprise fund like the water and sewer utility and like the parking fund. That has advantages and disadvantages when you look at it just as, is that a good idea or not? It isolates those expenses in a way that will be very easy to see. But you wouldn't necessarily do it except for the reason I'm about to offer, which is the state of Vermont will need to pay its fair share into the stormwater utility as a payer of fees for one who owns and operates and maintains large impervious area in Brattleboro. And the state of Vermont doesn't pay taxes. So since these costs are going to go up very significantly and we can't prevent that, we can manage it and be wise about it, but it's going to increase. We want to make sure that that doesn't just automatically bring an additional tax burden for Brattleboro taxpayers with it. Instead, we'll create a more sophisticated fee structure. There are examples already in Vermont, up in the Lake Champlain area primarily, where communities are already creating these. So we'll work to create a structure where an owner that has a lot of impervious area pays a high fee, and an owner that has a little bit of impervious area pays a little fee. Typically, residences get standardized, they get homogenized, because residences don't typically have a lot of impervious area, and so in the creation of these models for these fee structures, usually there's a relatively small annual fee that's paid by residential owners, and then there's a more complicated formula that determines what commercial owners pay. The state of Vermont will be paying a very substantial fee because we're an interstate highway town. So I-91 running through Brattleboro will significantly impact the state's share of expenses into this stormwater utility. So beyond the $60,000, there's two other reasons why the non-personnel department operating expenses are increasing by more than usual. One is the creation of a new funding line item this year for Project CARE. That's a social community outreach, social service partnership that the police department operates together with Turning Point and Groundworks and others in the community. And it has been unfunded up until now. It's been done with volunteer labor and time that the town commits to it out of our already funded personnel. We will be continuing to make in-kind contribution to the police department's role in this. The $16,000 will provide some funding to pay for the volunteers who participate, or who have been volunteers and will now be paid participants in the program, who actually provide coaching services to the folks who are recovery coaches who assist folks who are entering into recovery services, and for transportation services to make sure that people who are in a medical treatment to help them get off of an addiction to a illegal drug get the transportation that they need to stay on that program and get healthier. So the Select Board is recommending $16,000 of funding for those purposes for Project CARE. And there's an $8,000 increase in the elections line item simply because of the increased cost of both the representative town meeting related costs and the operating of the elections themselves, the actual balloting processes. So those three things together make up well over half, something more like 70 or 80% of the overall increase in that area. The one final increase that I want to mention that is greater than normal also relates to something that the committee has recommended be addressed, and we town staff agree, and we'll be bringing forward to the Select Board next year for consideration a way to address this in what we think is going to be just a more proper and way to go forward is the transfer to solid waste. So it's not a new issue for you to hear from us that the transfer to solid waste is going up, and that the reason it's going up primarily is because we do better and better and better at diverting garbage out of the garbage waste stream and into the recycling and compost waste stream. That's a great success, but it means that we're selling fewer yellow and purple bags, and the bag revenue is what is the primary source of non-tax revenue for the solid waste program. Basically, when the law got passed that said you had to have variable rate pricing that would discourage people from throwing away garbage and encourage the recycling and reuse, The calibration of that was appropriate to the amount of garbage that was being thrown away at that time, but because the program has been successful, there's less revenue for the program, and each year we've had to have pretty substantial increases in the amount of taxes that subsidize the operation. So the recommendation from the Finance Committee, which we think is a good one, is to just incorporate solid waste into the general fund. It used to be there. It got broken out to be an isolated set of revenues and expenses as part of the compliance with the state's law regarding variable rate pricing. That's really not serving any useful purpose to anyone in our community or outside it at this point. We know we're in compliance with the state law, and we are an example that others are trying to follow in terms of the compost element and other ways in which we've been really successful with this as a community. So from a funding point of view, what we ought to do is show it as what it is, which is an expense of the general fund, where there is some revenue to the general fund that comes in as a result of the bag sales, but it's carried heavily by the property taxes or general revenues.
Hi, I'm Andy Davis from District 3. I was trying to find in the revenue side what the income from bags is. And I'm just curious, that number.
Yep.
And I'm also curious, I know trash is complicated. We've spent a lot of time on it over the years. But the component of taking trash, that section of the waste is being driven to Coventry, virtually driven to Canada.
Yes.
And I'm curious, is it possible to compare what people are paying for those bags with the actual cost of that component of disposal?
So we will look into this and provide some supplemental information. I don't have right at hand certainly that very precise piece of this. It is a little more complicated than just driving to Coventry. There's actually multiple places where Triple T can and does take the garbage, and they make that decision. That's not a decision that's controlled by the town. But we do know what component of the overall contractual relationship we have with them is for the transportation of the garbage, or at least for the combined cost of transportation and disposal of the garbage. So we'll provide a breakout of that. I don't have that with me tonight. And the revenue side on front of the bags as well. That's actually in its current form a budget that the select board will be looking at in April and May. It's a very small little budget. It's got 4 or 5 items of revenue and 4 or 5 items of expense. But we'll grab what we have on that, the most recent data that's responsive to your request, and we'll make sure that everybody has that for a week from Saturday.
Thank you.
Sure.
Millicent Cooley, District 3. This is a question I asked in the caucus room, but I wanted to ask it here while Peter's here. 138, page 138, there's a pie chart. Page title, Select Board's recommended fiscal year 21 general fund budget expenditures by type. There's at about 9 o'clock in this is a piece of pie that is for debt and debt service, and it's 7% of the budget for $1.2 million plus. And I'm inexperienced completely with debt, well, how towns handle debt, what's normal, how, and what's the plan for this? What's the vision for? I mean, because we're going to be debating other articles about like $43,000 for marketing. This is like 3 fire trucks.
Yep. Thank you for the question. This is an area we've done a lot of work on, and it's an area that is decreasing substantially. I haven't quite finished with the presentation. I was about to highlight some things that I've gone over all the things that are increasing by more than a normal amount, and I'm happy to share with you some good news about areas where work that we've been doing over a period of years is paying off, particularly in the area of workers' compensation and debt management. So if I may, I'll address that as we get through it. It's actually, your question is very well taken. You want to be careful not to take on too much debt, and there's very specific ways in which we have reduced the town's use of debt that is beginning to pay dividends for us. I'll get to that in a second. So moving on from, oh, another question. Robin?
Sorry, I just had one question about the trash bags. Did I understand you to say that the price of the bags is probably going to increase to accommodate that people aren't buying as many?
No, I'm sorry if I left people with that impression. The bags prices are not intended to be changed. The subsidy from the general fund has grown larger and larger in large part because of what we have discussed about how well we've diverted so much material, and also because of the volatility in the world's recycling markets. So the compost is an unmitigated success. It's wonderful. The recycling is a more double-edged sword. We are recycling a lot of material that's not going into the landfills, but it's become substantially more expensive to do that.
Okay,
and so there's an increased cost to this operation for that
The
purpose.
fund burden is increasing, but the bags will stay
The bag price for individuals who go out and buy a bag is going to stay the same.
Okay.
Yep. So moving on from the, oh, I'm sorry, again.
Peter Falley in District 3. I wonder if as part of the presentation, Peter, on Saturday, could get at the figure of what we're saving in transport costs of that trash, which is now being recycled. But heretofore, you know, we had a large expense in carrying those things that we're now recycling.
Yeah.
Is that figure available?
We'll try to give you something responsive to that. It's honestly likely to be an estimate at best, and we might beg off on it and tell you that we did in order to not just be throwing something on the wall.
Sure.
I'm not sure how precise we're going to be able to be, and I can tell you it will not relate to the diversion of the recycled goods because of how expensive that has been and how volatile that is out in the markets where the recyclers sell the goods. So that cost has increased. The tipping fee cost for recycling has gone very high. Mm-hmm. Where we do have a great success, and we can quantify it for you, is in the increased volume of compost that stays right here locally. That gets processed at Ferry Road, and it's, you know, there's a cost savings and a sustainability aspect to that that's terrific.
Mm-hmm. And that's part of the revenue stream. I mean,
that certainly is material that 7 or 8 years ago was part of the garbage.
Exactly. Okay. Thank you.
Sure. Is there any other question about what we've covered so far, or are we ready to move on to other aspects of the budget? Okay, great. So I want to move now into one thing that is not going down, but the very fact that it's staying level is really good news and an important reflection of work that we've done concentrating on something we knew was a problem in operation of town government. And that's our risk management funding at $845,000. It was that last year, and it will be that again, or it is in the current year's budget, and it will be again for FY21. And the reason why, a major component there, that this does have also the property and liability coverage in it, but the most significant cost in this group of expenses is the cost for the workers' compensation insurance. And we recognized when we did the comprehensive review of town operations several years ago that, you know, when we were identifying areas that really needed attention in town government because they were either, you know, operationally deficient in some manner, or an opportunity that we needed to seize, or in some cases like this one, a cost that was out of control, we identified things that just needed that more intentional effort to improve. In workers' comp, what that led to was a better procedure for how we handle claims and help employees get back to work sooner. Won't go take the deep dive that we've done with you sometimes in the past around workers' comp. I'll be happy to do that if somebody has a question about it. But for tonight, let me summarize by saying that it's good for the employee and it's good for the organization, and it saves society money in addition to saving the town's taxpayers money when folks are getting back to work after an injury quicker. And we've created ways in which we help ensure that that happens by working together with the employees and with the medical treatment, the folks giving the medical treatment to them. In addition to that, there's been some really concentrated work on safety and just better practices among town employees to have fewer claims in the first instance. We've had some ups and downs with that. Some of that is controllable and some of that is circumstantial. But the combination of the intentional work to maintain a safer workplace and the significant improvement we've made in claims management has taken a cost that was going up by double digits out of control. And together with a softer market, this is a year when workers' comp isn't increasing as rapidly as it has been in some years past. But a very significant part of the level funding this year is because our rating, comparing the town's experience to other employers who provide similar services, is now better than average. So where we were running, they call it an experience modification, we were running at some years at 1.25 and higher, where 1.0 is average. This year we were at 0.96, and the first time we've been below 1.0 for a while. So the town staff has done a tremendous job to actually pay attention to this need and get this cost under control, and it's reflected in this year being a level-funded risk management budget. The capital transfer is slightly reduced. I want to tell you that that's not so much strategic as it is circumstantial. We have created a practice. We together have, you voted to support recommendations to increase the amount of cash from the annual revenues that we're putting into capital investment over these last several years. We got that up to $1 million last year. We're proposing again this year that it be funded at $1 million of real-time revenues. So the difference between last year and this year is that the FY18 budget ended with a slightly larger surplus than the operating surplus than the FY19 budget did. So we had almost $300,000 available of excess fund balance to put into capital last year, and we had $233,000 of it this year, but or $223,000, the number that we talked about earlier. So there's a slight decrease there, but it's because of the money that was available to invest in the capital needs of the town. Our intent in future years is, as we can, as opportunities arise, when we don't have other expenses that are increasing in particular years, to seize again the opportunity to push that $1 million a year into something a little higher. We think that $1.3 million, maybe $1.5 million would be a more prudent level of expenditure to keep up with the aging infrastrucccture that we have in the community to make sure that we're addressing the capital needs fully. But it's an achievement that we've come up from about $300,000 5 years ago to $1 million now, and holding and using the good practice of using this fund balance as an additional contribution to capital when we have that opportunity to do that. So this year, the main point here is that's how the funding of capital works, and the emphasis of capital this year is to fund for the first time the implementation of that 25-year capital equipment replacement plan. So we're going to be levelizing by funding the budget in the manner, the transfer to capital in the manner that it's recommended. We're going to now be levelizing the annual commitment to capital equipment replacement. It'll go up a little bit over time. There'll be years when it stays flat. There'll be years when it goes up by $5,000 or $10,000 or $12,000, but it'll never again go up by $400,000 and then down by $200,000 and then back up by $500,000, which is something that we've been coping with in the past. And that goes squarely to the management of debt, because when there's those kinds of cycles happening and you've got vehicles that are failing and just absolutely have to be replaced, especially when they're $300,000 or $500,000 large vehicles, we get ourselves in a situation where we need to borrow money to replace operating rolling stock. It's still a capital investment. These are vehicles, especially the larger ones, that are going to last a long time. But to borrow money and pay interest, usually on a 5-year note, was typically how it was done here and how it's done in many places. We're paying interest for the borrowing of that money in order to buy a vehicle that we're going to buy it again when this one wears out. If we have a plan, as we do now, for seeing those things coming, where a fire truck is going to last 20 years and a dump truck's going to last 10 and a pickup truck's going to last 7, those kinds of things. A police cruiser lasts 4. And when we see those cycles and can plan for those expenses and then levelize that over the long haul, we avoid the spikes that would either cause a significant tax increase or the necessity of borrowing. And so instead, what we'll do is part of that leveling process is managing well the timing of the replacement of vehicles, so we get sort of as much value out of them as we can, but we don't run them until they die. And then part of it also is, for those very large items, pre-funding some. So that in the fire trucks, there's a whole plan that's part of it that we went over last year that is, and again, I'd be happy to sit with anybody and go over the details of this, but where we're actually setting aside a certain amount of money each year, because over the course of time, when you got 3 or 4 years in a row of buying fire trucks, that's just money that can't then be invested in any of the other capital needs of the town unless you've set some money aside for that. So we'll have a fire truck fund that we set money aside in. And we'll also, with some of the larger pieces of equipment, set money aside over 2 years or maybe 3 years and then buy it in the second or the third year. So the sinking funds, the fact that we're going to be setting aside some money as part of this levelizing to be ready to make the larger purchases, means we're going to be earning interest on that money that in the past we've been paying interest on as debt. So all the way around, for all those reasons, we think that this year is a particularly important year, please, to approve the capital transfer part of this budget in the manner that it's proposed, because it's the year that gets us into that levelized program.
District 3, thank you very much for that. Are you saying that by having this transfer process, transfer fund approach with vehicles, because those are the examples you're giving, that we are heading towards a time in the next 3 to 6 years where we're not going to be running debt?
No, we won't get to where we're not running debt. What we'll get to is we won't be borrowing. We already haven't been borrowing for vehicles. So we used to borrow for vehicles. This year, debt service is going down because a previous borrowing for vehicles, the final time we did it, is now going off the books. So we aren't borrowing anymore for vehicles. So that part of debt service is just gone. It's not down, it's gone. But we still have debt service that we need to pay for the investments that we make in our facilities, and we've got more of that coming. We've got old facilities that need attention. So we talked extensively during the budget process with the select board this year. There isn't any particular proposal before representative town meeting this year, but we will be before you probably next year, certainly within the next 2, to be talking about capital investment that needs to be made to facilities at Memorial Park and to facilities at the Public Works operation. And so that's going to be beyond the scope of what we can fund through an operating budget. We will need to borrow funds. We'll have lots of good detailed information in front of you, not only about the projects that we're proposing once they take shape. There is some planning, actually, in the capital budget this year. There's some planning money related to the Memorial Park pieces. You funded last year the planning money we needed related to the Public Works piece. But when we come back and have actually a proposed bond and program for making those improvements, we'll not only be specific with you about the work to be done, but also about the impact that has on our level of debt in relationship to not only our operating budget, which is one measure of managing that debt properly, but also to our property tax base.
So do you have a point of view about where that debt, a general, where should we be aiming for on how much debt?
No, it's not really quite that clean and clear. It depends on a lot of context. We'll have that conversation a year from now about the context and in the run-up as we get to there. I will say it is in a period of time when it is lowering. We will ask you to allow it to go back up for these other facility needs. But the community made a very big investment 4 years ago. There was a decision to support the police fire project. And so that the first year of any borrowing like that is always the most expensive year. So that cost is coming down. All the prior borrowing for other facilities needs is coming down. We are in a better position than we have been, but we're going to need to borrow some more and make a new investment in those other facilities I've described. And I'm sorry. Yeah, thank you. I'll point that out in a second. One of the reasons why it's so important to get on levelized funding for the equipment replacement is so that we can focus in a less complicated manner on the facilities needs, so that as we're determining how much we need to invest and what it's going to cost us to do that, it's not muddied up with this is a year when we're doing $1 million worth of vehicle purchases instead of a year when we're doing $300,000 worth of vehicle purchases. We need to keep that piece stable because we can, and it's smart to, and we avoid debt. And then it helps us also isolate more transparently the cost of maintaining the facilities in proper order. A couple of final highlights, if it's okay to do that. On the revenue side, I just want to point out that the rooms and meals taxes have increased again, not quite as dramatically as they did over the prior few years, but the increase last year was about $20,000, so we have brought that over into the expected level of collection for the coming year. A $20,000 increase in that line item is about 4.8%. And the initial news on the local option sales tax is very good. We had estimated $630,000 of revenue to be collected over the course of the whole year. In the first 2 quarters of receipts, we've actually collected over $400,000. We're still being cautious. Our budget figure for that item in this proposed budget is $630,000 again, because the first 2 quarters were great. We don't think that we have enough experience with that source of revenue to make a bet on it staying up at that level. If we get a whole year of that and we see it continuing into next year, then next year we'll be talking about being able to take advantage of the extra value that provides to us of collecting more revenue from that source than we had expected to. But it is that piece is paying dividends. I'm done. Finally. Finally.
Good job. All right. Okay, we'll take 2 questions, and then we do need to move on. George and then Chris.
George Carville, District 1. Last year, we approved $100,000 for sustainability, which included hiring our new sustainability coordinator.
Right.
He didn't start until well into the year. So we voted $100,000. What happened to it and what's left?
Sure. So we've run an estimate on what we know we will have expended by June 30th because Stephen Dotson, who is our sustainability coordinator, started with the town on February 3rd. That's 5 months of the fiscal year that we'll be paying salary and benefits for him, as opposed to the full 12 months that was the intention of the funding. And so the cost for the position, as well as the related expenses around the creation of the position and the equipping of the position, are about $35,000. $36,000 is what we expect to have incurred by June 30th for that. And there will be additional expenses that are sustainability related that are going to be coming before the select board between now and June 30th. It's going to be hard. It is hard for me as I sit here tonight to tell you exactly what that might look like. There's a couple of specific things that are being analyzed right now, and there's the potential that other good ideas might come along to draw also on the sort of balance of that. What we'll want to be careful about is just the same conversation that we have about use of fund balance or for recurring expenses. Why we use fund balance for non-recurring expenses is, so in this situation, the investment of the balance that's available because of the fact that the position wasn't filled the whole year, we'll want to make sure is not in something that we expect to do again next year, because next year we're going to pay 12 months of salary and 12 months of benefits and 12 months of operating costs related to the position. We, in this budget, did apply the direction that we felt we had received, the combination of your decision to fund that function at $100,000 instead of at $10,000, and the select board's decision to invest the lion's share of that in the creation of the position is reflected in the budget that's before you, because there'll be about $90,000 worth of not just compensation, but compensation and other expenses related to the position existing and functioning within town government, and about $10,000. There is a $10,000 line item in order to reflect the $100,000 commitment that you had approved. There's a $10,000 line item now within the planning services department, because that's where the position sustainability coordinator resides. That's where the salary is reflected. So there's also a $10,000 line item in the non-personnel expenses of personnel services for activities and outreach and sustainability-related expenses.
Chris.
I just wanted to say how grateful I am as a taxpayer for this tremendous initiative you've taken to conquer the volatility in the capital budget. I really think you need a standing ovation. I thank you very, very much. Great work.
Good job, Peter.
It's a team effort, and it's been a long haul, and it has required not just the work of the senior staff, but the support of the Select Board and Representative Town Meeting, so thank you.
Okay. So let's do a time check, because I already forgot my last time check. 8:42. All right. So we are moving on now to Article 17, which is conveniently located on page 17 and 18. This is SEVED, Southeastern Vermont Economic Development Services? Strategies. I almost nailed it. So there is a pretty brief summary on this article. On page 17 and 18, I'm going to go over our bullet point. If you want more in-depth analysis questions, on page 18, in the last paragraph, you can see that Adam Grenold invites your comments and questions to him, and that's his extension listed here. And also on page 55 of your packet is their full narrative. So you can get more information from there. For what information we will be giving tonight, it is called Article 17 for SEVEDs. The request this year was for $3 per person for the town of Brattleboro. The Select Board has put that through at that amount to the reps, you all. That is a total of $36,147. This comes out of program income, which originates as federal funding via state of Vermont to Brattleboro. So we are kind of the end of that pass-through. Program income can only be used for economic development or for housing. So that's a very specific pot of money that comes from the feds to the state and lands in Brattleboro, and that is where this request is coming out of. The request goes to all towns that SEVED serves. You'll see that in their summary, and with the detailed report being on page 55 and Adam Grenold's contact information being on page 18 for more in-depth defense of why they feel they have earned that $3 per person. It would be weird for us to give that defense for them, basically. So you should reach out to them, read your materials for that. And talk to your fellow reps, but not by replying all to emails, please. Okay. General questions on this item outside of what I just covered for reading and question directing purposes? Good. Okay. I'm up again with Article 18, which is not on page 18. It is on page 19, right? Is it on page 19? No, that is not correct. You know what? It doesn't have its own thing. So for those who are veterans, you're going to recognize this. For those who are newbies, just kind of bear with me for a moment. So this is the Mountain Home Park Special Benefit Assessment Tax District. This is required to pay bonds that funded previously water and sewer improvements that were needed at Mountain Home Park. It was paid by Tri-Park to town, to creditors, because the town is the borrower. The amount is $223,276.47 for fiscal year 21, and this amount varies slightly from year to year. If anybody has questions on that, I'm going to direct them to Peter, because I myself, it took me a little while when I was a newer rep to kind of wrap my brain around it. Does anybody have questions? Yes. Come on up, Gary, and introduce yourself.
Yeah, Gary Stroud, District 2. Question, do you have it, I guess, on the website when you go on there and have it all pretty much on a PDF file, the breakdown of how that is to 220? What is it?
So it's a single figure. It's the annual amount owed to pay down the debt for this thing. And so unlike our town projects where there's some piece of more broadly serving public infrastructure that RTM votes to support a bond on, and then it just becomes part of our debt service that the town pays for the town's infrastructure. This one instead was something the town did to facilitate some really desperately needed water and sewer improvements within Mountain Home Park that Mountain Home, the Tri-Park, the owners there, needed the town to be the borrower in order to obtain the funds and have it be the most favorable rates for borrowing. And so we have this unusual arrangement where each year there's an assessment against the district. Tri-Park pays the town pays the creditor, because the town was officially the borrower, even though the benefits were for a particular spot rather than for the whole town. Does that make sense? No? So there isn't a detailed breakdown.
No, I can understand the accounting act, but there's a breakdown that I guess in a sense for interest and all that.
There's a debt service schedule that identifies why the amount is 276 this year.
Okay.
The finance director generates that number based on what they see coming as what's going to be owed to the creditor in the next fiscal year for this debt. It's going to last still for a while.
Okay.
It's a long-term borrowing.
Right.
But each year it's a pass-through where it's always right around $220,000, but it varies a little bit. And this year it's 223, 276, 47. You'll, I hope, approve it, because otherwise we're in trouble. And then we'll collect that from Tri-Park and make the payments.
Okay, I'll see. I just wanted to, I guess, maybe this to see how it was broke, but I think I got an idea. So maybe the next meeting we'll get a more clarification, I guess, in a sense, on the aspect of that. That'd be good.
We'll take a look at it, see if there's something that we can provide other than just sort of the paperwork from the creditor of what we owe. I mean, that's how this number is derived. But if I may not be fully understanding your question, if you want to see me after or at the office, I'll be happy to try to get to the bottom of it.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Okay, sure.
Sure.
Thank you. Bob Tortolani, District 2. A while. I was trying to remember how long the a while is. That's all.
Good question.
So I'm sorry. We'll provide that answer along with whatever we can do that is responsive to Gary's question, along with the solid waste question that came up earlier. When we push out the additional information, we'll tell you exactly what it is. I don't remember the exact term of the debt.
Thank you for that. Okay, so that is technically our last summary. I want to point everybody to this purple book that you have. And it's just there's almost no page on here that doesn't have good information from, starting off with summaries of each of the articles, moving towards like the pages 20 and 21, and up through 24, you have the opportunity to read the minutes from last year, which can be super helpful. There's, moving on to page 25, there's a summary from the select board, from myself, from parts of town government, and then as Peter referenced, his town manager's report, which starts on page 27. So there's really just a lot of good information in this book, and if you can dig into that, I particularly, for anybody who's new or just wants a refresher, read last year's minutes so you can remember, especially when we're talking about reoccurring items. At this time, I would be open to taking any general questions, and I, of course, will lean us far away from any kind of back and forth debate on topics. Yes. God damn it.
Orion Barber, District 1. As a hearing impaired person, I just want to give you my thanks for, one, your management of the microphones and the general sound system here. And if lessons, yes, thank you.
Thank you, Tim.
If tactful lessons can be imparted to the Wyndham Southeast Supervisory Union meeting people, I would be so grateful. I attended a meeting, I guess it was it last night? And it was useless for me to be there because even speaking into a microphone held like this does not work. So, thank you.
My pleasure. I have always loved a good microphone. That is nothing I've ever shied away from. And thank you to Tim and BCTV. And I've got a question coming down, yellow shirt from the back. It's a long walk to that microphone. I feel that.
Testing 1, 2. My name is Dan Jeffries. I've lived in District 1 out here in West Brattleboro for the last 25 years. In the last 25 years, we spent $55 million on the high school. We've spent about $23 million on the waste treatment facility, and we've spent a few million on the fire and police stations, all good infrastructure expenditures. And I'm open to being told that there's a better time and place to ask this question. It's kind of seasonal. I'm very curious, and I think Peter has addressed this once before, and there was something in the Reformer about this, just in some detail, which was helpful. But I'm really curious, after 25 years, what the plan is for Western Avenue out here in West Brattleboro. In that currently, it is a game of chicken driving down Western Avenue. I am astounded that anybody would ride a bicycle down Western Avenue out here. And I'm just curious, I know it's a big expenditure, I'm just wondering, is there any plan at all? And as I say, we could address this at some other time. Thank you.
Interrogated, Peter?
Sure. So I'm going to provide a 30,000-foot perspective on it. Steve Barrett is the fellow who could speak in greater detail both to the history and then, to what we cope with, what I'm going to give a brief description of. There probably is a better time to have that conversation, but if y'all want to stay, I know Steve has answers that he could offer to you. But it's complicated, and the reason it's complicated is the old road underneath the asphalt is a concrete road, and so the layers of asphalt that get put down on top of it don't behave in the manner they would if they had been placed on top of a proper road base with different types of stone at different levels that allow it to expand and contract with the seasons and drain better when there's water that seeps through. And so instead what we get is repeated instances of a significant overlay on top of that historically problematic section of road that doesn't last very long. And we have to encounter the kind of problems that we've had this winter. This winter has been particularly tough, not just on that segment, but all over town because of the freeze-thaw cycles being more significant than in some winters. But that's the bottom line. That's what a town manager can say about it. Your public works director could talk more specifically about what options there might be to do something more thorough. But frankly, to rip up all that concrete and build the road properly is, I believe, more money than any of us can believe that the town would tolerate. And so instead, we do the best we can to do a much more frequent repair and resurfacing in that section than in most areas around town.
Well, actually,
just a quick follow-up.
Yeah.
So this is not something that can get bonded and repaired once and for all.
Well, Steve walks up, I'll just say you could. We could, and if the community would like us to generate something more like an estimate rather than a descriptive response, then we certainly can do that. I'll leave it there and let Steve take a deeper dive.
Yeah, Steve Barrett, Director of Public Works. It is complicated. One of the things that we need to remember is that the town is responsible for repair of that road, and the state is ultimately responsible for major capital projects. So we, if anywhere, we should be lobbying the state to push them to get funding to fix the road. It hasn't been done in many years. It's way overdue. And our challenge has been to try to, repair something that's way beyond repair. So the place to lobby really is the state and our representatives, and to get funding for this road, which we've been successful a couple times, and really that's just been a patch. You know, it was a 3/8 overlay that made everybody feel good for a couple of years, and we're right back where we started. So lobby the state, that's where we can go. Then the bike lanes and everything else can be included in the projects, and that's the way to go.
As an aside, since this happened to come up, I'd be happy to see the Putney Road money go into Western Ave. But anyway, I'd like to ask whether the town, is the state pressing the town at all on the sewer line that runs through the Whetstone Creek?
No.
I love the brevity. John Kennedy, District 1. I'm looking at the budget summary on page 112. And in income, you're talking about the sales tax that we much discussed last year. At last year's town budget, I asked that we work with the elected officials to address the extra $350,000-ish that the state takes out of that sales tax money to see if we can't get our share or a significant portion of that share spent in Brattleboro rather than be a windfall in the black hole they call the state budget.
Right. Yes, you did. It's a statute. It's not just a operating decision of state government, and so the law would have to be changed. Everybody who adopts that provision, who adopts a local option sales tax, only gets 2/3 of the revenue, and the state takes the other. So, and then that money goes, some of it is actually taken by the state as an administrative fee, and the balance of it goes into a fund that is used to pay out to a payment in lieu of taxes to the communities that house state facilities. So Brattleboro does get some of that money, but it's arguably not our fair share, I think, based on the fact that there are communities that house, in Montpelier and Barry and Waterbury and other places, many more state facilities than we do.
So we tried, but it's not really an option.
It's not really an option. We'd have to get a broad coalition across the state to want to make that change, and I can tell you that most municipalities would think it would be great, and the legislature hasn't been all that responsive to what most municipalities would think would be great in recent years. And to be less sarcastic and more direct, the status of the self-governance initiative is, it made good progress last year in the Senate, got voted out of committee and approved by the full Senate, not really entirely intact, but at least it was moving along. And the House Government Operations Committee, despite repeated strong requests from the Vermont League of Cities and Towns and those of us here and other municipal officials across the state, has not taken the matter up. And the biennium is about to end, and we're going to have to start again.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hi there, Dr. Tortolani.
Hi there, Bob Tortolani, District 2. Thank you. I have quite a concern about pedestrian accidents over the years. In the United States, it's going up dramatically. I think a lot of that has to do with the pedestrians themselves are distracted in their walking, and they're not necessarily looking at where they're going. Makes it harder for people driving cars, of course, watching out for them. So it's a big, big problem. We've had some tough problems in this town over the last 10 years with pedestrian injuries. I guess the one thing I can think of is that the crosswalks, I notice that many times they're not easily seen, and they're in bad shape. And I think that's probably one thing we can do, is just try to make the crosswalks very, very kept up as well as we can. I've seen in other communities where the crosswalks are actually different colors from from the road, like red or blue, and it seems to stand out. Here we have the white things. It's fine, but I think that whatever we do, we've got to keep them in good shape, and I guess we all have to be very alert for pedestrians because, you know, they're at high risk, and bikers. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tortolani. I have seen those in Northampton, and I think they're good, the multicolored crosswalks. Any more questions pertaining to what was discussed tonight, Gary? And then...
Gary Stroud, District 2. What Steve Barrett was saying, and it was a while back, I don't know if you remember when we did pave the roads from, I think they came from Massachusetts, this company. Was it, Steve, a while back when they paved the roads? And I don't know how long ago, is that something that we have to do with the state alongside with us to get that happening again? I mean,